Be seated, sir. Have a seat.
Miss Sapien, you are in the wig business.
Yes, I am.
The defendant signed a contract with you for 3 wigs for her son, who has a medical condition which creates a baldness. They signed the contract for 3 wigs. You furnished one. They were dissatisfied with the one you furnished. You are suing them for the remaining 2 pursuant to the contract.
No, they weren't dissatisfied.
Just a second.
I'm sorry.
They say they were dissatisfied. They canceled the other 2 wigs. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
You want the money for the other 2 wigs.
Yes.
The counterclaim requests the money that you paid for the 1 wig that you did in fact receive, which you said was not as promised. Can I see a copy of the contract that they signed?
Your Honor, can I just mention something?
Not until I read. So you ordered all 3 wigs at the time?
No, I didn't.
You ordered 1?
Yes, that's right.
And when did you deliver that 1?
The first one I delivered, and I ordered on July, exactly July 12th, and I delivered the first one on August 16th.
Okay. Do you have that one here?
No,
That wig?
he used it.
Where is
Your
that
Honor.
one?
I have it, Your Honor.
Can I see it?
Yes.
Would you show it to the plaintiff and ask if that's the wig she delivered?
No, with the base. Yes, it is.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Can I see it, please?
Originally, it comes like this.
I'd like to see how you say it comes originally.
This is the second one that I ordered, and they didn't pick it up.
Okay. Can I see it, please?
That's the original. It comes in a long version, 5 inches, and then they choose a style.
Now, I see you're wearing blonde. Why wasn't this...
That's the color that her mother requested as the sample, because when I take an order, I write all the specification of the customer is, because it's custom made, she can order it any way she wants. She told me that Augie's hair was in her color, her own color. So she requested me to take her own sample of color and order it the way that she wanted it. So that's what I did.
That's her color. This isn't her color.
But she gave me that picture. She colored it or whatever she did, but that's the sample.
And I'm just surprised because clearly this young man has blue eyes, he has light skin, and he should have the same color, and his mother's hair is much lighter than these wigs.
That was the color that I took it from her. She told me that that's my color. I cut my hair and this is my color.
Oh. You delivered this wig. How much after you delivered that wig did the defendant... Shh, listen to my question.
Okay.
Did the defendant tell you that she was dissatisfied with the wig?
No.
How much? Well, eventually she told you she was dissatisfied because she canceled the order.
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Because what happens is the contract, I made it in a monthly basis.
Just tell me what happened in this case. Now,
What happened?
You delivered this wig.
Yes.
You put it on her son, and they left.
Yes, on August.
August 16th.
Past September, October, they just continue coming to my establishment, purchasing supplies that they need to use to keep it. They were insisting that they want to take care of it themselves at home. So I trained them, came to my business. I trained them how to do it. They purchase supplies, take it home, and take care of it.
Okay.
So every time I saw him, everything is great. The pictures of a summer school is great. Girlfriend loves it. Friends are accepting. He looks great. That's what I got. On October 1st, she called me. She says, did you receive the check? I said, yes, I did. She says, I just want you to order it, the second one, because we don't want to rush it like the first one we did. I wanted to have it ready. I said, okay, I order it. Are you sure everything is the same? Everything the same. I specifically asked, the color is the same? She said, yes. I said, measurement is good. She said, yes. I said, okay, then I ordered it.
This was on October 1st.
That's right.
Okay, go ahead.
So I ordered the October 1st one. The order went out, I have here. Then I called on a woman on 2nd or 3rd of November because I didn't receive her payment. So I called in, I said, Mrs. Green, I didn't receive your check. She said, oh, you're not going to receive it because I don't want it anymore. I said, what do you mean? You called me in October and asked me to order a custom-made piece. She said, well, we find somewhere that is cheaper, and yours is very expensive, so we don't want it. I said, I'm sorry, but you cannot cancel a contract just because you find a cheaper place. She says, no, we find a cheaper place. You can return it. That's a lie. You're a liar. You're a cheater. You can return it anytime you want. I said, I cannot. This is a custom made. This is a factory.
Okay, and that's where that's where it stopped.
That after a conversation that I'm going to put a lawsuit against them, they start to coming up with they're not satisfied. That's a
Okay,
junk.
but let me hear from Ms. Green now.
Sure.
Okay. Did you or did you not have a conversation with the plaintiff on or about October 1st?
Yes, it was like...
Just a second. I'm asking the questions.
I'm sorry.
And during the course of that conversation, did you, in fact, instruct her to order a second wig?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe...
Stop there. Stop. Just stop. Now, between October 1st and November 3rd, when she contacted you, what caused you to tell her that you were not going to pay her pursuant to the contract?
The receipt of a true custom wig, a wig that came the correct color, the correct texture, the correct fit, a ventilated cap, and sideburns, which become a male. Her wig, there's nothing custom about it.
As Ms. Green, it's become a much easier case than I originally anticipated.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Rima Sapien says customer Sue Green ordered wigs for her 17-year-old son and has never paid.
Something happened after October 1st. You went comparative shopping, and you saw a wig that you liked better, right?
No.
Well, it had to happen after October 1st, madam.
It did, but those were not the circumstances in which it transpired. Because on August 16th, yes, we did receive the wig. As a matter of fact, I have a picture to show you, Your Honor, of how my son looked when he came home.
More than happy to take a look at it.
When he had the wig cut and he was in the salon, I was stunned. My son had hair for the first time in 3 years. But when we came home, and I really looked at him, and my husband looked at him, we went through the roof. His hair looked ridiculous.
Ms. Green.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's not waste each other's time.
All right.
If after a couple of weeks, after a couple of hours, after a couple of days, you decided that you didn't like the product and that the product was not as was promised, then you have a different scenario. In this case, you had this wig until October 1st. I assume your son wore the wig. I have to assume that he wore it up until October 1st because you, in fact, contacted the plaintiff and instructed her, pursuant to the contract, to order a second one.
Because I thought she was an expert, Your
Just a
Honor.
second. That's your problem.
No, it's not. It's under the state of California.
No, it is your problem, Ms. Green.
No, ma'am, because I do have evidence that she defrauded me and she represented herself as a company that does not exist anymore. I have evidence that the contract I signed is with a company that no longer is allowed to do business in the state of California.
I'll see it. That you didn't know on October 1st.
No, I found that out.
That you didn't know on October 1st.
Because,
Let me
ma'am,
see.
I relied on her expertise. I had never handled a hairpiece before.
Just a minute.
I thought what she was telling me was the truth. I thought her expert opinion about the fact that the sweat was collecting under the wig. This wig was designed to be worn 30 days at a time.
Just a minute. HRC International, Inc. Is that your company?
I'm one of the franchises.
Their corporate powers, rights, and privileges had been suspended.
No, that was for the Wilshire office. I am a Glendale HRC, each location. Torrance HRC, Newport Beach HRC, Glendale HRC. Originally, it doesn't have nothing to do with me. It's a different HRC, another location of HRC, let's say. That's the Wilshire office. If you can make a phone call, you can see that it's closed.
Right. This talks about the Wilshire Center.
Yes.
But, Your Honor, I had no idea that any of it was out of business. For business card, the brochure...
Ms. Green, that had absolutely nothing to do with your judgment. I have to tell you, Ms. Sapien, I don't know what they did as far as grooming or as far as color or as far, I don't know whether before they brought this piece to me, they put it in bleach. That's a whole possibility.
Yes.
All right? But this piece, the quality of this is certainly different from this piece.
Yes.
The color is certainly different. However, the defendant called and ordered a second hairpiece on October the 1st.
Yes, ma'am.
And based upon her telephone call, because you had not ordered another hairpiece, up until that time, don't go like this. Up until that time, if she had not called, you would not have been out any more money than the one hairpiece that she may or may not have fully paid for. I don't know whether she did or not under the contract.
Exactly.
But then she went and called, and pursuant to your direction, she ordered another one. So, Miss Green,
yes,
you are going to pay for two, not three, two hairpieces, because that's what you ordered.
But, Your Honor, that contract is invalid. Hair Replacement Centers Incorporated is not in business. I thought...
Just a second. That's not true.
Yes, it is true.
No,
Hair
Miss
Replacement
Sapien,
Centers.
listen to me very carefully. That is not, as far as I know, true.
I offered you the papers, Your Honor.
I read the papers, and I'm telling you that her franchise is not necessary.
What franchise?
Pay careful attention to me, madam.
I have nothing about her
Pay
franchise.
careful attention to me, madam.
But
pay attention! It may very well be, Miss Green, that her place is not licensed anymore. These papers do not establish it.
But those papers show that the contract I signed, if you notice the name on item number 1 of the contract, is not her name. It's the gentleman who represents Hair Replacement Centers.
Listen to me.
Original institution.
It has absolutely nothing to do with this guy. I want you to forget that. That's legalistic mumbo-jumbo. Listen to me carefully, Miss Green, so that you fully understand each other. Acting on your words and under the terms of your agreement, she did in fact call, order that product from her supplier to her detriment, and you are going to pay for them. She is not, however, going to pay for the third one because she is dissatisfied, she says, now with this product. You have not suffered any financial damage because you haven't ordered the third wig from your supplier.
Not yet.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, how much was the first wig?
Each piece came up to $866.66.
They were the same price?
Yes, all of them are the same price.
$866.
Yes.
And how much did she pay?
She paid $1,076.99.
Your Honor, I thought she was an expert. It did not come to light that she was deceiving me.
You owe her
until much
$655, Miss Green. Pay her. Your counterclaim is dismissed. That's all.
What is
Thank
our
you, Your
excuse
Honor.
when they step out?
Her first reaction was that she wanted to jam me for money.
I didn't knew her displeased until I got harassment letters from him towards me that he's going to do this and that to me because I'm going after the money.
I couldn't even do any minor sport activities because the sweat would build up in my wig and it'd just be so uncomfortable. It'd be terrible.
If they would call me and say I'm not satisfied, I will try to do my best to satisfy them.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Cronin versus Cummerell. Step forward, please.
23-year-old customer service supervisor Jennifer Cronin is suing 30-year-old homemaker Kristen Cummerell for the money she paid to enter a road rally. Jennifer says she was given an incorrect start time and missed the event.
You're going to explain a lot of things to me, but what I get from your papers is that you saw an event advertised, some sort of an event with cars, and you decided that you wanted to become involved in this event. There was a registration fee of $160.
It's $120.
You saw a flyer for
For
it.
6 people, it's $20 per
You're going to
person.
explain to me how this all worked. It was $120. Defendant was running the thing, which you're going to explain to me. You sent in your money based upon what you saw on the flyer. Somebody told you what time the event started because that wasn't on the flyer that you had. As it turns out, the event started earlier. You got there and the game was over. You want your money back. The defendant says it's not her fault that you didn't see the right time and they spent your money. Okay, so now explain to me what this thing was.
It's a road rally. It's
What's a road rally?
basically a scavenger hunt on wheels. You go from destination to destination, retrieving clues to tell you which destination you need to go to next. And at the end, there's like a final meeting place where everybody has dinner. In this case, it looked like it was like a party with beer and wine and food. And then there's prizes designated to those who get to the final destination first.
Well, that sounds like a fun event.
Yeah, it is.
Have you ever done it before?
Yeah.
And it's fun.
Oh, a lot of fun.
And you were running this.
Yes.
How did you see the event advertised, Ms. Cronin?
I got a flyer.
Can I see it, please?
Yeah. From Lawrence. He is one of the persons that's listed on the flyer for questions and comments in coordinating it.
Good. And how did you get this flyer?
He handed it out to us at work. He's a coworker.
Show this to the defendant, please. Okay. So who did you contact to find out what time this thing started?
Lawrence, I asked him in person at work.
And as a result of your conversation with him, what time did you arrive at the event?
7:00 p.m.
And when you got there, was anybody there?
Nobody was there.
Who did you send your money to?
Kristen Kummerl, the defendant.
And you received her money, $120.
Yes, I did.
And what time had the event started?
At 5:30.
She wants her money back. Why shouldn't she get it back?
I don't feel that she should get it back because when she asked Mr. what time the road rally started, he stated that he wasn't sure, that he thought it started around 7 o'clock.
How do you know that?
Because I have spoken to
That's
him.
hearsay.
And that's okay.
That's hearsay.
If-
Why would she pay her money, $120, and then arrive after the event was over?
She also received a copy of the flyer that was not for distribution. It was for Larry and his wife to review before we had the copies made and had the flyers distributed.
Where does it say that on here?
It doesn't. This was the first time that we put on a road rally. I gave it to them because they're friends and said, review this, make sure we aren't missing any information, get back with me, we'll finalize it, get it printed, and then distribute it.
You told that to them,
Yes.
but they printed it and
Yes.
distributed it.
And we told them, when I handed them final copies of the flyer, which I do have, the finalized copy that does have the time on it, that if you gave this flyer, the old flyer, to anybody, you need to give them a new copy or tell them that we are starting at 5:30. That was a conversation that took place in my home with my sister
Well,
as
that's
a
also
witness.
hearsay. Let's assume that you had that conversation with Larry. Ms. Cronin, did you ever speak to Larry again about the time?
I spoke to him once about the time, and my witness also spoke to him about the time the day before the road rally.
Did you ever receive a follow-up flyer from Larry?
No, we did not.
So she gets her money back.
The money is not there. The money was spent towards putting on the road rally. I have all the receipts of exactly where the money went.
I don't care where the money went. You have to give her money back. You put on the event.
I was part of putting on the event, and the reason...
She sent you her money.
Yes, but I'm not the one...
You deposited the money, I assume.
Yes.
You have to give her money back.
I was not the one who gave her the wrong time, and if somebody that I asked wasn't sure about the starting time, I would have called the other two names on the flyer to verify that starting time.
Listen to me. The fact that one of your co-organizers made a mistake and passed out this flyer and gave out wrong information cannot be attributed to her. It has to be attributed to the person who took her money. You have to give her her money back. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $120. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Miss Baker, you have one child?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
You and the defendant know each other because, according to what I read, each of you has children who have the same father.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Neither of you are seeing this father anymore.
That's correct.
But that's how you know each other.
That's correct.
And there came a time, sometime last summer, that you accepted a position in Alaska.
Yes, ma'am.
And you asked the defendant to not only store your belongings for you,
Yes, ma'am.
but also to take care of your daughter.
That is correct.
How old is your daughter?
She's 4.
And how old are your children?
22, 20, 17, and 16.
Those are the half-siblings.
Yes,
And they know each other.
yes, they do.
And they have a nice relationship.
Yes, they do.
That's a good thing. And you agreed to take care of the child
Yes,
as well as to make arrangements to store her property.
yes,
She was supposed to send you money every month
yes, she
for the
was.
storage, and you were going to also pay some of her bills because you had your mail forwarded to her house.
Yes, ma'am. I
Yes.
did.
And it is your claim that despite the fact that you sent her money, she refuses to return property that she was to store for you,
That's correct.
that she didn't pay your bills as she was supposed to, and that she used the money on herself.
Yes, ma'am.
And you, Miss Williams, say that that's all untrue, that she sent you very little money during the time that she was away. And as a matter of fact, she owes you money for 10 months' worth of storage bills for her property, and that you paid whatever bills you could from the little money you sent, and you have a counterclaim.
Yes.
Your counterclaim is for that, for storage and other things, and also you claim that she caused some substantial damage to your personal property when she was angry over something.
Mm-hmm.
When did you accept this job in Alaska?
In June 2001,
What kind of job was it?
seafood processing.
Had you ever done that work before?
No, ma'am, I had never.
Why did you decide to leave your daughter and go to Alaska?
I needed the funding, and I got lots of overtime hours in this job.
Did you have a place to live there?
They provided everything, room, board, food,
And how much were you earning there?
I was making $6.75, Your Honor, overtime plus double time on the weekends.
On any given week, how much would you bring home?
I would get paid once a month after taxes. I would bring home $2,038 a month.
Okay. And you started working when?
The last part of July.
The last part of July?
Yes, ma'am. What happened, the fishermen went on strike the day that we got there. So no work, no pay.
So how were you surviving?
They were still providing food, and board is free. When you work for the canneries, it's all free.
Did you contact the defendant and tell her that you weren't making any money?
Yes, ma'am, I sure did.
Okay,
I told
but
her-
starting July, you started to make money.
I did.
Fine. And when did you return home?
I returned home December 16th.
So how much did you send each month to the defendant?
The first time I sent the sum of $550. Second month I sent $525, and I sent her, I'm not quite, but I sent money twice in August.
Your Honor, I have received none of this money. I received money one time, and it was for specific bills of hers.
How much did you receive?
Altogether, I received about $550. That was for her bills that she stated which ones she wanted it for.
Do you have a letter there from her indicating which bills she wanted you to pay?
Nope. She called me on the phone saying which ones and that they would come.
Which bills were they? Do you remember?
She wanted for her furniture. That was her biggest thing, which was Hometown Furniture that has since gone out of business, and her Spiegel bill.
Can you prove that you sent her any more than $550?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Let me see. Well, I have a Western Union to you as the recipient indicating $750.
Yeah, but 200 of that was for her oldest son.
No, ma'am, it was not.
Just a minute. Well, you didn't mention anything about $750. Are you telling me that you got $750 and she told you to give some money to her oldest son?
Yes.
Well, tell me about that.
She had sent the money, and I was supposed to give her oldest son $200 of that money.
How old is
She's
he?
lying,
He
Your Honor.
is,
She's lying.
I'm not sure, he's like 21.
How did you give it to him?
When he came over, he came over to visit his sister. He is the only one out of the family that ever did come over.
She wouldn't let him visit his sister at her home. She would not let him visit.
I don't know whether she would or whether she wouldn't.
She wouldn't, and she's lying.
Okay. Is this the only money that you received? The $750, $200 of which you gave to the son?
Your Honor, I
All right,
have a
Miss Baker,
letter
let me-
from
shh.
Western Union that I sent the $200.
No. Listen to me. Do you have any proof? See, here you have a Western Union. Tell me.
I had Western Union send me my receipt billings. This is the proof where I sent my son. His name is on that. Directly to my son, not to her.
And she
Just
could have
a
sent
second.
that to him, but
Same
that's all
month,
fine
Your
and
Honor.
good, but
If
all
you
she
see
sent
the
me
same
was that
month-
amount of money.
Okay. Let us say this, Miss Baker. Let us assume that I believe you that you sent her $750.
Yes,
Okay?
I did.
Fine. Do you have any proof that in the 6 months that you were away that you sent her any more money?
I have another receipt for $100 here.
Well, I'd like to see it, please.
Here you are.
Well, this doesn't say who this $100 was sent to.
No, I didn't fill it. I let her fill it out in her name because at the time I didn't know her real name. So I was sending the
You
money
left
order.
your daughter with somebody and you didn't know their real name?
I know her name, but I didn't know her marriage name. I didn't know her real name, in other words. I did not know her name.
Your Honor,
Just-
I don't know why she would not know my name.
Just 1 second.
I knew her name, but I didn't know her marriage name. I always know her as Tanya Humphreys.
What I'm telling you is, in September, you knew her name, Tanya Williams.
Yes.
That's because that's when you send the Western Union.
I had asked
so why
her what
wouldn't
was
you?
her marriage name, Your Honor. I
All
said,
right.
what is
Did
your
you receive
marriage?
$100?
No, ma'am.
Yes, she did.
And as far as her not knowing my name, the last time I was known as Humphreys was 20 years ago. She's only known me as Williams.
Listen, I don't believe that. for a
That's
second.
right.
All right,
Because
listen to me. Miss Baker, what other proofs do you have of monies that you sent to her?
Well, Your Honor, I was going to send her $1,600 in child payments.
Just a second. Show me proof showing how much
my
you sent.
receipts are in my storage at her home because I sent my boxes to her house.
Listen to me.
I got my work receipts.
Listen to me,
Okay.
madam.
I have work receipts.
Listen to me, madam. Work receipts merely indicate that you got paid.
And I didn't mishandle my funding.
Miss Baker, work receipts only show that you got paid. However, you were able to get from Western Union a printout of what Western Union funds they had sent on a particular date, right? So all you can establish is that you sent her $750 over
Yes.
the 6 months that you were there.
Yes.
That's all you can establish.
That's all I can establish. Your
Right.
Honor.
So that's what we got. Now, what was your agreement with her as far as how much money you were supposed to send?
I was agreed for child care only is what she was concerned about.
How much were you supposed to send her every month?
$349.
So you didn't send that because you don't have any proof that you sent that every month.
That is correct.
That would have been $2,100 in child care. And what about the storage? You asked her to store your stuff in a storage unit?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
She made the initial payment. I told her I would pay her back. I sent her money faithfully every month, Your Honor.
You don't have any proof of that.
Not at this moment.
Well, this is the moment that counts. This is the
I
moment we're in
understand.
court.
But I don't have proof. It's in my boxes at her home.
How much was the storage each month?
$59 a month.
Did you pay it?
Yes, I did.
Can I
I am
see proof,
currently
please?
paying it.
Your Honor, that storage was supposed to be put in my name. She did not do that. She put it in her name. I cannot get access to my storage.
Your Honor, you cannot rent something in somebody else's name.
She could
You
put
have to
in care
sign
of. I
a-
spoke with the lady. She said
Whatever,
she
you
could put
didn't
in
pay
care
for
of on
it.
there.
She's
That
not
is
going to let you
right.
get your stuff and stick
No,
her for the money.
I paid her for that storage.
No, you didn't.
Your Honor, you must know that this storage contains all my home items, okay?
So?
Well over $13,000 worth of stuff. She's not going to get her hands on my storage.
She doesn't want your hands on the storage. She just wants you
Oh,
to
but
pay.
she won't turn over my storage. She's sitting here lying, saying that I
listen to
knew
me.
I paid my storage.
Listen to me. You have no proof that you paid your storage.
I got to talk to the lady at the storage. She
Listen
said
to
that.
me. This is the time. You have no proof
Well,
that you
could you
paid the
have her to
storage.
turn my storage over to me, Your Honor, please?
Excuse me?
Could you have her to turn my storage to me?
She wants to return your storage over. She doesn't want to continue to pay for it. She wants you to stuff out of this. She can close up the storage as long as you pay her for the storage. Where is her daughter?
I'm the one who.
I'm speaking.
Her daughter is in my custody right now.
And she shouldn't be.
I
You
have
kidnapped her.
CPS
I don't want you to
papers.
speak to her.
I have CPS papers right here stating why and that there is a case pending.
Pending. Let me just take a look at it.
All allegations
Shh, I
she
am-
brought against me so she could continue to get money fraudulent for my daughter. Nobody but her, but nobody talks about her and how she been doing drugs, men.
Who are you,
Ooh.
sir? Who are you, sir?
He's my witness that I sent all this stuff here.
Who are you, sir?
Herbie, come here.
You listen to her, Herbert, very fast. How are you related to her?
He's a witness for me, Your Honor.
I want him to speak. He can't be a witness unless he speaks. How are you related to her, sir?
I met her at King Cove, Alaska,
So you met her in Alaska.
working with her.
Thank you. Sit down. I just wanted to know how you know her.
Your Honor, I have a list of items about my things in
Have you?
storage.
Just a second. I don't want you to talk to me about your things in storage. You're going to get your stuff back from storage. We're just going to make arrangements for the payments for storage. I want you to be very quiet. Do you understand?
I understand.
Good. Now, at what stage of the proceedings are the child protective proceedings with regard to a permanent order?
We go back in 2 weeks.
Does Miss Baker have any visitation with her daughter?
When we went to court this time, that was tried to be worked out. It was worked out. She disagreed with it, so the judge took it away and said, if you want visitation, you can go through CPS.
She's lying.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I did not come to discuss kids, Judge Judy.
What about your child that she was taking care of? That's part of the lawsuit.
I just want the truth to come out, and the truth of it is, this lady lies.
Terry Baker says former friend Tanya Williams owes for unpaid bills and for the return of her property.
Miss Baker, it really isn't urgently important for the resolution.
I need to talk about my storage, Your Honor.
I already told you I'm going to resolve your storage.
Okay.
So then I want you to be quiet today. You're going to get all your stuff out of storage. It's very important, Miss Baker, for you to pay attention to what I'm saying to you. I'm going to make an order that Miss Williams, on her counterclaim, will be receiving money to pay off the storage, and I will give you a
I
date
paid
certain.
her money for the storage,
I don't
Your
want.
Honor.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have. I paid her money for the storage.
Miss Baker, you're
I
not
paid
helping.
her money
You're
for
not
the
helping
storage.
yourself. No,
I
no, no.
have paid Miss Williams. I sent her money for bills, for storage. I sent her all this money.
You didn't send her all this money, madam.
Yes,
You sent
I
her
did.
$750.
I have a witness here. He can tell you that I sent money. He's been with me from the day one I was at the
Herbert,
cannery.
Stand up. How many times did you go to Western Union to send money with the plaintiff? How many times?
About 4 different times.
And did you see who she sent money to?
She sent it to Tanya Williams.
You saw her write that out?
She showed me the receipt that she was sending.
She showed it to you.
Yes.
And how much did she send on these 4 occasions, Herbert?
Gave her about $400.
Why didn't she... Don't speak. Why didn't she use her own money?
She had bills to pay that she told me that she needed some help.
So she told you she needed money from you in addition to the $2,000 a month that she was earning from the cannery.
She said she will pay me back, which she did.
Thank you. Sit down.
On more than one occasion, Your Honor. He helped me because when I first got there, like I explained...
Miss Baker, I want you to be quiet and just listen.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going to get your furniture. I have a sense that you have a problem in court, which is why the judge terminated your visitation with your daughter.
He did not, Your Honor. He told me to arrange visitation, but I had to come here. So when I get back, I anticipate on arranging visitation.
Miss Baker, this isn't the first child that you've lost custody of. Is that right?
That's a lie.
You have another child?
I have 3 children altogether, Your Honor.
How old are the other children? You have a 22-year-old
No,
son.
ma'am, that's a lie. I have a 23-year-old.
23-year-old son. And your other child is how old?
He's 7.
And where does he live?
He's in foster care because of his father, neglect and abuse. That's the reason he's in foster care. Nothing by me. Nothing by what I've done.
Were your parental rights terminated with regard to that child?
And they were.
Okay. Listen to me. I want you to try very hard. If you're in court, you're supposed to try to understand and focus on what the issue is.
My suit is...
this is an easy issue.
I understand,
This
but
is
my
money.
suit is
I'm telling you.
about my money that I gave her and about my storage unit. That's what I come here. I didn't come
Miss
to
Williams.
discuss kids.
Yes.
Miss Williams.
Yes.
I did not come to discuss kids, Judge Judy. I did
Well-
not do this. I come to talk about my things in storage, my funding that I give to this lady.
What about your child that she was taking care of? That's part of the lawsuit. You said
did
you
not
gave her
give
money.
back on the contract. That is correct. She did not give my child back on the contract. So therefore, the contract between her and I was void because she didn't honor up to it.
All right. Listen to me. How much is owed on the storage? At this point, I see $354 on storage.
I don't have the readout.
You want to go through
I'm
this
sorry.
vandalism?
I have a picture of the window on my Durango. I did not see her do it. However, she had broke my front room window, which she got arrested for doing. The day after she got out, my Durango window was broken.
Okay, let's forget about it. In all probability, that's what happened, but you have no proof that that's what happened.
Okay.
And that happened the day after the vandalism
The day
of
after
your
she
house.
got out of jail for it, yes.
And that was as a result of her coming to your house to try to get her daughter?
Yes.
No, That was not. That was after Christmas. She's lying again. That was after Christmas. After I had told her on ample amount of times that I wanted to come and get my daughter, and she kept saying, no, let her stay here for Christmas. She had made other plans. I said, fine. 26, I'll be there to get my daughter. I come to 26, she was not there again.
Don't say anything else, Miss Baker.
I just want the truth to come out, and the truth of it is, this lady lies.
Miss Williams, on your counterclaim,
Yes, ma'am.
you're going to get the $354 for the storage unit. As a matter of fact, I'm going to round it out to $400 so that we cover all bases.
But she haven't paid. Shh. Not with her money. She been paying it with my money.
And then I will prepare an order that you are to release that property, put her name on it, and within 5 days from today's date, you can go and reclaim your property from storage. Do you understand, Miss Baker?
I understand I ain't broke her car window out while she's standing here lying on me again.
5 days
I understand
from today.
that.
Okay? And may I suggest to you, Miss Williams, and I'm certain that the courts will indicate to you in 2 weeks when you go back for a final order, that whatever custody visitation is made with regard to Miss Baker be under supervised circumstances.
It's already
in place.
Yes.
All right. Good luck.
And she
The court will
already
prepare that
mind her
order.
business.
That order
Bring
on
up
your
them
counterclaim, I'm awarding you
till she died.
$400. There's also some indication here that there's a sofa in your house.
There is.
Which is
All right.
okay. Let's talk about the sofa.
We're going to
It's
talk
cut
about.
up,
We're going to talk about the sofa.
It's all cut up because of her.
Miss Baker, we're going to talk about the sofa.
Okay, let's
Within-
talk about my things in storage. Yeah, we can go there.
The sofa.
Cause she ain't getting
Do
no
you know where she's
$300
living?
out of me.
Do you know where she's living?
She
I
don't
believe
need to
she's
know where
living
I'm
at her
living.
sister's house.
Well, she has to know where to send the sofa.
No. She don't have to know what's in my sofa at. Not like I don't want the sofa back. I want
Good,
my money.
perfect.
My sofa's brand new.
Listen to me. 5 days you have to go and reclaim your stuff, Miss Baker. We'll prepare an order. It'll be very clear.
Your Honor,
Thank
there's
you. That's
more
all.
stuff there than my sofa.
Parties are excused, Mr. Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Gentlemen, have seats.
Miss Ames, I've read your complaint very carefully, and it is your claim that the defendant assaulted you at a friend's house. You want to be paid for both your medical expenses as well as your lost wages and your pain and suffering. The defendant says that while she did hit you, you were the aggressor. All right. When did this happen?
This happened on Thanksgiving night.
Where?
At my girlfriend's house.
All right. And tell me what happened.
When I got there, my girlfriend was standing over by the Christmas tree, and I went over there to hug her and wish her happy Thanksgiving. Lori, at the time, was sitting on the floor down there, and she yelled at me very rudely like and says, "Can you put your cigarette out? My baby's in here." And I turned my head like this, and I said, "No."
Now, did you know the defendant before this incident occurred?
I've known Jessie, my girlfriend, since 1979. And I met Lori probably about a year or so ago.
Okay. So you turned around and said no when she asked you to put the cigarette out.
That's correct.
And you continued to talk to your friend.
Talk to my friend.
What happened next?
Then I kind of like just went and turned my head like this, and all of a sudden I saw this thing coming, which I was told was this. And it came at me right here, and my glasses flew one direction, and I came towards her to keep her from hitting me again. So me and her fell to the floor. Now, because she hit me and caught me off guard, I never got to see what she hit me with.
Do you have a witness here who saw what you were hit with?
Yes, I have my witness.
Step up, please. Tell me your name, sir.
Conrad Boyd, B-O-I-D.
Mr. Voigt, were you present on Thanksgiving evening?
Yes, we walked into the door like simultaneously, and it all happened so fast. The young lady right here was sitting on the floor, and she got up, she mentioned about the cigarette, and Brenda said no. And then she went back talking to Jessie, and she got up as if she was leaving, but when she walked, she popped her.
And did you see what she hit her with?
It appeared to be like a kid's guitar. It had like a handle on it.
So it wasn't this item?
It was something like this, but I thought I seen a longer handle.
But it was clearly an object, not her
But
hand.
it's an object, right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Voigt. Have a seat. What happened after you were hit?
After I was hit, then Conrad grabbed me and held me in another room, and Lori, someone grabbed her, and she left.
Did you go to the hospital?
I went to the emergency room because I work at the hospital. I went to the emergency room after I got off from work 3 o'clock in the morning.
What kind of injury did you sustain?
She said it was concussion, so she gave me
you have a report?
800 milligrams.
Do you have a report?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see it, please. So there was bleeding in the area?
Yes, yes.
Underneath the skin?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Stradley, let me hear your version of the events.
It was Thanksgiving Day. I was over at my boyfriend's mother's house. I was sitting on the floor. We had been over there all day. We were watching football and, you know, had a very nice family Thanksgiving dinner. And Brenda knocks on the door, and, you know, the door's answered, and she comes in, and she knows that we do not allow smoking around our child.
Don't tell me what she knows. You don't know what she knows.
Okay, sorry. So, you know, we don't allow smoking around our child. Our daughter was in the house. She walks in with a cigarette, and I nicely asked her, I said, can you extinguish your cigarette, put it out, please? We're gathering our stuff and we'll leave. She said, no, I'm not putting my cigarette out. I just lit it, started cursing at me. I said, okay. And I turned, was walking over to the table to get my daughter's stuff, and I was hit by this part of her arm on the side of my head. Instinctively, this is my daughter's toy that I had in my hand. I had it by the handle, and I did hit her in the head with it. I was tackled across the living room, and my boyfriend, he intervened somewhere and pulled us apart after I was already on the floor, and I gathered the rest of my daughter's belongings. I apologized to Stan and Conrad, and my mother, boyfriend's mother, and my boyfriend, and I went home and called the police.
All right, let's go back for a moment.
Okay.
You were sitting on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
She said, I'm not putting out my cigarette.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Hames says that she just continued to have her conversation, which, by the way, Ms. Hames, I think you were wrong. Wrong to say, I won't put out my cigarette. It's Thanksgiving. You were asked to do something. Some people really object to smoke around babies. So if she said to you, would you put out your cigarette, she may have said it in a rude fashion. But it would have been better if you just put it out, because you can understand why she wouldn't want smoke around her baby, right?
Right.
These are two completely different stories. And I have to make a determination as to what is more logical. And to me, Miss Stradley, it sounds more logical to me that you got very angry when she said no and just ignored you, because that's what mothers do with their children. They are very protective. And when somebody says to you, no, I'm not going to put out my cigarette, or whatever else she said, and you thought someone was threatening the health of your baby, it is more logical that you attacked her first.
Can I add one thing, Your Honor?
Sure.
There was alcohol involved. Brenda and her boyfriends had been drinking when she showed up to the house.
That wouldn't make a difference.
Brenda and I have not gotten along ever.
So you don't get along. That's even more of a reason for you to have attacked her first, because she was just blowing you off. She just said, no, I'm not putting it out, and turned around to continue her conversation. That really annoyed you. So, Ms. Stradley, it is more logical, madam, that you got very angry with the plaintiff, who was rude. No question she was rude. What you should have done was say, okay, you're leaving, I'll take the cigarette outside, I'll put it away. You were rude. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That doesn't excuse the fact that you bopped her with an instrument that could have caused injury. The fact that it didn't cause a serious injury is just lucky. Now, why you went and called the police, I don't know.
Because I was struck first, Your Honor.
No. I think that you went and called the police because you were afraid she was going to.
She hit me, so I hit her back. Self-defense.
No, you didn't. You didn't hit her in self-defense. You hit her in anger because she was placing your child, according to you, at risk. You say it's very clear. Everybody knows that we don't allow smoking near our baby.
That's
you don't get
common
along.
sense.
That's common sense. You're absolutely right.
Something that she lacks.
You're absolutely right. She should have put the cigarette out if you asked her. That doesn't give you permission to hit her, and you hit her first. No question, because she would have had no reason to hit you. She said no and continued to have a conversation with other people who were there.
She's a drunk and was drunk? No, she doesn't have a reason.
Even if she were drunk, she would not have a reason to hit you, because she had already given you her answer. And her answer was, no, I'm not putting out the cigarette.
You're the judge.
You're right.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Brenda Hames says she was assaulted by Lori Stradley on Thanksgiving Day. Brenda claims When she refused to put out her cigarette, Lori hit her in the face with a child's toy.
Miss Stradley, it does not make sense for her to have assaulted you after she already gave you her answer. It does make sense, however, if you were so angry, and you were angry, you didn't get along with her, you have not gotten along with her. She not only disrespected you, but she was smoking around your child, which is something that you and your boyfriend believe is dangerous to the child. So she was placing your child in danger, and that's what mamas do when somebody places their child in danger. They strike out, which is exactly what you did. Now, Miss Hames, you were not seriously injured. You went to work the next day. You had medical bills of $99. Right?
Yes, I also has my glasses, which was also affected with that.
Well, how were they
had
affected?
to be fixed. I had to have my glasses repaired.
And how much was that?
The glasses, I paid $288.59 for those glasses.
Well, but they were fixed. So I want to see the bill for fixing them.
Okay. Here we go. I'm sorry.
Is that the bill for fixing them?
Yes.
Can I add something else?
Sure.
Okay. My glasses were a little bent too, and you take them into Walmart, you take them into Shopko, you take them into anywhere, and they adjust them for nothing. She's a joke.
Well, this is a bill that you're showing me from date of service May 9th of 2000.
That's what I paid for the glasses.
I didn't ask you what you paid for the glasses, madam. You didn't replace the glasses. You had them fixed.
Right.
So how much did you pay to have them fixed?
They didn't charge me anything for them.
All right, and you're wearing them.
Right.
What else? Shh, please. What other expenses did you have?
Well, other than that doctor bill, that's all I've had. And, well, I'm still suffering from headaches on this left side of my head from where I was.
Try to quit drinking. Sorry.
See your temper?
Yeah, I have a temper.
That's what happened on Thanksgiving night. So watch your temper.
You want to take this so I don't use it again?
Watch your temper.
I'm being good.
$99 is what I have so far.
That's it, Judge.
The lawsuit seeks $4,000 in damages because in addition to everything else, you say you had lost wages, but you had no lost wages. You went to work the next day.
Well, when I got to work, I had such a bad headache, but I had to continue to work. After I got off work at 3 in the morning, Judge, I went down to the emergency room.
Fine. Did you go to work on the next regularly scheduled day that you had to go to work?
Because
So you had no lost wages. I'm awarding you on your claim 10 times the actual damages that you sustained. And the actual damages were $99. So I'm awarding you on your claim $990. And I think you really have to examine whether or not your words precipitated this altercation. That does not excuse the defendant's behavior. She is clearly a hot-tempered lady. Clearly. But just think for the future, if you're around somebody and somebody says, you're a smoker, I have my baby here, could you put out the cigarette? You do it, because it's not a big deal. You got it?
Yes.
You're real lucky that she wasn't hurt anymore.
Oh, I almost wish she had.
You're very lucky, because if she had been further injured as a result of your hitting her with a dangerous instrument, you could have wound up in jail.
It's a say it's not dangerous.
Anything is a dangerous instrument depending upon its use. A child's toy is... Hey, don't be stupid and laugh. Please don't be stupid and laugh. A child's toy is meant to be used by a child. Its purpose is not to be used as an instrumentality to an assault.
Unless you're
And that's what you did. And you were not assaulted first, madam. If you say that you were again, you've made it up in your own head.
But you weren't there, and I was hit first.
Never
I'm not gonna
happened.
argue.
It never happened.
Glad you think so.
I do, and I'm the only one that counts.
Like I said, glad you think so.
Step out.
It's a joke.
It is a joke.
She hit me first.
She told and lied.
She's just a drunk. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me.
Oh, my gosh, I'm a drunk, huh?
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Awald versus Wilson, step forward, please.
50-year-old bail bondsman Linda Awald is suing 31-year-old Lori Wilson for skipping bail.
Miss Awald, you are a bail bonds lady.
Correct, Your Honor.
You don't know the defendant other than through business, is that right?
Only through business.
According to your complaint, she contacted you because she was arrested for something. Pay attention, Miss Wilson. You were driving with a suspended license?
Yes, ma'am.
And she was being held in jail. She asked you to arrange the bail. You did. You claim she owes you some money.
Correct.
She never paid for the bond, which was $150.
That's right, Your Honor.
And she made a series of collect calls. When did she call you?
Starting on October 5th, As I accepted the calls, I noticed a very distraught young lady. She was crying all the time. I do have a heart, so it got to me a little bit, enough to where
What did she say?
She said she was in jail and she needed to get out.
How much did it cost for you to issue the bond?
$150, Your Honor.
And how is that done?
She had money on the commissary books.
What does that mean on the commissary books?
That means when she went into jail, she had $170.76 on her, and they confiscate the money, put it on their records, and issue her a check upon her release. Sometimes I do this, if they have the money on the books, it's issued in their name back to them, and then they must sign it and put payable to Linda Awald.
Now I understand. So you said, I'll get the bond for you, which will be $150, and instead of you getting your check for the money that you had when you were arrested, you'll assign it to me, and that's how I'll get paid.
That's correct.
Okay. So she was, in fact, released?
She was, in fact, released, yes.
What happened to her check?
The officer that was going to be releasing Miss Wilson told me that he would confiscate the check back from her and hold it for me. And the officer got slightly distracted, I believe, and he released her.
With the check?
He released her, and she picked up the check and ran.
Okay. When was she due back in court?
She was due back in court on the 7th of October.
Did she show up?
No, she didn't, Your Honor.
So what happened?
So that issues a warrant for her arrest. At that time, it is my duty to either recover her or arrange for a recovery agent, which was done. And she turned herself in after 2 weeks. She went to the courtroom, I believe, on the 6th of November, and Ms. Wilson and I did talk a little bit. She came over and approached me, which I thought was big of her. Ms. Wilson was wanting very much to clear things up. She now has 3 children and 1 grandchild, and the grandchild means the world and all to her. I think enough to maybe turn her head at that point in time.
Did she give you your $150?
She never paid me.
Okay, Miss Wilson, let's go. Let's start with, you call her. You tell her you want her to bail you out of jail. She tells you it's $150. You tell her that you have a commissary check. You left with the commissary check. Why?
Because my boyfriend was supposed to have paid her.
He didn't.
I told her if he didn't pay, if she really didn't get her money, I told her I would give her her money. It
But you
paid her
didn't.
$10. No, I haven't yet. I didn't. I don't have it, ma'am.
All right. So you didn't give her the $150. You have no proof that the boyfriend gave her $150, which is what you said in your
He was
answer.
supposed to when I
I don't supposed to. All you had to do was say to your boyfriend, did you give her the $150?
I hadn't seen him.
But you did see him eventually.
Eventually, yeah.
So?
And he did say he didn't give her the money.
Why didn't you show up in court when you were supposed to on the 7th of October?
I really don't have a good explanation for that.
Okay, that's honest. You were arrested for driving with a suspended license?
Yes, ma'am.
This the first time you were arrested?
No, ma'am.
No. So you've been through bonding procedures before?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know the drill?
Yes, ma'am.
How many different bail bondsmen have you used in the past?
Just 2.
Did you stiff the last one?
No. I wasn't trying to take anything from her.
Yeah, you were. You took your money. You have 3 children. How old are they, Miss Wilson?
15, 13, and 11.
Who do they live with?
My mom.
Your 15-year-old has a child?
Yes, ma'am.
Where does that child live?
With my mother.
You don't live with your mother.
I moved in there about a month ago.
Your mother has custody of the children?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are you working for now?
I'm not.
You have a substance abuse problem?
Yeah, I'm an addict. I'm an alcoholic.
Have you ever been into a residential rehabilitation program?
Yeah.
How long?
60 days.
Didn't work? No.
No.
Why don't you try longer? You got 3 children.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you're going to have to find something.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I've arranged for her a victory home. It's run by a pastor and his daughter, but this is a commitment on her part, and she must make that commitment voluntarily.
What got you so interested in her, Miss Awald? You don't go the extra mile for everybody.
No. I felt sorry. I have kind of a soft heart if they cry a lot. And she cried a whole lot. And I felt right away very strongly that this girl is on a dead-end road.
How old are you, Miss Wilson?
31.
All right, you're a 31-year-old grandmother. You got 3 children, none of whom live with you. You could either be dead by the time you're 40, or you can be a parent to your children and a grandparent to your grandchild. It's all up to you. Probably been abusing yourself for a very long time. Time to stop. When are you going to stop? 31. When are you going to stop? When?
Now?
I hope so. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $250, that's all.
Oh my God.
Parties is Waitler. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Folks have seats.
Mr. Coley, you are a caterer,
Yes, ma'am.
and you were retained to cater the defendant's daughter's wedding.
Correct.
You did so according to your complaint. The defendant paid you, and part of the payment was put on a credit card, and then she stopped payment on that portion of the credit card.
Correct. Actually, I did 2 events for her.
You did a wedding and a brunch the next morning.
Yes.
The defendant says that she didn't get what she bargained for, and after she stopped payment on the credit card, she did further evaluation of your services and decided that you weren't even worth what she had paid you, so she is counterclaiming in the amount of $1,442. When was this wedding planned?
The wedding was planned July 1st, 2001.
And when were you retained?
Deposit was made January 20th, 2001.
Do you have the initial contract?
Yes, I do.
May I see it, please? The wedding was to be for 300 people?
Originally, yes, ma'am.
And the total amount?
$12,199.41.
Both for the wedding?
That was for the wedding event. The brunch event was $900.
And how many people were supposed to be at the brunch event?
I believe 60.
You said originally the number of people was 300.
Correct. Ms. Bueller had changed the guest count to 265 approximately 2 weeks before the event.
So far, is that correct?
Yes.
Did anything else happen, sir?
I'll start with June 1st. I made my first visit to the house.
It was to be a home wedding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Surveyed the property, presented some diagrams. We set up a little plan of what we were going to do. About June the 15th, Ms. Bueller called and asked me to come back. She had decided to add canopies to the event. I came up on June 19th. We discussed the canopies, where they should go, and I made a few phone calls and I ordered the canopies while I was at the house that day. And I do have the rental contract for that.
And were you paid for that?
Yes, I was.
Okay. How much was that?
All total for $1,600.
Okay. Go ahead.
Part of my services was that I was going to stir fry the vegetables next to the buffet. By putting up the canopy, I felt that we weren't able to do it. Legally, you cannot have a fire underneath the canopy. And also, it makes for a bad situation when you have the walk underneath the canopies.
And you had discussed that with her?
Yes, I did.
What else?
July 1st, everything went okay. There was more than my count. There was more than 300 people there. I had ordered tables and chairs for 300 people.
Why did you order tables and chairs for 300 if she gave you a count of 265?
You always have to have a few extra tables or chairs and plates.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'd like to present my pictures too, if I can.
I'd like to see it, please.
During the time that we set up the party, the night of the party, everything went off well. We ran out of plates. We had to wash plates during the event. By my account, all the seats were filled. We were bringing out extra chairs. There was more than 300 people there. The next day, we did the brunch. That went okay. I had the canopies removed. I had all the property cleaned up. That afternoon, I settled on the bill. The client paid in full for the brunch. There was no problem. For the dinner event, Ms. Bueller's husband, Earl, had asked for some kind of compensation. He felt he should have had leftover foods after the wedding event. There really wasn't much in the way of leftover foods because I pointed out to him that he had too many people. We had more people than what we had planned for, But anyway, everyone ate. It was an all-you-can-eat meal. The client was very happy. He complimented on how successful we were.
And then they stopped payment on the credit card.
He wanted to give me a $10,000 credit card. It was my understanding they were going to give me a $10,000 check. I agreed to accept a $5,000 check and a $5,000 credit card payment. At that time, I called my office. I had my accounting person run the credit card while we were sitting in his office. We shook hands. Everything was fine. We left. 2 or 3 days later, I got a call from him that he wanted a refund on part of the money because the vegetables weren't prepared correctly, and that over the issue over the dessert station. Within a couple of days, he had called the credit card company and stopped payment in the amount of $1,080, and that's what he said the value of the vegetables and the dessert portion was.
Okay, now I'll hear you.
First of all, I'd like to say we paid Mr. Coley everything except for the items that he omitted from our original contract. On our original contract, and the reason why I booked him is because his claim to fame is this great Chinese wok where they flash grill the vegetables with hot pasta. Also, he made me a delicious chocolate brownie because that's part of his dessert station, which is also on our contract. And also on the original contract, you'll see that the canopy and the wok are on the same contract. The canopies he's speaking of have nothing to do with the food, and I have a picture of plenty of areas where we could have put the wok. If I would never have eliminated the wok no matter what. So the whole argument is, number one, he breached the contract. I would have never hired him if I thought that he was going to omit the wok and omit the dessert station for which he charged us.
Just a second. He admitted an entire dessert station?
Yes. Nothing. Not a cookie. I had my whole in-laws there.
There were no desserts?
Nothing.
Were there any desserts, sir?
We had the wedding cake.
Just the wedding cake?
The wedding cake.
What about desserts?
A little background on the event.
No. Just tell me. Was there a dessert station for which you originally charged for 300 people $900? Was that for the wedding cake?
The client paid the amount of $700 for the wedding cake for 300 people. She asked for a reduction in the bill, and I reduced the bill by 10%. And our agreement is if I reduce the bill by 10%, which was $3 a person, that we would omit the dessert station. By reducing the bill down to all-inclusive $26, that's food, labor, beverage.
$26 a person?
Correct. Originally, all of that was supposed to be $31.50. Basically, she said she couldn't afford the event. Same with the canopy, she couldn't afford it.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Kenneth Coley says customer Eve Beutler refuses to pay the balance for his catering services. Eve says Kenneth ran out of food and omitted items from the menu.
Did you discuss with her omitting the dessert station?
Yes, I did, very clearly. I even have it in some documents.
Can I see it?
This is the bill right here that says all-inclusive.
The dessert station was optional.
Correct.
I have the statement here, and it's 2618. The dessert station was never optional.
Well, let me see what you have.
I have the same, right here, it's 2618, and it includes the dessert station.
Let me see.
It says right there on it.
Let me see.
It was not optional. It was part of the bill.
No, that's not true. It says dessert station, $3 optional.
Well, we paid for the, do you have the invoice? This is my husband, Earl. He did the financial dealings.
Yeah.
And my daughter, Davia, whom he also promised the dessert station to, and the wok. Those were
Don't
the
tell
selling
me
points.
about the wok. Listen to me.
Okay, so
you made a wedding. I want to tell you something. You made a wedding for $26.50 per person. You can't get it cheaper anywhere. I don't know where you found this guy, but you ought to clone him. Right?
Your Honor?
And
Sorry.
I'm talking. How many weddings did you make?
Just one.
I have a lot more experience. Now, how many people did you have at your wedding?
269, and I have the wedding list here. He set up the tables. He set up 26 tables and the table for the bridal party. There were no more seats for maximum 275, and 3 of those tables were set up for wheelchairs. So his statement of over 300 is absurd. We would have had people standing there eating out of their hands.
What caterers usually do is they put out number of plates that they have. Plates. Sometimes when people are having a buffet, they say, well, we can always add a couple of people. 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 people, and there'll be plenty of food. You spent $12,000 for just this part of a wedding. And to be quite honest with you, I don't understand why you would do anything after a wedding to make it unpleasant.
Because we didn't get what we ordered. I would have never gone with him.
So what? You had a walk, you
Because
had
it
a
was
nice
important
wedding.
for
I'm
my
looking
daughter.
at pictures. I'm looking at pictures. Stop. If your daughter is worried about a walk,
And
that's
the
what she's
desserts.
and that's what she's worried about at this stage of her life. Wait until she has some real aggravation or tsuris. You know what that means?
Exactly what service means, Your Honor.
She's worried about not having an open flame walk at her wedding. If that's what gets her.
Your Honor, we didn't bring this, I know you're aware of this, but we didn't bring this suit to Mr. Coley. I mean,
He brought a lawsuit because you paid him and you stopped payment on his bill.
Your Honor,
What did you expect him to do, roll over?
I contacted him twice. I have the emails. He never responded to my emails. He's saying that, yeah, I called him is not true. I emailed him twice. He never responded. I finally, in desperation,
I would like
contacted
to
the
see
credit
your
card company.
email.
He gave me 5 days on a holiday weekend before he stopped
I'd like
payment.
to see you. I'd like
And
to see
further, Your Honor,
Read
when
the
he...
last line in his email. He says, "Congratulations, you were very successful." And just please read that last line.
The wedding was very nice. I sent him these emails. When he responded finally, after the credit card company withheld the money, he said, "This is the first I've heard of this," which I have also his notes on that.
Just a second. You have any other children for whom you're going to do a wedding?
I hope not. We have 2 other children. Hopefully we won't be doing weddings for
You
the
have
boys.
I just don't understand. So it doesn't matter
boys.
if you choose a certain buffet and you don't get it, it doesn't matter because it's a nice wedding?
Bottom line?
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Bottom line, what I'm telling you is, when you plan a wedding that has a lot of different courses, a lot of different foods involved, something is going to be not perfect. But if overall the caterer has done a nice job, and everybody seemed to have a nice time, and the event was uplifting and fun, and everybody enjoyed themselves, and the bride and groom are happy, then you don't do anything to diminish that by being picky. You may not refer him to somebody else again, although the end of your email says, "Thanks once again for catering what was overall a very successful wedding." And if it was a very successful wedding, then you don't pick apart the fact that you didn't have, that your vegetables were cooked before they got to the big buffet, if that's what it was. Because it's not a big deal. I'm going to tell you right now, nobody who's planned a wedding says that $3 is going to include an elegant, all-inclusive dessert buffet as well as a wedding cake. I know, I think the last time I paid for wedding cake, it was $5 a person just for the cake.
I was promised what's on the contract. Many times you tried to substitute the vegetable thing, which is, you say is not a big deal.
Stop with the walk. I don't want to hear the walk
What
anymore.
I'm saying is...
I'm not interested in the walk. Lighten up.
Well,
Are you serious about your counterclaim?
No, I just...
Just a second. I'm getting to the counterclaim. Are you serious about your counterclaim?
Yes,
Let's
Your
hear it. You've got more money that you think you should give back to you. Let me hear.
Okay, part of the counterclaim, Your Honor, is based on the fact that he ran out of food at the brunch. He ran out of, it was lox and bagels, an omelet station, juices, coffee rolls. He ran out of lox and eggs within about the first 10 or 12 guests. So that we were running in the house, bringing out egg beaters, trying to find juice in our freezer, looking for additional food, which we had hoped to have from the leftovers, which he had taken with him. That was part of the counterclaim. I asked for 80% of the brunch fee back.
Well, how many people was the contract for the brunch?
We guaranteed for 60, as the plaintiff claims.
Yes.
I would say about 40 actually showed.
Did you run out of food? You there?
No. The only thing that we didn't have, one person was asking, or actually 2 people were asking for omelets with whites only. I did not bring any whole eggs. I can tell you, the way that they've done business here, if I would have ran out of food, at any time, they would have taken every dollar of value for it. And plus, on top of this, I have her email telling me that she's given me 8 referrals for doing such a good job. So I can tell you that they're making this up. Did you not say that?
Mr.
I told you, Mr. Coley.
You took back the free.
I told you before the wedding I would have 8 families that are interested in you. So I didn't push anything because I wanted, I just figured you lost business.
Can I just see the email?
Okay.
I'm going to tell you why I don't buy your statement that nobody got fed at your brunch.
No, we
I
just said
didn't
they
say
ran out of
nobody
eggs.
got, they ran out of eggs and they ran out of lox.
That's
Well,
not
what,
true.
just
And
a second.
juice.
That's
Just a
not
second.
true.
What else? What other food did he have at your brunch?
There were
Pastries.
some pastries, some bagels,
Yes.
I think of some fruit.
It's the bottom of this page.
What's the date on that?
November
Right?
4th.
Just pay
Right,
attention.
that was before the wedding.
Oh, listen to me. Could you talk?
2 weeks ago.
Could you talk to me? Talk to me.
That email is 2 weeks ago. Or maybe a month
That's
ago.
last year.
Doesn't say that after the wedding she referred clients to you. She said that she's unhappy with the way this thing was resolved. But let me tell you why I don't buy your counterclaim. I don't buy your counterclaim because you put a stop payment on the credit card amount after the brunch. And you made a very specific amount. And the very specific amount that your wife told me about was that you didn't get the open flame wok and you didn't get the brownies that she wanted. And that, you said, was $1,980.69. But you had already had the brunch. So if you felt that he hadn't provided the service for the brunch, you would have deducted that amount as well from the credit card.
May I answer that?
Now, I'm finished. Let me finish. Now you want an additional amount of $1,442 because in reflection, you think that he should reimburse that amount too. Now I'll hear you.
Okay, Your Honor. I spoke to Mr. Coley immediately after the brunch. I told him I was upset with them running out of food and that I was upset that he had taken away the leftovers. I did not yet know about the other two items. He also said that we had gone over our guarantee.
I believe that that's probably true because, as I said to you, and done buffet kind of weddings and done hors d'oeuvre kind of weddings, and very, very often you say to yourself, you don't need a whole lot of leftover food. She has a few friends coming in that she didn't anticipate. He has a few friends that are coming in that didn't anticipate. Aunt Hattie is coming in. She wants to bring a friend with her. You got another 5 people. You got another 10 people. It doesn't have to cost me another $26 a person. We'll have enough food. I've been around the block enough to know that that's true.
Your Honor, I have the exact wedding count. Also, if you look at the invoice, there's 26 tables of 10, which would seat 260.
Yes.
There was a head table of 16, which would be 276 was the most there was seating for. Is he suggesting then that 25 people were standing?
Just a second. 276 is not 265.
We may have had 270.
Just a second. 276 is not 265.
I agree, Your Honor. And when I spoke to him after the brunch,
people is 11 people times 2650.
I have the exact count, but when I spoke to him,
You got my drift. Answer my question, sir. If you have an answer about your reflection days later, after you had already canceled part of your credit card charge, why you now think he should give you more money.
I spoke to him about the running out of food at the brunch and the leftovers immediately following. He countered with the fact that we had gone over our guarantee. I had not done the count yet, so I agreed we probably had. And we called it a wash at that point. It was not till later that I discovered the wok and the desserts had not been served. I contacted him twice. He never responded.
Just one second. No. You don't try to confuse me. I'm a little bit smarter than you are. Probably a lot. The original complaint that your wife was complaining about was the wok and the dessert tray,
Correct.
not the fact that there were not enough leftovers and that you ran out of eggs. That was what she originally said she was complaining about. The lack of the wok and those wonderful brownies.
Desserts for my in-laws.
I didn't know about those at the point I spoke to
Well,
Mr.
then you
Coley.
better
It was the day-
communicate better with your wife. Your counterclaim is dismissed. Your claim is granted, sir. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,980.69. That's all.
Parties are excused. May be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Miss Spencer, you were a foster child.
Correct.
So the defendant was your foster sister.
Correct.
Were you living at home at the time that Miss Spencer was living there?
No, I had already left out of the house.
Were you friends?
Yes.
Liked each other?
Yes.
Then you made a big mistake. You sold her a car.
I didn't actually sell her the car.
Well, she says that she made an arrangement with you to purchase a car from you. And the arrangement was that she would make monthly payments on the car and take care of the insurance on the car. And you got the car, and you had it for about 4 months?
3 months.
And you made some modifications on the car. You added some tires and rims and tinted the windows, and then she repossessed the car.
Correct.
So your lawsuit is to get back all the money that you invested in the car. The defendant says that she didn't sell you the car, she said you could use it. Is that right?
Correct.
And that you were supposed to pay $173 a month for the car and keep up the insurance. As long as you paid that, you could use it. You missed a couple of payments, and she repossessed the car, and she is countersuing because she said that she has to redo all the things that you did in the car, and she wants the 2 months that you missed in the payments. What kind of car was this?
It was a 96 Honda Accord.
Had you moved out of the house already when you purchased the car?
No, I was still living in the residence. I took the car in May. I was working at a restaurant and she offered me it. And
What did she say to you when she offered it to
She
you?
goes, I know you're looking for a car and I have mine and I want to get a different one because she has a dog and it wasn't convenient. So I go, yeah, I'll take it.
What was the price?
$173 a month.
For how long?
For, I think it was 2 years left on it.
So you had purchased this car?
Correct.
So your payments were $173 a month?
I actually had the car loan was still with the bank, so that's why she was going to take over the payments.
And what were you going to do for a car?
I had already purchased another car, so I was going to sell the car.
Yes.
And I knew she needed a car, and she said her boyfriend Phil was supposed to get in her a car, and he hadn't gotten her a car. So I said, if you want, you can take over the payments, and you can, but you got to pay the insurance and you got to make the payments. I said, I'll let you use it, and I said, if you can do that, then that's fine. But if you can't, then I'll take the car back and I'll just sell it.
So you want me to believe that you never agreed to sell her the car if she made the 2 years' worth of payments?
No. She would have gotten the car. Correct.
Oh, so you did sell her the car?
Well, I mean, you could say that, I guess, but
well,
it's not
I'm
really
saying
selling
that
the
you
car.
agreed to sell her the car because your answer says you told her she could use it.
Well, if she had made all the payments and made all the insurance payments on time, yes, she would have had the car.
Then it was going to be her car. So you were really sort of leasing it, but at the end of the lease, it was going to be yours if you made all the payments. Did you ever discuss exactly how long you were going to make these payments of $173 a month?
No, she gave me the payment book.
She did? Can I
Yes.
see it, please? Okay. And you took this car in May, and did you make May's payment?
No, because it was in the middle. She had already made that payment.
Did you make the June payment?
Yes, I did, but I was a week late.
What about July's payment?
I paid that also.
Is it agreed that she paid for June, July, and August?
But depending on how you look at the payments are made in the middle of the month. So she made the...
3 payments?
2 payments.
Well, she says she made 3 payments altogether. Is
Yes.
that right? What did you do with the car when you took it back?
I had the car for a few weeks and then actually sold the car.
For how much?
$5,000.
Who did you sell it to?
An independent party, someone that...
And how much would have been her car payments in total if she made all these car payments?
If she had paid the car off
Yeah.
at the time, probably $4,400, I guess, was left on the car.
So you made a profit when you sold the car?
No, I actually didn't make a profit on the car because of all these other things that I had to pay for. I had to make the last payment. She owed me money for insurance that I never received that I had to pay for.
How much did she owe you for insurance?
It was $569, and she gave me $300.
Is that right?
No, ma'am. When we made the agreement, I asked her how much my insurance would be, and she goes, I would owe her $1,000 by the month of October. Each month I had the car. June I gave her $200. July I gave her $200. When it came August, I had to buy college books, which was a sum of $500, so I only had $100 to give her. And I get paid every 2 weeks. I go, next week I will give you the other $100. I go, is that a problem? She didn't say it was.
So you gave her a total of $500
Correct.
towards insurance?
Yes.
Is that right?
No.
How much did she give you?
$300.
Okay. Ms. Spencer, let's start with this. You say that you made some improvements on the car, put a lot of money in the car.
Yes.
The problem that I had with your complaint is you said, I tried to make the payments on time. You didn't always make the payments on
Only
time.
the first payment.
Okay, and some insurance.
I
You told me some insurance because you were giving her $200 a month, and then you said you ran into some difficulty financially, so you only gave her $100. Well, why would you spend any money tinting windows and putting in a pricey stereo system in the car if you didn't have money to pay for the car, is my question, Ms. Spencer.
Oh, the answer is I had just graduated high school, and my boyfriend purchased me presents along with some of my friends. They bought me the stuff to put in the car. The only thing I purchased personally with my money is the CD player, which I don't have a receipt for.
Well, why would you buy a new stereo system if you couldn't afford to make the car payments and the insurance payments on time?
Well, I purchased the CD player, I'd say, in July, so I was doing fine with the payments.
You weren't. You told me that you missed the first payment because you had some problem. You had to get a second job in order to make the payments
Yeah,
on
the
the
first
car.
payment was only a week late, and with my second job, I was making plenty of money.
But then why didn't you give her the insurance money when you were supposed to?
I was giving her $200 a month.
But then you stopped. Then you only gave her $100.
Because I had to go to college and buy school books.
School books is a good thing. A stereo system isn't.
But
it had a radio in it, didn't it?
Yes, I couldn't take back what I had already purchased a month ago.
So you made a mistake.
Yes. I also made the mistake of agreeing to do this with this lady.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Susan Spencer says foster sister Jamie Cronin repossessed her car and refuses to return the stereo. Jamie says Susan owes for the car's original stereo.
What else did you purchase for the car?
When I first got the car, the 2 back tires were no good, so we had to purchase 2 new tires, which we have receipts for.
Let me see the receipts for the 2 tires.
Yeah.
Okay, so the 2 new tires were $92.
Yes.
Okay.
And then his father works for the Department of Corrections, and one of the head police guys impounded a drug dealer's car, and they had those rims on it. And he said, well, I don't really want to be driving around with these rims on it. If you purchase 4 new rims and give them to me, I'll give you these rims, which were valued at $1,000. But I have receipts for the 4 rims that we purchased for him. No.
Rims you don't need. You could drive a car without rims, right?
Yes.
What else?
We just have the receipts for the system we purchased.
Well, what system was it? Tell me.
We have 2 12-inch speakers and subwoofers and
How
an
much was that?
amplifier. Well, the speakers were $165.95, and the amplifier was $188.99, and that was the system that was in the car.
Now, Miss Cronin, if you had given her back the speakers and all that other stuff, and she told you that you could have the radio back, why didn't you give back that stuff?
The tires that were on the car, I didn't give those back because the other 4 tires that she wanted to put back on the car, she had already told me that he had stolen. Phil's friend had, I guess, worked at some tire place. And
Your Honor, you have the receipt.
We have the receipt.
I'm just telling you, that's what she told me. I mean, if he works there, I'm sure he could have made that
I
receipt
still have
up,
those
too.
rims and tires in my backyard.
I also have a note that he wrote to my parents with a big list of things that he has had to pay for her. So apparently these are things that he has paid for and not her.
Your Honor,
So I
that
don't
note
know.
was my foster mom was hounding me for $40 for a cell phone bill that I owed her, and I was trying to get money to pay for the car and also the books, and I go, can I give it to you in a week or so? Because she did not help me getting any of my stuff to move into the dorm. She did not help me with anything. And she made a big deal about that, and he just gave her a list of stuff that I had to buy. That I wasn't blowing my money. I had stuff I had to get.
It says in
Are
here...
you going to college now?
Yes.
Get a scholarship?
Yes.
Good girl. Okay. Let me get to your counterclaim for a second. You sold the car for $5,000.
Yes.
How much did you have to put into the car?
2 weeks after I took the car back, the car was vandalized in front of my house, and the radio, the speakers, all that stuff that she's suing me for was all stolen. I have the police report right here. It also even says on the police report how neatly everything was removed from the car.
So is it your contention, Ms. Cronin, that either the plaintiff and or her boyfriend vandalized your car?
I don't know. I don't know if she did or not.
Well, then why in the world would you sue her for the cost of this new
Oh,
system?
I'm not suing her for the car. I'm suing her for the radio that was in the car when she originally began using the car.
Hold on a second. If you took the car back from her,
yes,
why didn't you take out the system that she put in the car?
I was very willing to give back these things, to be honest with you, except for the day after I took the car back. I had spoken with her that day, and I told her, I said, you can have your stuff back, I don't care. I said, I have all your things, I'll be at work tonight if you like your stuff. So instead of her coming to get the stuff, instead Phil's father decided to show up at my place of business during business hours and confront me with his friend that was a state trooper, and tried to confront me and telling me that I need to give these things back because they were Phil's.
But you didn't give it back to him, the
No.
radio and the CD.
At that point I didn't, because actually my car, at the same time I needed some work done on the car that I had purchased. So I decided, since I was still paying for the insurance, I decided to use that car for a few weeks while my car was getting fixed. And in that time, the car was vandalized, like I said.
So why don't you put it into your insurance?
So the only thing that was insured was the fixing of the window and the windshield.
And did you put in for that?
Oh, yeah, that was covered.
Let me ask you this question. If the car had not been vandalized, you would have sold the car with tinted windows, as you had.
Correct.
Right? And you wouldn't have complained about it.
Correct.
So your problem is not with her. Your problem is with the person who vandalized your car and broke the window.
If these things weren't in my car, if the stereo and the window wasn't tinted and stuff, my car wouldn't have been vandalized.
Miss Cronin, stop complaining. Miss Cronin, you sold the car for more money than Miss Spencer would have given you for it had she paid off the entire loan for the car by at least $600. So you're not out any money.
No.
Fine, so what are you counterclaiming for?
I had no...
You just want more money?
I had no claim in the first place. She's the one that sued me. I had no...
Well,
I didn't want any money from her or anything
Good,
like that.
so then we've just eliminated your counterclaim. She doesn't owe you any money. The value of the things that you put in the car that I am going to give you, the $90 was $190. I'm taking away the $100 for insurance. The $92 that you put on new tires, because evidently the defendant got the value of that when she sold the car, and the $165 and the $188, that comes out to $535. Judgment for the plaintiff, that's all. Good luck.
You may step out.
I would be more concerned about her relationship with my parents and maybe her mending that relationship with them.
I just wish it wasn't an issue in the first place, so I would rather separate myself from them.
Don't ever help out anyone unless you have something down in writing and some sort of agreement, and, you know, because it ends up coming back to get you.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Colindres versus Danton, step forward, please.
Realtor Luis Colindres is suing his former roommate's girlfriend, landscape designer Susan Danton, for stealing his property. Susan says she didn't touch his belongings.
Mr. Colindres, the defendant was the girlfriend of your former roommate. Is that correct?
She was.
According to your complaint, you came home from work on a day in March, and your roommate had been arrested for some charge involving stolen property. When you returned to the house, you saw the defendant driving away. So far, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
When you got to the house, you found that the locks had been changed.
Yes, Your Honor.
You managed to gain entrance into the house.
Yes, Your Honor.
When you got to your room, you found that certain property was missing. Some personal property and some cash, correct?
Yes.
And it is your lawsuit that the defendant stole your property.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell me how you know the defendant stole your property.
These are the evidence. If you don't mind if I end it. No. Okay. Why she stole my...
No. How do you know she stole your property?
Your Honor, she's the only person that went into the property without police supervision. And she was alerted of my arrival by her son because she was on Bollinger Canyon waiting for my arrival. And they had a two-way radio. So maybe when I was driving down, probably Chris said, Mom, he's coming, get out of the house. So
you didn't hear any of this. This is what you're thinking. It might have
No,
happened.
actually, I saw her just driving in front of me. Almost she ran me over, Your Honor.
She was driving away
She's
from the house.
just driving away.
That's the evidence that you have, because I read your complaint very carefully, Mr. Colindres. And your complaint said that you know it's her because she was driving away from the house.
Your Honor, may I interrupt? Why just go in and change the locks without police supervision? There had been a search warrant.
So there was a search warrant in your house. Do you know how many policemen arrived?
I wasn't present, Your Honor.
Do you know whether there were any non-police officers who were there, for instance, locksmiths or anything else?
No, I don't.
So all you know is that there were a lot of people who entered the house with a search warrant to go through not only the roommate's property, but the entire house, because they had a search warrant for the house, right?
No, Your Honor. They had a search warrant, but they were not supposed to go into my room.
Supposed to. You weren't home to tell him it was your room, were you?
His ex-wife told me that she went in there with them and they didn't go into my room. That detective said that they didn't go into my room, Your Honor.
Mr. Calandras, first of all, that's hearsay, that nobody went into your room. It's certainly possible. But the only evidence that you have against the defendant is that she was driving away in the car.
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss Staunton, I know this is going to sound like a ridiculous question. Did you steal his property?
No.
Do you know who might have stolen his property?
No.
Were you present when the police arrived?
Police were there one time when I came home, and this is after I'd changed the locks to protect myself from Mr. Calandras.
When had you changed the locks? Before or after the search warrant?
That was after, days after.
Days after?
Yeah.
So you felt as if you needed protection from the plaintiff?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why is that?
Because he was very hostile to me. He would be in my face, you know.
Is that after he thought that you had stolen his property?
No, this is all has gone on for a long time.
Okay. What happened to any property that was in his house?
I don't
Do you
know.
What's happened to the house?
I lived there.
Well, then, if you lived there, you would know if in his room there's any property.
Well, yeah, he was in the process of moving out.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
Yes.
I was there. I could testify to that.
Well, step up, sir. Tell me your name.
John Rowe.
Mr. Rowe, were you there on the date that the search warrant was executed?
Yes.
Were you present when they went through the house?
No.
Did you see Miss Staunton when she came home?
No, I was incarcerated at the time.
Do you know anything about Mr. Calandras' property?
I know that he vacated the property, and we had a civil standby at that time. He removed all of his personal property.
Was that before or after the police executed the search warrant,
After.
Mr. Johnson? So after he claims that you took some of his property?
Well, he's accused my son-in-law of stealing it. He's accused me of stealing it. He's accused Susan of stealing it. I don't even know if it's stolen. I mean, I just don't know.
Okay. Has he accused other people formally in writing?
Yes.
With complaints?
With police complaints?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of.
What kind of complaints?
Written letters.
May I see the letters, please? Did you ever think anybody else stole your property, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever accuse anybody else?
No, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. You say in this letter that it is my opinion that Susan Danton did take my gray suitcase.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
Okay, well, we can't go by opinions, sir. Mr. Calandras, your case is dismissed. That's all.
Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated, sir. Have a seat, please.
Miss Birch, you and the defendant, according to your complaint, lived together for approximately 4 years?
That's correct.
And during that time, it is your claim that you loaned the defendant approximately $1,950 in order to pay an attorney for some sort of custody dispute with his ex-wife.
That's correct.
The defendant says that he paid back some of that money, approximately half of it, and that the rest should be your responsibility because each of you wanted the children, his children, together with you as a family, so that you should be responsible for half of the bill. Is that your defense, sir?
Not entirely, but yes.
In what month and year did you have to retain an attorney?
I actually don't know exactly what you...
Miss Birch, when was it?
It was in November, right after Thanksgiving, and I'm not sure if it was 99 or 2000, because this attorney bill had been sitting there. It was a large bill. We kept getting phone calls. I go, look, why don't I just use my good credit, because he had already been bankrupt. We'll just pay it off this way and
Your
be
Honor,
done with it.
Shh, don't speak.
And
we'll just pay it off this way.
Pay it off this way. I could put it on a Discover card for 3.9% interest.
And what did he say?
He said, well, I can't believe you're going to do that and help me out. And I said, no, you know, we're living together. Let's just do this to get your finances in order, because we already had taken care of his bankruptcy and other
Ms.
bills.
Birch, so what you said to him was, let's just get this taken care of.
Get this taken care of. I'll loan you the money. Just take it.
Oh, that's
Let's
the
be
first time
done.
you said the word loan. You
And
never
when
said,
he moved
shh,
out...
Miss Birch, don't interrupt me. When did you discuss with him that it was a loan?
right after we did the phone call, and then I was very
What
nervous.
phone call?
To the Discover card. I cooked it up that way. It was a brand new balance transfer. I called, go, can you do that on attorney bills?
Tell me when you discussed with him paying you back.
Oh, we discussed it right away. You're going to take care of this. When he moved out, that was my first concern. Are you going to make good on this?
On what date did you do this? It's important. Was it 99 or 2000?
November 5th, 2000.
And he moved out when?
January 5th, 2001.
So immediately after you did this with the attorney's bills, practically immediately, he moved out.
That's correct.
So it was just 2 months later.
And we were dating each other for about 6 weeks, and then he was paying during that time, and then suddenly he stopped paying, probably after I married his best friend.
It's possible. Okay. That's
I married
possible.
him April 8th, and May was his last payment.
May I see the payments that he made, please?
You sure can. Here's where it was put on an attorney bill. Here's a photo of the attorney.
Listen. I
here's
asked you
the
for one
200
thing.
payments.
Miss Birch, listen to me. I asked you for one thing. Don't give me a piece of the yellow pages. What I asked you for was a list of the payments that he made after he moved out.
They're highlighted on the top right here.
Let me see, please.
He would drop off a check, and then he mailed 2 of them. And I took them down to Sears, because Sears will take Discover card payments, and since I was paying the
4,
interest on it at
6,
that time,
8, 10. So he paid $1,000.
paid $1,200 payments.
So he owes you $950.
Correct.
Okay, now I'll hear you.
I dispute her statement that she says that her and I discussed it, and then she took action putting this on her card. I came home from work one day, and she had put it on her card. Okay?
You
and
were
I
the
did
garage
make
with me.
Listen, Miss Birch, do not speak. You had your turn. If I want an answer, I'll come back to you. Do you understand?
Correct, I do.
Good.
I did make payments. There's also a phone bill for $3.09, and I wanted to make good on that. I don't dispute
Good.
that.
I wasn't even paying attention to that. But that's nice.
The attorney fees were directly associated with Ms. Hansett Birch. She's alleged to have been abusive to my children. And
Were they living with the 2 of you at the time or just visiting?
yes, they were shared custody is what it was.
Was your former wife happy about that?
No,
So she made an allegation that Miss Birch was abusing your children.
not necessarily an unsubstantiated allegation, but an allegation, yes.
Did she lose the case?
Yes, she did.
Who has
But she
custody?
lost it on a second.
Who has custody of your children?
Shared custody.
So
She
you
has
still
primary.
have. So she has primary custody of the children. Was that the way it always was? She had primary and you had shared,
yes,
so
yes.
that the status quo remained.
Yes.
And she tried to have that amended in some way.
She tried to remove the children away from Beverly's residence on the allegation of abuse.
When was that, sir? When was that
I have
initiated?
This was.
When
this
was it initiated?
Shortly after Thanksgiving
Of what year?
2000 Of '99.
So it was a long time before you finally separated.
Yes, considerably a long time.
And the matter had been ultimately resolved, of course, long before you separated.
Yes.
All I want you to do is talk to me about the discussion that you had, sir, with regard to the attorney bill.
Directly after I came home, she told me she put it on her Discover bill. We had discussed it before. I didn't say, yeah, do that, or we didn't
What had
make
you
any kind of agreement. There's no.
What had you discussed before?
She discussed it as an option.
She doesn't have a discussion alone.
Right.
She has a
She
discussion
discussed it
with
with
you.
me as an option to put it on her credit card.
And what did you say?
Well, then I didn't see any reason why I couldn't just continue making payments to the attorney as I was.
And how much were you paying the attorney?
As much as I could.
Much as I could is not an answer. So you were paying him in dribs and drabs.
I was paying him pretty quick. $4,000 is a lot of money.
All right. Now, I see that you made $1,000 worth of payments, sir, that stopped in June of 2001, right? Tell me why you stopped making the payments.
Well, one of the reasons why was I received a bill from Beverly. It was seeming kind of petty in some of the other small areas of dollars. And then it's like, well, why am I paying all this? If it was not for her, I probably wouldn't have even had to go to court in the first place.
That's
I
what
quit
you
paying.
said. Just a second. That's what you said to yourself.
Pretty
you
much,
said
yeah.
self. I said, if it wasn't for the fact that I was living with Beverly, I wouldn't have had this problem with my ex-wife in the first place, so she should really be responsible for half the bill. That's
No.
what you said to yourself.
No,
I just want to know. That's what you just told me.
I agree to that, but her actions helped initiate this case against me, therefore necessitating the need for an attorney. She would have, as a matter of court record, that children were removed from her house as a result of abuse.
Mr. Bartline, you know, if I had my children in somebody else's house and I believed that that other person abused them, I would take my children and flee. Your argument suggests to me, and the timing of this suggests to me, that there was an allegation by your ex-wife that you could not believe was true because you continued to live with the plaintiff, continued to live with her, with your children ultimately coming back to visit with you. How could you do that as a parent? How could you do that as a responsible parent?
I did not
I'm speaking, Mr. Bartline. If you actually believed that the plaintiff did anything to harm your children, think very carefully about how you answer that, Mr. Bartline.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Beverly Hansett Birch says ex-fiancé Bruce Bartline owes for an unpaid loan for attorney's fees. Bruce says Beverly is partly responsible for that bill.
Go ahead.
I did not make the allocation of abuse.
I understand that. You're not following what I'm saying, sir. What you suggested to me is it's her fault that you had to deal with this attorney anyway, because your suggestion is that she was, in fact, abusing your children in some way. And if a parent permits that to continue, they shouldn't have any sort of visitation with their children, past, present, or future. So this fantasy in your mind that she did, in fact, abuse your children, which resulted in all of your fears and woes and all of your attorney's bills, is a crock of crap. Because if it wasn't, then you're a bad father. You don't want me to think you're a bad father, do
Your
you?
Honor, I'm not a bad father.
Good.
And
Judgment
no,
for the plaintiff in the amount of $950. Pay her the rest of the money you owe her. That's all. Thank
Parties
you.
are excused. You may step out.
I didn't know when they got married or whatever.
I can't believe he didn't know that I had married his best friend.
I wish them the best of luck, okay?
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Anderson versus Magana, step forward, please.
48-year-old salesperson Amy Anderson is suing her brother, 48-year-old postal worker Lee Magana, for the return of their late mother's belongings.
Mrs. Anderson, the defendant is your brother.
Yes, ma'am.
And according to your complaint, the defendant either stole, destroyed, gave away property that belonged to your mother.
Correct.
That was supposed to be shared with all the siblings after she passed away. So you're suing him.
Yes.
You lived with your mother for about 20 years.
Correct.
How old was she when she passed away?
75.
Had she been in good health?
Up until the last 3 years when she was diagnosed with cancer.
How many siblings do you have, sir?
7, 8, counting me.
And was your mother at home during the last 3 years of her illness?
Yes, she was.
Who took care of her?
I did. Me and my nephew, Lee Michael.
And what about the plaintiff? How often did she come and take care of your mother?
They would visit. They didn't take care
How
of her.
often?
She probably came about once, maybe twice a
Twice
week.
a month, because I live in Camarillo, and it was.
And how far a trip is it?
It's not far, but you know, I'm a married woman. I go to work, come home, and I live with my husband's mother, who has Alzheimer's, and I also was taking care of her, which still am, and had a nurse there. So I was dealing
Your
with
mother-in-law?
my mother-in-law.
Miss Anderson, so it would be fair to say for the last 20 years, your brother lived in the house, which was your mother's house.
Correct.
With your mother.
Correct.
The last 3 of which she was terminally ill. Your brother lived with her.
Correct.
Fine. And when she passed away, according to your complaint, you and your siblings decided that the house should be sold.
Correct.
That was against my mom's wishes.
Just a second.
Okay.
Well, didn't you understand that this had been his home for 20 years?
It was all of our homes.
No, it wasn't. You just told me you live at home with your husband and his mother, who has Alzheimer's, and an aide, and a whole bunch of other people. It was his home. Didn't you, any of you feel badly about saying to him you have to move out of your home?
May I bring my
I'm not talking to you. Are you another sibling?
Yes, I am.
When I want you, I'll call you. Don't you feel badly about saying to your brother, you have to sell the house, we have to sell the house because you want to split the money?
No, because when we went in there right after my mother died, we all sat. My brother from New York came down, and we talked. The house is going to be sold, and he said, "Well, I need time to grieve." I said, "Well, fine, that's no problem." He lived there a year. We didn't kick him out right away. A year.
I didn't say kick him out right away. I was talking about kicking him out at all.
No, I didn't feel bad.
Well, you should have. You should have. It had been his home for 20 years. And the last 3 of which, while all of you were taking care of your own lives, he was living there taking care of your mother.
We were taking care of my mother.
No, you weren't. You just told me you were there twice a month. What did you do for the rest of the time?
When she became very ill, me and my sister went and bathed her, took her, and everything at home.
At their home. You didn't say, bring her to my home. You left her at home with your brother, who took care of her 24/7. You may have come by occasionally to take care of her, but it was his primary responsibility. So it would seem to me that instead of selling the house that he had lived in for 20 years, you would have said, thank you very much. We were all very busy, including my brother in New York, and we couldn't take care of Mommy. You did. You want to stay in the house, stay in it for as long as you like. But instead, you decided to sell it. So you and your siblings decided to take him to court, right?
Correct.
And you got a forced sell order. And now what you're suing him for is because you say when you went there after the house was sold, you went in and you found a lot of things missing.
He took everything in the house, gone. Everything he couldn't take, he destroyed. He destroyed my mother's whole backyard, her flower plants, damaged the stove. He did cut wires. I have pictures and everything of this.
I'll take a look at the pictures.
And
I'll take a look at the pictures.
This is this damage he did.
Assuming he did this kind of damage to the house. Let's assume that that's correct. So what do you want?
I mean, I have a list of all what I want.
Well, let me take a look at it
It's
now.
not much. And
Let me take a look
may
at
I
it.
also bring my
$5,000.
defendants up to here, my sister, my witness?
For what?
To speak. You know, I don't want the money. I just want the petty little, it was to remember my mother from my brothers and sisters.
You say you want the following thing. All of your mother's pots and pans and bakeware.
Yeah.
All a sewing machine and all sewing materials.
And that belonged to my sister.
Nothing belonged to your sister that's in the house. Did your mother die with or without a will?
Yes, she had a will.
Was it probated?
No.
No.
Was not. Why not?
They were trying to force the sale of the house. I had
Let me
to
see the
split
will.
it up.
Just curious.
I've highlighted some of the things in mine also.
Let me just take a look at this. Well, the first thing that your mother says in her will is that she gives the house to you and to your brother, and if it's decided that it's to be sold, then all the children share in it.
Correct.
Well, he didn't want to sell it. So how did it come about that you had forced a sale? That was against your mother's wishes.
Majority vote.
That was against, just a second, that was against your mother's wishes. This says that your mother wanted you and your brother to have the house only if you all decided that you didn't want the house anymore, was it to be sold. So why did you go against your mother's wishes?
It also says that, I think
They were on the deed, Your Honor. Can I explain how they were put on the deed? And they forced the sale on it because they were all put on the deed.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
When were they all put on the deed?
And my father passed away in 1982. After he passed away, my brother had an attorney friend, but had my mom sign a deed also, all into our children's name. We did not find out that the names were put on the deed until 1988, when my mom was in the hospital. We wanted to get a loan, and we couldn't get one
I see,
because
because
all the
this
names.
is this will was executed in 1988. Now I understand how they did it. I gotcha.
may I, Your Honor, may I bring my sister up and speak with me also?
Sure.
My witness?
Your Honor.
What?
My brother did not live with my mother the full 20 years. He got married, moved out of the house, and then when they decided that they couldn't pay their bills, they moved back with Mom. Lee has never paid my mom's bills. My mother paid her own.
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask him about paying
let
bills.
me tell you.
I didn't ask about paying bills.
But how can you... Anyway, Lee now has a relationship. During my mother's sickness, he had a relationship with his new girlfriend, and he would spend part of the time there. And as far as that
true,
deed being signed, that my mother asked my brother Poncho, that lives in New York, and myself to take her and have all our names put on the will. And I says, Mom, are you sure?
Listen to me, madam. If that was done in 1982, then there was something wrong with your mother in 1988, because in 1988, she treated this property as if it was hers in her will.
If you knew my mother, you'd know
I
that
don't have to know your mother. I'm
My
listening to
brother
your
wrote that
scenario.
will. My brother
Listen
wrote
to
that
me.
will.
Your brother wrote this will. He would have left the house to himself. Instead, he left the house to you and him, to the two of you. If you are suggesting that he wanted to have a criminal intent to try to deprive you of property, he would have deeded the house just to himself
No, I
after your mother
understand that.
died.
He was.
So,
I
baloney.
understand that.
Baloney. Listen, I just looked at this will. It doesn't say that you're entitled to any of these things. I think that you people behaved very badly. How much did you sell it for?
$205.
$205,000. So each one of you got how much?
$23,000.
So you're not talking about a change of lifestyle money.
No, no.
Well, if that's true, and if your brother wanted to live there, and he had lived there, let us say, during the past 3 years, and I don't know what kind of a good son he was or a bad son, but it would seem to me if you two ladies thought that your mother was being neglected by your brother, you would have taken your mother out of her house and brought her to your house.
I never said that.
Fine, so if he wasn't neglecting her, then he was taking care of her. And if he was taking care of her, all the siblings should have waited a little bit, especially since it was your mother's intention that he remain there for as long as he wanted to. You could have remained there for as long as you wanted to.
He wouldn't let us in.
You didn't want to live there.
No, I didn't, but I have
They have their own
You
lives.
didn't want to live there.
Correct.
You've got a
Correct.
husband and a
Correct.
mother-in-law that you take care of. You didn't want to live there. So because you didn't want to live there, you threw him out. As far as I'm concerned, that was the wrong thing to do. And if you're asking me then to invoke this court's equity power about seeing that you get some things that belong to your mother because everybody behaved right, I don't intend to do it. You sold the house, enjoy it. You got $23,000. That's all you're going to get. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Versus Lucido. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Mr. Gilbert, you and the defendant were engaged to be married.
Yes, Your Honor.
You had your own home?
Yes,
and
Your
she
Honor.
had her own home.
Yes, Your Honor.
According to what I've read in your complaint, the two of you decided that it might be a good idea to buy a home together. And prior to either of you selling your homes in order to prepare to put down a down payment on a house, you closed out your 401k.
I took money out. I didn't close it out completely. I took money out of the 401k.
A little over $35,000.
Sure.
And you put that money in a joint account with the defendant. Sometime later, you were away on a business trip. Your fiance got into a discussion with your former wife. They exchanged a lot of nasties. She left, and she took out about $5,000 from this joint bank account that you had set up for the house. So I have a few questions. This joint account that you set up, was the only money in that account the money that you had taken out of your 401k?
The savings account was purely savings. The only transactions that happened to it was my putting the money in and her taking the money out.
Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And am I correct that there was a discussion between the two of you that that money was going to be used as a down payment on the house?
That is
Yes,
not
Your Honor.
correct.
That is not correct.
That is not correct, Your
Well,
Honor.
tell me what you thought that that money was for.
Okay, well, David and I both put it into the savings account. We opened up a new savings account, and then he had it linked to my checking account so that his name was also on my checking account, which was fine by me. I was in love. I was going to marry the man. I wanted to be able to have our money shared. I have a written and verbal contract, Your Honor, that states that our money was our monies, and I didn't just take his money and use it.
Were you living together at the time?
Yes.
In whose house?
Mine.
And how did you pay joint bills?
I paid them all.
Out of your checking account?
Correct.
Did the plaintiff give you any money towards those bills?
No, he did not.
Is that right?
Towards those bills, no, Your Honor, but I did several things around the house to fix the house up. Dinners.
I don't care about that. How long had you lived together?
About 2 months, I think.
2.5 months, Your Honor.
Now you're going to tell me, Miss Lucido, what you took that money for.
Primarily for a MasterCard payment.
A MasterCard payment?
Yes, I
Let
have.
me see it, please.
Okay. I put $3,500 cash toward the MasterCard payment.
Let me see it.
Okay.
Well, there are lots of charges here. PGA National Spa, what is that?
That was a European health spa for a massage.
For whom?
Myself.
I have a charge here for Banana Republic. What was that for?
That was for a gift certificate.
For whom?
For a client of mine.
For you?
No, for a client of mine.
But it's your charge.
Okay, yes.
The party outlet.
That was for our wedding stuff. We had invitations, centerpieces, silk flowers, a whole lot of arrangement things that were being purchased.
Okay, because I have lots of check marks here. All these things seem to be check marked. PGA National Spa, again, $80. Is that for another massage?
Yes, Your Honor, that was for a
And
client.
another one for $67?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's yours?
Yes, Your Honor.
A lot of cafes and restaurants.
Correct. Food, clothing. I bought him a new wardrobe from head to toe, including jewelry.
Well, why did you do that?
Because I loved him. And the whole reason that this whole thing incurred was David cheated on me, and I ended...
I don't want to hear about him cheating on you.
Okay.
You left?
I
you
didn't
separated.
leave, Your Honor. His belongings were moved back to his home.
Fine. Whatever happened. You separated, and I want to know what you took the money for. First, you told me it was for a MasterCard.
It is.
Okay? Well, the MasterCard... Just a second. The MasterCard has mostly your charges on it. He's not responsible for your charges.
I understand that, Your Honor.
Fine. So what did you take the $5,000 plus for?
Primarily, I made the MasterCard payment. I used some of the money for the car that I had to purchase. We agreed to lease a car. My other truck was paid for. I never had a car payment. Now I have a lease to pay for every month.
So what you're saying is that because this relationship, for whatever reason, didn't work out, you put yourself in a position of having to make a car payment when you didn't have one before, even though you have the car. And you think he should be responsible for that?
No, I'm not holding him responsible for it.
What did you take this money for? This was his money.
To help out with the expenses. I have a checking account that I had a lot of checks written out. MasterCard, American Express, that were both our expenses.
Well, I'm asking you, what both expenses? Tell me, what expenses were both?
Clothing, food, groceries, the car. There was a lot, a list.
You are not entitled to take that money.
Your Honor, I have a written contract here, in all due respect, that we had a written and verbal agreement that either could withdraw any amount of money. May I submit this to you, please? He had me the primary account holder, so it was my Social Security number on here on the front. And on the back, it clearly states what we both read, that either one of us were allowed any of that money, and the only reason I used it was for expenses.
Miss Lucido, you don't seem to understand. You don't seem to get it.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today...
I can tell you by the owner's behavior, he started treating me very weird too, and it started to make me very uncomfortable, and it made me believe he had no integrity.
They're such cowards, aren't they?
Exactly.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. David Gilbert says ex-fiancée Joanne Lucido broke off their engagement and took $5,000 from his savings account.
Ms. Lucido, you had no agreement with regard to buying a car, food, any other expenses that you may have had, your massages or any other stuff, that you could take this money out of the savings account that was earmarked as a down payment for a new house, because otherwise the money would have been put in a checking account if it was to be used for expenses. Why would somebody who was under the age of 59.5 years old take out money from their 401k, which in all probability will incur some tax consequence, unless it was for a specific purpose, which was to pay for a new house?
And also wedding, and also expenses as needed. That was our agreement. I have friends
Was this
that
money
overheard.
to be used for expenses as needed?
Your Honor, it was for the purpose of a house.
What kind of business are you in?
I work for a defense contractor.
Okay. So you have a steady job, and you have your own credit card?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you, in fact, when you went out with the defendant...
Buy her dinner? Yes, Your Honor.
Well, buy dinner for the two of you, because I see a lot of charges here for food. I mean, food in restaurants.
Your Honor, whenever we went out to dinner, I purchased the dinners.
Do you take people out for business?
Yes, I do.
Fine. That's where all these lunches are.
Some of the lunches, Your Honor, I have taken Dave out to lunch and paid for that also.
He had no right to empty his bank account when you left. None whatsoever. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $5,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He's a liar, he's a cheater.
I was kind of shocked that she, one, had a conversation with my ex-wife, and two, never gave me a chance to talk about it.
Listen to your best friend. Don't go for the pretty boys.
When you fall in love, it's all right to trust with your heart, but maybe not with your wallet.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Barclay versus Case, step forward, please.
31-year-old hairstylist Heather Barclay is suing her ex-roommate, 26-year-old hairstylist Melissa Case, for unpaid rent. Melissa says Heather forgave the debt.
Ms. Barclay, according to your complaint, you knew the defendant from some sort of a beauty school or beauty parlor, is that right?
We worked together at a beauty salon, yes.
You had a house, you needed a roommate.
Yep.
She needed a place to live. You have a child,
Yes, ma'am.
5-year-old,
5.
and she agreed to become a tenant.
Correct.
According to you, she left unceremoniously without giving you much notice, and she owes you some $1,500 in rent.
Yes.
Defendant says that while she did not pay all the rent that she should have while she was there, you forgave it because you knew she didn't have a job. That's your defense.
Basically, yes.
When did she move in?
She moved in on August the 14th.
And what was the rent arrangement?
Our agreement was that she would live with me. She got 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, and that it would be $650 a month, all bills paid. And the only thing that I asked was that she give me 30 days notice if she wanted to leave, or that if I chose for her to go, that I would give her 30 days notice just out of respect.
All right. Ms. Case, was that your agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Was rent paid for the 2 weeks in August?
Part of the rent was paid. I told her that I would prorate it, whatever the daily rate was, times however many days she was going to be there, and she gave me $200. The total was actually $369 for that time.
And what about September?
I have this ledger right here, and I kept record. She did pay me another $100 in September, but every time the first of the month would come up, the $650 would be owed again. So her debt would continue to get higher and higher.
I'm not really good at math, as a
Okay.
bird can attest to. So far, she owes you $169 for August.
Correct.
And she paid you $100 in September.
Actually, she paid me another $300 in September.
She did give you another $300
Yes, she
in
did.
September. So
Yes.
now we're down to $250 that's owed for September.
Correct.
And what about October?
In October, she paid me another $160.
$490. That means was owing for the month of October.
Yes.
Right? Right. God. And then she moved out in November?
Yes.
November what?
I believe she moved out on the 4th of November.
Did you move out on the 4th of November?
No, ma'am. I moved
When-
out on the 1st. I moved out prior to her birthday.
She did not. She moved out on the Sunday after my birthday, which is the 4th. My birthday is on the 3rd.
Did you give her any notice when you moved out?
I had given her a letter letting her know that, no, it wasn't 30 days notice, but I did give her notice that I was leaving.
The letter did not say when she was leaving. The letter said, my intention is to leave because of our prior agreement. I assumed it would be 30 days after I received the letter. I received the letter on October 31st. I have it right here.
Can I see it, please?
So my assumption was that she would be moving out on November the 30th.
The letter says that I'm not giving her 30 days notice.
It also doesn't say when she's leaving. And I didn't have an opportunity to talk to her because I only saw her one time after I got the letter.
She hadn't spoken to me in weeks, though. This all could have been discussed
You know, I'm trying
prior.
to add and I can't hear you. So if we're talking, forget the 30-day notice provision, if we're talking about just the time she actually lived there, it comes to about $909 that was owed to you.
Yes.
Okay. Well, this is a very sweet letter, honestly. It appears from the letter that the financial problems that you had, you understood created a situation that was unfair to her.
Heather Barclay says ex-roommate Melissa Case owes for unpaid rent. Melissa says Heather told her to pay what she could.
Okay. How come you weren't able to pay your rent?
When I worked with Heather, I was put on a leave of absence at the beginning of July to allow me to finish school. There was a lot of stress. I had been going through a divorce since the July of 2000. Just a lot of things going on in my life. They put me on a leave of absence. Ms. Barclay told me that I could come back once I graduated. I would become a stylist, and I was under that knowledge going back to school. Came back to about a week before graduating. She told me I should contact our boss, let him know how things were going, make sure he knew I was getting ready to graduate. Had 2 conversations with him.
When was this?
In August, about maybe a week and a half prior to my graduating.
Okay.
We talked about the fact that she had let him know that she had wanted me to move in, that I was probably going to do it. He thought that would be a good idea. She's a good person, she's a good influence, that it would be a positive thing. He said that he had some questions as to my behavior in the salon prior to that. I had hung out with some girls that partied a little bit too much, things like that. I said, okay. I graduated. I moved in with Heather on the 14th because my son started school the next day. About a week after me moving in, she told me that I should just let go of it, that I probably wouldn't have a job there. And I said, well, what do you know? Heather's one of the supervisors there. She's in on all the meetings with the owners. She knew that I wasn't going to have a job there.
No, I didn't know that you didn't have a job. I can tell you by the owner's behavior and the way he was giving me the runaround. He started treating me very weird too. And I kept asking him, you know, don't worry, Missy's gonna, we were short on stylists, we needed help badly. I said, don't forget, we've got Missy coming on board. And he kept skirting the issue and acting really weird. And it started to make me very uncomfortable. And I started to get very upset with him because he also gave me the impression that she had a job there waiting. And he started acting really creepy, and it really hurt me because he made me look like a fool to her because I was her supervisor, and I was the one that had to tell her about the leave of absence because he didn't want to have to do it. So not only did he make me look bad to her, he made me look bad to everybody, and it made me very upset. And it made me believe he had no integrity.
Sounds
and
like
so
a coward.
I told, exactly.
Did you quit?
I don't work there anymore. So I did tell her.
That was discussed the whole time we lived there. That had caused a lot of emotional stress between the two of us also, and that was, you know.
And I told her because I cared about her. She was one of my best friends in the world, and I said,
I see that
you
from
know
the
what?
letter.
I said, you're better off not coming back to work for a man that's going to treat you this way. I said, and it makes me question my position in this company too. And I did not know, and he hurt me as badly with that decision as he did her.
They're such cowards, aren't they?
Exactly. So I had no prior knowledge. I wanted her to live with me. It was going to be a great situation, and it went bad fast. And I tried to be patient with her. I talked to her. We never fought. There was never ugliness in her house. I loved her son. Everything was great. That's why it hurt me so badly that she left the way that she did. Because I'd always offered a safe place for her to talk to me about what was going on in her life. I'd been incredibly patient about the fact that she wasn't paying me. She knew that I am not independently wealthy. I need a roommate to survive.
Had you
and she
had one
wasn't paying
immediately
me.
before?
I had one, a guy that was in college that lived with me, and he graduated from college and left in May. Missy and I started talking about at work her possibly moving in with me.
So you didn't have anyone
I held the room empty for 2 months. I made a lot of sacrifices to let her live there. I went and had to pay the bills by myself for 2 months just to create this situation for her.
Do you have a roommate now?
I do.
You do?
Yes.
Are you working now?
Yes. I started a job Tuesday.
Great. Let me hear your defense.
When I didn't have a job to go back to, I began looking for other employment. It took me a month before I went before the state board to get my license. Went to work in a salon, and I wasn't making very much money. My last day of work there, I made $17. So I didn't have any money to give her. Had I known I wasn't going to be employed,
I understand that.
I wouldn't
Tell me
have
about
left.
the conversation that you had with her with regards
I told her, I'm not sure how I'm going to pay you. And she said, don't worry about it. Pay me what you can. And I said, okay.
She was
and we went
referring
from
to
there.
our debt.
She told me that maybe I should get food stamps and give them to her as payment for the rent, or that I should go to the Department of Human Services and try to get rent assistance to give that to her.
Did I say that, or did you say that?
Just a second. Don't talk to her.
Okay.
Okay. My sense, Ms. Case, is that what the plaintiff was saying to you was she anticipated that you were going to be living with her for a substantial period of time, and that eventually you would have a job that gave you enough income not only to pay your rent, but to pay her what you owed her, which was really nice because another landlord wouldn't let you do that, right?
Correct.
So clearly, you acknowledge in this letter of October 31st that you owe her money because you said, I have every intention of paying you the money I owe.
Right, but to my knowledge, I didn't owe $1,500, nor did I owe $900.
Well, you do.
For that
This was
matter.
hanging on the
Just a
refrigerator
second,
the
but
whole
you
time
do-
that she lived there.
But you do. Do you have any evidence that you gave her monies in addition to what?
I don't have any bank accounts. Everything I gave her was in cash.
So if you don't know, then I have to take her record of what you gave her. And if you weren't working for a substantial period of time, it's very likely that you didn't give her more money. You owe her $909. And Ms. Barkley, with regard to the 30-day notice,
Yes.
I've read the letter, and the letter says, let me get out of here before I build up any more debt to you so that you can start looking for a new roommate. I have a sense that there was some tension based upon this letter before she moved out. She says, you know, our friendship is worth more to me than you think, is what she says in the letter.
Which surprises me because I haven't heard from her since. If she was so concerned about our friendship, then why did she turn her back on me?
Okay.
I was trying to create a friendship still, and she wouldn't have anything to do with me.
So, Ms. Barkley, listen to me. Let's say she was embarrassed.
I'm pretty sure that's probably what was going on.
Let's say she was embarrassed.
Because she knows that she ruined our friendship.
And that's what happens sometimes when you're a borrower.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's just easier to say, I'm going to turn this off so that it'll go away, which is a very sad thing because I think that you legitimately care for each other.
Right.
All right, so maybe you can make up and go and have a cup of coffee after today. I certainly hope so. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $909. Good luck.
Parties are excused. Now this is case number 408 on the calendar in the matter of Moncrief versus Stamper. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Oh, your complaint and your answer, counterclaim, gave me a headache. You two people lived together for about 2 years?
About a year and a half.
Year and a half.
Not even a year and a half.
Here we go.
We lived together
You lived together for a while.
Mm-hmm.
You have several complaints, Miss Moncrief. First, you say that he, at some point, had a rental car that belonged to you, took you to the airport. He was supposed to return the rental car. He didn't return it right away.
Mm-hmm.
He wrecked the rental car, and you had to pay certain monies to the rental car company.
It hasn't been paid yet. It's in collection.
Okay. He acknowledges he wrecked the car, right?
Yes, I do.
Your defense to that claim is that previously she had intentionally wrecked your car so that you had an agreement with her that you were going to call it even.
The damage was going to cost the same amount. Both cars were totaled, so...
Okay, so let's start with that one complaint. It's acknowledged that you drove her to the airport in her rental car and that you totaled the rental car that she's responsible for.
Yes.
Now let's hear your defense to that, sir. Tell me about when she totaled your car.
It was in September of 2000.
Yes?
And we were arguing. She got mad, ran outside of the house, got in her car, started to take off, followed her outside, and I did flip her off. And she stopped her car, put it in reverse, and tried to run me down, and in the process, ran into my car.
That's not true.
Okay, well, tell me what happened in September 2000 with his car.
We were arguing over trivial things, and I decided to leave. It was escalating. When I tried to get my things, he got physical. So I gathered up as much as possible. I went out to my car. When I went to leave, he jumped off the porch, jumped on top of my car, was kicking it and punching it and screaming. So I backed out as fast as possible. I'm not denying that I hit his car. I did back into it. It wasn't intentional. Then I took off. He jumped in that same vehicle and drove after me. It turned into a high-speed chase. I went to her mother's house, Candace Thompson, in order to go to safety.
So what you're telling me is that he jumped on your car, which caused you to pull out and hit his car. So you acknowledge that you hit his car. Did you ever discuss paying for the damage that was done to his car?
What we decided was there was 2 different times that I bailed him out of jail for different things. It was $500 a piece. He paid me back for the first one. He did. Then the second one, he decided that we would just call it even because it was a few $100s damage. It was his light and the fender. He then sold that car to his friend who is now driving it. There's nothing wrong with it. It wasn't totaled. And so we agreed that we would call it even on the bond, the bail, that he wouldn't pay me back for that and I wouldn't fix his car.
Where is that car now, sir?
That car was sold to my friend.
Did you sell the car while the two of you were together?
No, we weren't together.
Well, you got back together again after this incident with the car.
No.
Well, you had to because you drove her to the airport later, sir.
We were friends. We lived
then
in
you were
separate
friends.
rooms inside of my home. We lived in separate rooms.
After September of 2000, did you collect any money from her for the damage to your car?
No.
Did you sue her?
No.
Good. Forget it. Let me see the estimate, what you have to give the insurance company for the car,
It
please.
started out $8,000 and then they covered some of it. So I have pictures
Just
as well.
tell me what you owe on the car.
It's $1,166.76.
Okay, and is that what that says? Show Bird.
Yeah, it says 1031, but then there was interest accumulation. It went to collection.
Show him.
Okay. Right here. 103100. It's all of
Plus
these.
interest. Is that what it says, Bird?
103.1.
Very good. Okay, so
I'm
that
sorry
you owe
about
her,
that. I
Mr.
couldn't-
Stamper. Now, you're suing him because you say he assaulted you.
That's correct.
When did he assault you?
The initial assault was June, which I have the report, and this was from the police. This
What do you
is-
mean the initial assault? How many assaults are you suing him for?
Well, there was another one afterwards. This was the one that happened first when we decided that one of us needed to move out. He gave me 30 days to get out, which, I mean, I guess that's kind and all. Before my 30 days was up, another assault took place, which she
What are you
witnessed.
complaining about? Which assault are you
This one,
complaining
right
about?
here.
Fine, let me see it.
There was no evidence. He took the whole mirror with him when he left the apartment so that I would have no evidence to show that it had taken place.
Your Honor.
Shh. You called the police immediately?
Yes, I did.
Now tell me about this assault. When did it take place?
It was June 13th.
Tell me what happened.
We were discussing things. I had just found out that I was pregnant that day. I'd gone to the doctor's office. I have, like, the prescription for prenatal vitamins that I received the next day just to prove. Anyways, I told him that I was pregnant. He didn't really believe me, didn't want to believe me. We got into an argument about it. There were other things that came up, and we didn't just argue about that. He got really upset, and he pushed me into a mirror that was leaning up against. There was a window behind it, and it was kind of slanted, leaning up against it. He pushed me into it, and it shattered. He was just pushing me around. It never came to a hit or a slap or anything like that.
So what are you suing him for?
Just the assault, the damages. I had a
But
miscarriage.
what damages did you have?
I had a miscarriage.
Not as a result of that.
Yes.
Show me.
It wasn't just the assault, but it was all the stress that came from then to...
Stress I don't want to hear about.
Stress causes miscarriages.
What do you want the court to do about that, madam? You stayed with the stress. Listen to me. It's my grief. I've just looked at the domestic violence report the police took. The police came immediately after you called them. They saw absolutely no visible marks on you whatsoever. That's
Right.
stated in the police report. You are claiming that sometime thereafter you suffered a miscarriage because of all the stress.
On top of that assault, yes. And there was
Well, you don't
another...
have a medical report that says that as a result of this assault you suffered a miscarriage. Do you have that?
No.
Of course not. Stress, stress. A lot of people are
Stress
stressed.
from him telling me that I'd be an unfit mother and he wanted me to get an abortion. I mean, that's not normal stress. That's not things you need to hear while you're
That is
pregnant.
a lie.
Shh. Listen to me.
That is completely a
Listen
lie.
to me. It's free speech. He can say to you that he thinks you'd be an unfit mother. He can say to you that this was not part of our agreement, that you were going to become pregnant, want to discuss an abortion. He can say that to you. Doesn't mean you have to go through with it. He has a right to say that. You have no claim with regard to this assault.
Your Honor, he has always claimed that he would love to have a child. I'm sorry, I just...
Speak.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Lindsay Moncrief says ex-boyfriend David Stamper physically abused her on 2 separate occasions. She also says David wrecked her rental car.
Now, Mr. Stamper, let's hear it.
My countersuit goes on the lines of stolen property.
Tell me about the stolen property, Mr. Stamper.
When she had me arrested for the alleged assault, there was a no-contact order issued. I didn't want to break that because I'd be thrown back in jail. She lived in my home. She didn't pay rent. And everything in my home at the time, I couldn't get it out because I couldn't go to my home because she was there. She took everything I owned out of that home.
Like what?
Like a king-size bed, a couch, a love seat,
Those things
entertainment
are-
center.
Shh. Yeah.
All my housewares, dishes that my mother gave me from
When did you finally get back into the house?
I never did. She got kicked out of the apartment because she
didn't-
wasn't paying rent.
That's not
Okay.
what happened.
When did she allegedly steal this property?
In July.
You just started missing it 7 months later?
Well, no, I just didn't ever get around to suing her until then.
Your Honor, he was in jail until that time.
I did spend quite a bit of time in jail over this, and I had other issues that I had to take care of.
Ms. Moncrief, where is this furniture that he's talking about?
There was no entertainment center.
Forget entertainment center. There's some
Right.
property
The
there.
love seat and all that was mine. The couch, I paid it was $40 for a bed. All the other stuff, all of his clothes and any other belongings, Natalie, who's sitting over there, she came and picked them up. I grabbed everything out of the closets. I even had her look. Is there anything else that's his?
Natalie, step up, please. Did there come a time when you went over to the apartment to retrieve some of the personal property of the defendant?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, there was 2 times, actually.
So you went over there twice?
Yes.
On each of the occasions, did you take some property with you?
Yes, I did.
Did you take clothes?
Yes.
Did you take personal effects, papers?
No, actually, there was no papers, just clothes.
There was hardly any clothes left when I got them. I mean...
What date did you go over there?
It must have been sometime in October.
In October? And you were incarcerated in what month, sir?
July, August, and part of October as well.
What happened to September? September follows August.
I'm sorry, September, part of September.
And what about October?
October, I was free.
I misspoke, actually. It was in September that I went. It was like right in the middle of his jail time.
But you didn't go immediately to retrieve his clothes?
Not immediately, because I wasn't aware that he actually had been put in jail.
You have any of his property?
No, I don't. Well, I have one thing. It's a big hammer that has a solid hickory handle or something. That's it.
You want that?
I'll take every bit of my property I can
Good.
get
What
back
else do you have that belongs to him?
That's it.
That's it? A big hickory hammer? Mm-hmm. You get it to him in 72 hours, please.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean...
What?
Everything I owned was in that home. When she moved out, she took all my stuff. I don't have any...
You said that you were out of jail in September.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
September, October, November, December, January. It's 5 months later. Evidently, the stuff that you want was not that important to you to wait 5 months to sue for it. You got it?
Yeah.
Good.
What comes of my car? I mean, just the parts alone, I have
I don't care.
an invoice here that shows that it's over $1,400 for the parts that she wrecked on my car.
I don't care, sir. Let me explain something to you. You had a fight with her. She said she jumped on the hood of her car. Whether that happened or not, I'm not sure. It's very possible. After this incident with the car, you continued to cohabit with her?
I moved to Boise.
You moved to Boise, but somehow
Yes.
you must have gotten together again because she said
Okay.
she was pregnant.
That's where...
Listen to me carefully.
She was never
Somehow-
pregnant with my kid. Never.
You say, are you
she
telling
never
me that?
produced evidence that she's pregnant.
Listen to me. Are you telling me it's impossible?
Yes, I never had sex with her for months and months.
Please, give me a break. Your counterclaim is dismissed. So is your claim for emotional distress as cause for a miscarriage of your child. Choose more carefully next time. I suggest you do the same, sir. He owes you for the car, period. And she owes you for nothing for property that you waited 5, 6 months to even miss. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Why is that excused? You may step out.
Everything he said is ridiculous.
She just can't leave me alone.
How can he not have had sex with me? I was pregnant. He was the only person I was with.
It's a small price to pay to get rid of her.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Allen versus Phoenix. Step forward, please.
35-year-old caterer Dan Allen is suing 25-year-old office manager Destiny Phoenix for slander. Dan claims statements made by Destiny caused him to lose business.
All right, this case is really in 2 parts. So let me try to explain it as I understand it and tell you why it's in 2 parts. Mr. Allen, you have a small catering business. You make burritos, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had the defendant as a client, which means that you would come up in your truck every day
Yes, ma'am.
where you made your burritos, and you would get orders from the personnel that worked in her office.
Right.
You would make the burritos, and you would do this not only for her company, but for others.
Correct.
It is your claim that because of things that she said about your business, which were untrue, you lost her business, and in addition, the second part of your claim is that she made defamatory remarks about your business to other businesses who used your service, and they also canceled your service. Now, did you have a contract with the defendant?
A written contract? We had a verbal contract.
And what was the verbal contract, sir?
That would be okay for me to come by every day at a certain time to sell my food.
So that is a day-to-day operation. You didn't have a year's contract with her, a 6-month contract with her, so she could say to you, I don't want you to come into the place anymore to sell burritos, or I'm not going to use your service because, I don't know, because we don't like burritos anymore. So she doesn't have to give you any reason whatsoever.
That's correct.
So the first part of your lawsuit is dismissed. And the second part of your lawsuit is that she made untruthful statements about your little business to other people, therefore causing you to lose business. So you have to establish to my satisfaction, first, that she made the statements to other businesses, and second, that the statements she made were untrue. Do you understand what your legal burden is?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, First, what statements can you establish that she made to other businesses that used your service?
Sure, I have a witness, Chris Laro, who I've been servicing food to for the past year and a half approximately, and I'm there every day. And I was there about 15 minutes after I was at Destiny Phoenix's business. So he saw me that same day. This is regarding the fact that she said I reeked of beer. He would definitely have noticed that.
Oh, no, don't tell me. Step up, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell me your name.
Chris Laro.
Mr. Laro.
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of business do you have, sir?
I am actually a law clerk at a law firm that Mr. Allen services. I am not the witness. I don't believe that he would like to call to prove the defamation. I'm here as a character witness only to prove that I have not seen him ever smelling of alcohol, that he's maintained a professional business.
So is what you're telling me that Miss Phoenix never made any statements to you?
That's correct, ma'am.
With regard to Mr. Allen's job?
That's correct. Mr. Allen has a written statement from...
I don't take written statements.
Okay.
You understand that you're a law clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you going to law school now?
Yes, I am.
What year are you in, sir?
I'm in my 3rd year.
So you know a little bit about hearsay?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
And what are written statements?
They are out-of-court statements offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Correct. And according to the rules of evidence, sir, that would be inadmissible. Is that right?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. So far, you're halfway to passing the bar. Mr. Allen, do you have any other proof, sir, that the defendant made statements to any other business which were untrue, which caused you to lose business?
I believe she referred to the fact that I did not have a food license in this recording that I have of her that she left on my phone.
I'm not talking about your phone, sir. I'm talking about other people who your business serviced.
I just have a written statement, and I just have my food license here to prove that I have a food license.
You have to be able to establish to me, sir, that the defendant said to a third party something about you that wasn't true, which caused you to lose business. There are certain rules, which your witness knows about, which courts will accept an out-of-court sworn statement. What is the reason that that person cannot be here today?
He did not want to take off work.
That's not a reason, sir.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Laro, anything else you want to say? I would love to do this legal exercise with you, sir. It's been a slow day so far. Go ahead.
I fear of taking a beating on national TV, but nevertheless, I think that in the interest of allowing this court to look at the totality of the circumstances here, possibly the court could let him admit this hearsay statement, the facts that we are here in small claims court, and the federal or state rules of evidence are a little bit lax for small claims court. I think that you would be able to see that it was relevant and authentic, Your Honor.
One of the reasons that we do not allow out-of-court statements, sir, only under very, very strong criteria, is because it does not allow the defendant to cross-examine the maker of that statement. That means that if I were to look at that statement, I would have to, in my own head, say everything in that statement is true, because it does not give Ms. Phoenix an opportunity to ask any questions, or for me, on her behalf, like I'm asking Mr. Allen questions, to ask that person questions. That's the reason why we do not permit hearsay statements, because it's inherently unfair to the other side. And the fact that this is a court program that happens to be televised does not obfuscate the need to have reliable evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right? Reliable evidence. Hearsay evidence is inherently unreliable. So that your case is dismissed, Mr. Allen. But you were...
Yeah, this is case number 407 on the calendar, in the matter of Stanger versus Swanger.
Thank you.
Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Mr. Stanger, you and the defendant, according to your complaint, lived in a relationship for about 6 years.
Yes.
And it is your claim that when the relationship terminated, the defendant was indebted to you for rent, some household bills, cell phone bill, and some money that you loaned to him in the amount of $5,000.
Correct.
The defendant says that you were, in fact, in a relationship, that there was a rather loose financial arrangement, and that there was never a complaint on your part while you were together that you were owed any money. Only after the relationship terminated was there a complaint. Is that your defense, sir?
Yes.
When did you begin living together?
The
What
later
year?
part of '98. I don't have the exact
It was March of '98.
And when did you move out of the home?
I was thrown out of the home or asked to leave the home in October of this year.
Now, what do you claim is owed to you, and for what, Mr. Stanger?
What I have is he's not paid me rent in full at any time during the time.
Your Honor,
Shh, don't interrupt. Go ahead.
During the time of the end of last year up until the end of this past year.
And when, for the first time, did you complain about that?
I've complained about it over and over. I had bills to pay. I mean, I've paid for everything.
So what the did you do with the money?
Mr. Swanger, don't make this any more difficult, please.
I don't think I'm the one making it difficult.
Good. So that let's wait until it's your turn. When did he give you money, sir, during the course of this year?
Periodically, when his pay periods came around, I would ask him, you know, don't you have something you need to give me? You know, you owe me money. And
Ask
he would
me,
say,
half the
well,
time you would come up.
I'm going to say it
after
again.
my
1,
check.
2, 3. Mr. Swanger, have I been respectful to you?
Yes, you have.
In a court, you're supposed to be respectful. There are certain rules. Plaintiff goes first. The defendant responds to questions. That's the way this works. If you want to have a discussion with Mr. Stanger, then you do it outside, you do it over coffee, you do it in the living room, you do it, you know, out in the street. That's a discussion. Then you talk back and forth. When you're here, I ask questions, you answer them. Unless I'm looking at you for an answer, do not speak. Do we understand each other?
Yes.
Good. Go ahead.
just from what you've seen, that's his arrogance. Any time that I've ever tried to ask him to give me...
Mr. Stanger, his arrogance may be, but you lived with him. I'm not here to resolve that. Did you keep a register of how much he gave you each month? The answer is either yes or no.
No.
How do you know how much he owes you?
Well, at one point in time, we were both discussing what he felt he owed me, and he said about $6,500. I says, but still, there's other monies that you owe me too, for bills that you didn't pay that you used in my name that I didn't know about. For instance, a Cellular One, he ran a bill up in his name for $600 and something, and then they turned it off, and he had one activated in my name, ran that up to over $1,000.
When did you find out about that, sir?
Well, it was 2000, actually.
And you didn't separate, actually, until December of 2001. Did you immediately close that account?
Actually, I received a phone call. It was a collection agency that I had owed this money. I had him, and I had filled out an affidavit, sent it to the company, stating that, you know, I was not responsible, I did not authorize it, I never signed anything for that phone.
But you could have proceeded further, sir. If he forged your name to documents to open up an account,
Well, they
you are
said
not responsible.
They are holding me responsible.
Well, they can't hold you responsible, sir. If you wish to proceed with it criminally, they don't have to hold you responsible at all.
I have threatened him with that and told him that I would take it to the district attorney.
Well, listen, so do it.
He said that he, you know, he would pay it. And, you know, of course, I loved him, and I was stupid enough to believe in him and give him chance after chance and, you know, putting me in harm's way continuously.
A year is a long chance, Mr. Stanger, so you didn't answer my question. Had they turned off that phone?
It was turned off, I guess, prior to when I found the bill and then when I received that phone call.
Now tell me about this loan that you claim, sir. What was it for?
Well, I loaned him monies to fix a vehicle that he had. So
when was that, Mr.
This was
Stanger?
earlier in the year. I forget the date that I'd put down.
It was April of this year, or of 2001.
You know, he was just lying to me. He never paid me back on it. You know, and plus...
How much did you give him?
It was actually $498, but I took off some of on the amount because he had given me $35 or something. I didn't really keep track of that because there was just so many astronomical figures of how much he owes me. So I was just stupid for really putting up with this as long as I did.
Right. You were. Because if it was in April that you loaned him this money, that was after you found out about the telephone. Is that right?
I knew of the phone, yes, for a couple of years.
So you knew of the phone for a long time, and he hadn't paid you, according to you, any money on the phone. Is that right?
Right.
And yet you gave him more money. You know, for the time that you were together, this was like a marriage. That's what it was. And you anticipated that it would go on for a very long time. And that but for the fact that you separated for whatever reason, you wouldn't be here today.
Right.
Now, is there anything you want to say?
Oh, yeah.
Do you listen at all?
Yeah, I listen.
What did I just say?
That if there hadn't been a problem with monies in the relationship, we wouldn't be here to begin with.
No, that's not what I said at all. You have
want
to listen
restate
carefully.
to me what it was you said?
I said, but for the fact that the relationship terminated, we would not be here today.
Oh, if we were still together.
Right.
Throughout the relationship, he threatened me, you owe me this, you owe me this, you owe me this. I didn't keep track of what it was that I had paid him. I did agree with him. I may owe you for past rents, but I pay for this, this, and this. In a relationship, are we keeping track here?
Well, then, since you choose to respond, Mr. Swanger, I'm going to ask you a few other questions, sir. Did there ever come a time when you sat down with the plaintiff and discussed what, in fact, you did owe him?
Oh, there were several times when it came to the point that he was trying to throw me out of the house and had everything I owed in the foyer.
Just a second.
Sure,
Mr.
there
Swanger,
was.
did there ever come a time when you came to a dollar figure?
Yes, there was.
And what was it that you agreed that you owed him?
It came up to over $5,000. It came up to like $8,000. But we also weren't taking into account the things that I had paid for as well either.
Oh, fine. All right. So, see if he.
I mean, when
do you
you're
understand?
in a relationship,
I hope
and you should
you all
have,
understand. Okay.
instead
so,
of
Mr.
paying
Swanger,
rent, shouldn't
pay
you take the
attention. You're
bills and meet
speaking.
him
You're
in the
not
house?
listening. So there came a time when you sat down and you agreed that it was over $6,500, closer to $8,000, but he wasn't taking into account what monies you had in
That's
fact paid
correct.
him. Now, what monies do you claim that you had in fact paid him? Give me a rough
I didn't
estimate.
keep a receipt of
Now,
it.
give
When
me
you're
a
in a relationship, what the
Mr.
heck do you need to
Swanger,
keep a receipt
listen.
of it for?
Don't speak. What amount do you believe that you had paid him towards the money that you owed him?
I couldn't say. I didn't
Well, I
keep
want you
an
to try.
account.
No, listen to me. I want you to try, sir. What amount, if you were to be very generous with yourself, what amount do you believe that you gave him towards the money that you now agreed that you owed him?
I don't know. I wouldn't have a clue.
Well, now
All
I want
know
you to
is
have a
when
clue. I want you to have a clue, sir.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. John Stanger says ex-boyfriend Robbie Swanger owes for rent, bills, and loans. Robbie says he had no idea John was keeping a tab.
Now, you had some idea whether you did have an agreement that you would give him $500
I was paid
a month?
bi-weekly. There was times he would come up and he would get my whole paycheck. There were months when I would just pay bills and not give him $500. I mean, I wasn't keeping in account how much I had actually paid.
Were there months, Mr. Stanger, that the defendant paid some bills?
Yes,
The
there
answer-
were several months in between that, you know, he would pay and then months that he wouldn't pay. That's how we came up with the figure, and I figured it about a year's rent. There was no set date that it was absolutely 12 months consecutively. This is what we agreed upon and what we figured and what I figured. I didn't
he kept
write
track
it down.
of everything, but when I'd give him money, I didn't keep track of it.
Evidently didn't keep
when you're
track
married, you
because
don't
he
keep
doesn't
track
have
That
a
was my
register.
bad business for not writing everything
Well,
down at the
Mr.
time.
Stanger, you can't expect a court to resolve the issue of a dollar amount of money unless you come to me equipped with information. I don't make a calculated guess about how much he owes you.
He's written me 2 checks, and with these 2 checks in the memo, he even puts 1/3 payment, recognizing that he did owe me this money.
Well, let me see the checks. 1/3 payment of
Okay.
what?
1/3 payment towards all the monies that he's owed
Well,
me
then let
to
me
the
see it.
$8,000.
Let me see.
Also, you know,
Sure, just a second. Let me see that.
they were
Maybe
checks that were no good. I could not even cash them.
No, let me
He had
see what you
insufficient
have.
funds.
Let me see what you have.
He did it twice.
Just a second. Would you show this to the defendant, please?
He was trying to make good on something, but
Remember writing that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right, that seems to indicate, sir, that you had agreed on a specific amount of money, Mr. Swanger, that you did, in fact, Oh, the plaintiff.
And like I said, we had, but
No, you didn't say that, sir.
yes,
You
I
didn't
did.
say
I said
that.
we sat down and I sat down with him and we came to a dollar figure.
No, that's not
But
what
we
you
didn't
said,
take
Mr.
into-
Swanger. What
yes,
you
it was.
said
We
was
didn't
you
take
came
into
to a
account what
dollar
I had
figure.
already
Nobody
paid
speaks
him.
when I speak. You say that you came to a dollar figure, but that did not take into account the money that you had already given him. That's what you said. That's exactly what you said. You didn't say that you came to a dollar figure of what you owed. And then I said to you over and over again, well, what was it that you in fact gave him so I can deduct that from what you agreed that you owed him? And you said, I can't tell you. But here it is clear that you agreed that you owed him minimally the amount that he's suing for because you made certain payments.
But what about the monies
One-third
I
payment,
paid to him?
$2,000. But that check was no good?
No good.
But that's what you wrote. One-third payment, $2,000.
And do you know why that check was written? Because I came home and all my things were in the foyer of the house, and it was done under distress as to our relationship was built on money and
Your
not.
Honor, he
not
was
Then you wrote another check, sir, a
I
month
had an
later.
affair. He's getting more rides than Greyhound.
Then you
and I
wrote
had an
another
affair.
check, sir, a month later for $2,000. Was that check cashed?
And stop payment.
You stopped payment on that
Exactly, he
check.
did.
So it's clear. It says something about balance $6,000. And then you stopped payment on that. So was your furniture out in the hallway, sir, from September 21st, 2001 until October 2001?
It was back and forth. It was a
It was
roller
back and
coaster.
forth. Judgment for the plaintiff and the amount requested, $5,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Parties are excused. You may step out.
The guy's like a doorknob. Everybody's had a turn. And when I did it back to him,
Takes a bad matter, makes it worse by going out and starting a new relationship with somebody else and expecting me to live with that with him. And I just wasn't going to have it.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Brown versus Torres. Step forward, please.
23-year-old air traffic controller Christine Brown is suing her former friend, 23-year-old independent contractor Jason Torres, for an unpaid loan to get his car out of the shop.
Ms. Brown, you claim a loan to the defendant in the amount of some $434.
Yes, Your Honor.
That loan, you say, was made so that he could get his car out of the repair shop. The defendant acknowledges that you gave him $434. Is that correct, sir?
yes,
And says it was a gift that you insisted upon giving him. That's your defense.
yes.
Okay. How do you know each other, Ms. Brown?
We met about 4 years ago.
You were
We just friends. And I trusted him. So on March 20th, when we were talking on the phone, he told me that he needed $400 to get his car out of the shop. And I told him the only way I would give him $400 was if he would pay me back that weekend because I didn't get paid for another week and a half, and I only had $400 in my account. So he promised me that he would pay me back by Sunday, the whole $400.
What's the $34 for?
That's just a service charge for the Western Union.
Where was he living and where were you living?
He was living in North Hollywood, ma'am, and I was living on base in Lemoore, California.
You are in the armed forces?
Navy, yes, ma'am.
And he was supposed to pay you back on Sunday. Were you supposed to see him on that Sunday?
I was actually supposed to see him on Friday. We talked on the phone Thursday after I wired him the money. He told me he got it, and he told me that we were going to go out on Friday night, and he would have half of the money for me. So I called him Friday night, and he never answered his cell phone. He was never home. And I tried calling him Saturday. I went to his house. His family said he wasn't there. And Sunday came around. I went to his house again. I called him continuously on his cell phone. He never answered it, and he was never on his home. So I went back to the base, and I never heard from him again.
Mr. Torres, you tell me how this money was transferred to you, sir.
She wired me the money through Western Union.
How did she know how much money you needed?
Because I had told her when we were at dinner a
So
few
you were
nights
out at dinner.
before.
When?
Yes. I don't remember what night it was, but we had spoken on the phone. She came down and told me she wanted to see me. She picked me up and we went to dinner.
And tell me about how the conversation came about this money that you needed for the car.
Well, she asked me where my car was, and I had explained to her that I had gotten in a car accident and that I would be getting my car out of impound. Not impound, out of the shop as soon as I had the rest of the amount, because my deductible was about $1,000, and I only had about $600 of that.
Okay. And what did she say to you?
She offered me the money.
What did she say?
She said, I can give you the money.
And what did you say?
I said thank you, but no thank you. And then she insisted that
Oh, what did she say?
She said, I insist that you take the money. I would like to help.
Okay, and you said?
I said no.
And she said?
Later on, towards the end of the dinner, she brought it up again and said that I should swallow my pride and not be too ashamed to accept help from a friend.
Okay, and you said?
And I thought about it, and I said, okay.
All right, so she went back, she drew out the money, and she wired you the money.
Yes.
Now, did you have an appointment to meet with her that Friday evening?
No, I didn't.
Did you have any contact with her again at all?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I had tried to get a hold of her.
How?
Calling her.
When did you try to call her?
I tried calling her after I had received the money.
And you couldn't get her?
No, I couldn't.
Well, where did you try to call her? At the base?
I tried calling her at home.
And did you get her an answering machine?
No, I did not.
How many times did you call her?
I tried calling 3 times that evening.
You mean to say thank you for the money?
Yes.
And you couldn't reach her?
No, I couldn't.
And when did you try again to reach her?
I tried the following day.
After March 21st, when did you contact her?
I hadn't tried for about another week or so.
Yeah?
And I tried again, and once again, I could not reach her.
And then you just stopped calling?
Yeah.
Why?
I hadn't heard from her, and so I figured I'd let her call me.
But she was the one who sent you $400.
Yes, she was.
So you mean after you got the money, you never spoke to her?
No, I didn't. I had tried to get a hold of her to speak to her, but I was unable to.
You had her home address?
Yes, her home address? No,
Yes.
I did not.
Know how to contact her at home?
Just through that telephone number.
You don't have her address? You don't know what the base that she stays
No,
on?
I knew it was somewhere up in Lamar. It was the first time I had spoken to her in quite some time. She called me up to ask if I'd like to do something. She came down, picked me up, and we got into this conversation. And that's how this came to be.
Ma'am, that is true. After a long time, I did call him to see if he wanted to hang out, and that was Tuesday night. Wednesday night was when we talked on the phone. He never mentioned anything at dinner about anything about his car needing $400. It was on the phone that we discussed it. And I told him that I needed it by Sunday, and we did make plans on Friday night to go out.
No, we didn't.
He is lying about that.
No, I'm not.
Now, Mr. Torres, how long were you saving? How much longer did you think you would have to save up in order to get your car out of impound?
Probably another week or two. Not impound, repair shop.
Repair shop. So you had the $600 already,
Yes.
and you needed just another week or so to put together the other $400.
Yes. It's because I was using my car for work at the time.
Okay.
And so I wasn't able
So
to
I
make
would
money.
assume that another week or so went by and you had the additional $400. Is that
Yes.
right? So why didn't you wire her the money back?
I didn't have an address to wire to her. I tried to get a hold of her on the telephone, and I could not.
Did you try to get her on the phone, say a week or so later, to tell her that you now had the money together?
Yes, I did.
So that you planned on paying her back?
Yes, I did.
Perfect. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $434. I thought we'd get there. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Ms. Marshall, parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated, sir. Have a seat.
Miss Lacey, according to your complaint, you were at a bar or a club with some friends. Somebody by the name of Malcolm got into a confrontation with some other people, and you offered to give Malcolm a ride home.
Yes.
Got out into the parking lot, there was an altercation, and you say that the defendant is responsible for vandalism of your car that occurred during this altercation.
Yes.
Is this Malcolm?
Yes.
Perfect. Step up. What date did this happen?
September 29th of 2001.
And who did you go to the club with?
I went with Malcolm and also another student named Tom.
3 of you went in your car?
Yes.
And what happened with Malcolm in the club?
I did not witness anything that happened in the club.
What happened, Malcolm, in the club?
Nothing happened in the club. Everything happened as the club was letting out.
Well, what happened as the club was letting out?
Well, I was leaving. I had seen a female, or whatever. She was attractive, so.
Stand up straight. And talk to me directly.
All right.
You saw a female that looked attractive.
Yeah, so I approached her or whatever, and I guess it must have been one of the defendant's friends, girlfriend, or something.
What did you say to her?
Well, I just said, what's up, you know what I'm saying?
A Valentine.
I just said, what's up, you know, stop, talk to her, you know. And I guess that was her boyfriend. He just went through this whole episode of outrageous.
What did he say?
He didn't say really much. It was just like, ooh, he made some faces and like he was really mad or whatever, you know. So I had left it at that or whatever. We had went on to the car and.
Okay. What time had you arrived at the club that evening? Don't look at her. You tell me.
Around 11 or 12 or something.
And what time did you all leave?
I think the club let out probably 3 or 4.
They serve alcohol at this club?
They do.
And when you went out to the car, where were you seated in the car?
I was in the front passenger seat.
Now tell me what happened next.
There was a police block up ahead, so all the cars were basically at a halt.
It
was a police block. Like, the police were searching the cars as they were leaving the area of the club. And I seen the defendant and some of his friends leaning against the car. The defendant...
Leaning against which car?
It was a gold car.
Not your car?
No, not my car.
Okay.
No, that's a lie.
I'll go get to you, okay? Go ahead.
The defendant pointed at Malcolm, and after that, another guy came through my sunroof and began to hit and kick Malcolm. Was about 4 other guys, including the defendant, came through the passenger side window and was hitting and kicking Malcolm also.
How could 4 people come through the window?
They were through the 2 passenger side windows because there was also another guy in the back, and they were hitting on him too.
So somebody else came through the sunroof?
Yes.
Was it the defendant?
No, it wasn't the defendant.
Go ahead, let me hear.
I got out of the car frantically. I got back inside of the car, and I got ready to pull off, and the other student was pulled out the back window, and they began hitting him.
You mean the one in the back seat?
Yes. I drove forward, and police were about 500 feet ahead. We spoke with an officer. They went looking. They didn't find anybody, so they told us to go down to the police station and fill out a report. I have the report, and I also have pictures and the estimate.
Now, of all the people that were involved in coming over to your car, how many of them did you know by name?
I knew 2 by name.
Which 2?
Melvin and also another student named Marco.
What did Marco do?
He was the one that came through my sunroof.
What damage was done to the car?
It was about 7 dents. 3 on the passenger side, 3 on the roof of my car, and then 1 on the trunk.
Do you know what damage the defendant caused to your car?
Yes.
What damage?
There were dents on the side, on the passenger side where he was, and also there were dents on the trunk.
No, that's a lie. She keep telling such lies on me. I can't.
You have to, because it's not your turn.
Go ahead.
When it comes to your turn, you can speak. Okay? Malcolm!
Yes.
Did you throw a liquor bottle out the car window?
Yes, I did.
You know how I knew that? I looked in my crystal ball. What kind of liquor bottle did you throw out of the car window, Malcolm?
It was a 5th of Hennessy.
Is there any reason why you threw it out of the car window?
Yeah, because I believe it was this gentleman. They went, once him and his friends or whatever, they approached the car or whatever, they were telling me to get out or whatever. I wasn't getting out, and one of them swung, you know what I'm saying? And I hit the 5th, so I threw it out there, you know.
So you threw out the bottle of Hennessy, and they were actually standing right near the car?
No, I threw it out after one of the men had swung at me.
Well, you were sitting in the car.
Yeah.
So he must have been close enough to swing at you.
Yeah.
And in response, you threw the bottle out of the car?
Yes.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Monique Lacey says during a fight in a nightclub parking lot, Melvin Marshall damaged her car. Melvin says Monique's friend threw a bottle of Hennessy at him.
All right, Mr. Marshall. Now, see, because patient people always get rewarded, Mr. Marshall, I want to hear your version of the events.
Okay, we were at the club one Saturday night. The defendant was hollering at my homeboys.
Now listen to me. I want you to speak slowly, speak clearly, so that I can understand you. And I want to tell you, I'm going to give you a clue. I'm older than 21, but I don't always get the vernacular, the language. So I don't understand homeboy. I understand friend. you know, buddy. All right?
Right.
And I know you can do it.
Well, he was hollering at my buddies.
He was what?
He was talking to my buddy's girlfriend.
Yes!
Yeah.
See, you made it so that we could understand each other. Go.
He was talking to my buddy's girl at the club, right? My buddy didn't like it, so he got upset. So he was talking to him. I guess they got into a confrontation, argument outside the club. The club was over with. It just let out. Monique, plaintiff, she left. Left the club. I guess they had a roadblock or something up the street. So they came back through. When they came,
What do you mean they came back through?
I mean, they had to, I guess she didn't have license or insurance, so she couldn't get through. I don't know.
Whatever. So she went
Yeah.
out.
Honor,
that's not true. Just a second. So she went out and then they came back?
Yeah, they came back.
Okay.
When they came back, plaintiff was running off at the mouth, calling me.
Who, the plaintiff was?
I mean,
She was?
Malcolm.
Malcolm isn't the plaintiff. Malcolm was a witness.
Oh, the witness.
Okay, he was running off
at the mouth, calling.
At you?
Using profane language.
At you?
At all of us.
At all. I believe that.
He was, you want me to tell you what he said?
Yes.
He called, you ain't no good, and all that, you know. So I took it personally.
This Malcolm?
This Malcolm.
That's not true.
This Malcolm.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay,
Sure
so
it is.
when they came back through, he threw a bottle.
He threw a bottle?
He threw a bottle. I wasn't involved in the confrontation that he had with my buddy. I wasn't involved in it. But when he threw the bottle, it hit me. Basically, that was it.
No. We haven't got to a car yet. So
That
what
was
happened?
it. He,
just a second. Look at me.
She pulled up in the car, right? Okay.
Okay, he throws the bottle.
He throws
now,
the
and
bottle.
hits you. Now you're involved.
I'm involved. Yeah.
What was the next thing that happened?
Punches were thrown.
How were punches thrown?
I guess he got in an argument with my buddy, right? So I
Now,
guess
somebody had to approach the car. Who approached the car?
my buddy approached the car.
And what about you?
I was standing next to him.
So you approached the car too?
Yeah.
I don't want to have to play guessing games with you. You and your buddy approached the car.
Yeah.
Did you try to hit him?
No, ma'am.
What were you doing at the car?
I approached the car because my buddy, they were having another conversation, talking to each other, you know.
Who dragged the passenger in the rear out of the car?
Who dragged him out?
Yeah.
I don't know who dragged him out.
Well, you were with a bunch of people.
It was so many people out there, Your Honor. It was about 10 or 15 people.
It wasn't you who jumped on the top of the car, is that right?
No, ma'am.
According to you, somebody also spilled liquid in the car, is that
Yes.
right? That was the person who was on the sunroof.
Yes.
You have damages for that too?
Yes.
That wasn't me, Your Honor.
Just a second.
No, alcohol was thrown from the passenger side. It didn't come in through the sunroof. It was thrown in from the passenger side, and it hit the roof as it was thrown in from the passenger side.
You didn't see who did that?
No.
Okay. So you have damages to your car, let's say, in the amount of $1,632.
It's actually $1,362, and I have 3 estimates here, and that's the lowest estimate.
Let me ask you this question. Any of the damage to your car have to do with the sunroof?
Yes.
Why are you charging him for that?
Because he was one of the people that caused altercation.
What about him?
He was also involved too, but they were the ones that actually started the whole thing.
Well, don't you think he started a little bit of it by throwing a bottle of Hennessy out your window?
No, that was not what happened. The whole altercation started when when I was stopped. They seen that he was in my car, and after they seen that he was in my car, that was when they started hitting him. He did not throw the bottle first.
That's not true.
Really? You remember exactly when he threw the bottle?
He threw the bottle after they started hitting him because his feet were hanging out the window. He was trying to kick them as they were hitting him.
His feet were sticking out the window?
Yes.
Was he pretty drunk?
I'm not sure.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't see him inside of the club.
They were drinking
He didn't
Hennessy,
seem
you
like
know.
he was inside.
Well, he walked out with a bottle of Hennessy.
I was not drunk.
They were still drinking when the altercation happened, Your Honor.
That's a lie, Your Honor.
Of course they were. That's why, what do you think he brought the bottle of Hennessy outside for?
Thank you, ma'am.
We had it before we went to the club. It was in the car, and we went into the club.
Oh, so you were drinking in the car?
No. The bottle was from we were at a previous person's house before we went to the club, and that was where the bottle was from.
Where had it been stashed while you were in the club?
In the car.
Where in the car?
In the...
It was in the trunk.
So So I want to know how your friend Malcolm over here got the bottle in the front passenger seat.
He got it out as we were leaving.
You got a quick answer. That's not the way things go. If he was going to take the bottle of Hennessy, he would have gotten in the car. There was an altercation. You want to get in the car and get out as fast as you can. You don't go in the trunk of the car to get out a bottle. And
No, he had got it out before the altercation. As we were coming to the car, he got the bottle out then because he was taking it back with him to his room. It was his bottle.
Of course, but you do that when you get home. Not if you've just had words inside a club. That doesn't make sense to me.
It was outside the club, and it wasn't like we could just leave right then and there because there was so many cars and one way out. So I had got the bottle out, poured me a little something.
In the car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just said they wasn't drinking, y'all.
I know he did.
I ain't say I wasn't drinking. I ain't say I wasn't drinking.
I asked if you were drinking in the car.
I wasn't drinking yet.
You said you just took a sit out and poured yourself a little something.
Yeah. I poured some. I didn't even get a chance to drink none.
Well, what'd you pour it in?
Huh?
What'd you pour it in?
In cups. Cups that I had before when we left the house.
You took it out of the trunk, and in the trunk you also had some glasses for it.
Yeah, the same cup I had when we left our friend's house.
And so you were pouring it into the cup.
Yeah.
And before you got a chance to drink it, people assaulted you.
Yes.
So that the liquid that you had in the cup must have gotten all over the car.
I threw all that out when I threw the bottle, the cup. When they got to swinging, I threw it all out.
Before or after you put your feet out of the window?
When they came, approached, started swinging, so I threw the bottle in the cup. They came back, and that's when I put it out, because I leaned to the side over, like, really. My face was over towards her side of the car, whatever, and that's when I was kicking out the window.
Do you remember all this clear as a bell?
Yes, I remember this.
And he been drinking.
Okay, listen. Mr. Marshall, you'd been drinking too, sir.
But see,
You've been drinking too, sir, is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right? Okay. So, some of the damage that got done to the car was done perhaps by Mr. Marshall, but not all of it. He's not going to be responsible for all of it.
He in fact was the leader of the whole thing. No, he was the person who pointed at him inside of my car.
So what?
He caused the whole thing, basically.
I don't think
Since
so.
he pointed, he showed them where Mr. Johnson was.
So he has to be responsible for part of this damage, but you certainly know some of the other people, and you know the rest of them, right?
I know some of them, y'all.
Good, perfect. We know one of them's name is Marco, because that's somebody that you know who you can sue, right?
Yes.
That's one. And the person who was on the roof of the car, who was that?
I don't know. I was drinking, y'all.
This is going to get you off the hook, Mr. Marshall, for some money.
Names, one of them was Jason.
Jason what?
Huh?
Jason what?
Jason what?
Where do you know him from?
I know him from where I'm from.
You work with him? Do you know
No,
him
I
from
don't
school?
work with him. Just know him.
Just know him?
Just know him.
You know a Jason?
No.
Who else?
Another one was Sylvester. That was the one that he got into it with.
Oh, Sylvester. That's who we want to know. What's Sylvester's last name?
Excuse me, ma'am, he is lying because I spoke with the officer who was there on the point, and he gave me a couple of the other names. I don't know them, but the officer was a person that was from Tuskegee, and he knew a couple of their grandmothers. He knew their first and last names, and Jason wasn't mentioned. I have a police report with names on there.
Stay there.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I don't do much, but...
That's not true.
It was about 10 or 15 people, y'all.
You know somebody by the name of Jeter?
I know him, yeah.
Jeter have a last name?
That's his last name.
His last name is Jeter?
Yeah.
What about Tommy?
No, I don't know that.
Chris?
I don't know Chris.
Did the person who you got into the fight with in the club about the girlfriend, was he one of the people out of the car?
I didn't get into it with anyone in the club.
I don't mean fight, I mean an argument.
I'm
verbal.
saying I didn't get into it with
Verbal.
anyone in
Verbal
the club.
altercation.
It was-
On the way outside of the club.
Yes, he was out there.
What did he do?
He was swinging and, swinging at me and everything.
He was swinging at you?
Yeah.
Where was he standing with relation to where he was standing?
From what I remember, they were on the side, like on the passenger side, right there.
Let me see the estimates for your car, please. Okay.
And I also have a lease for the car because the car is on a lease agreement.
The windshield glass was broken?
Yes.
Who broke the windshield glass?
That happened as I was pulling out.
Well, how did that happen?
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
They were drunk, John.
Who was drunk?
Both of them.
Ma'am, I was the designated driver for the night, so I had no alcohol in my system.
I don't think she was drunk, sir, and you don't even know that, so why would you say that?
I saw her with a cup, John.
That doesn't mean she was drunk.
She was drinking.
It doesn't mean she was drunk. She didn't start up with you. All you guys were the ones who caused the trouble. That testosterone out there, 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, I tell you this, Mr. Marshall. We know one other person's name, and that's Marco. And if he was jumping up and down on the hood of the car, may have also scratched or cracked the windshields. That's a possibility.
What he told another person was that it was not his fault and I shouldn't have had, excuse my French, his in my car in the first place.
Well, then I think you have to sue him.
Oh, yeah, I'm pressing charges.
Good. Because Mr. Marshall here, I mean, he knows Sylvester, he knows Jason, so he's going to have to go after them for his half of this damage. And I'm going to give you half of what it's going to cost to fix your car. You go after Marco for the other half. And if Mr. Marshall wants to recoup any of his losses, he'll go after old Sylvester and Mr. Jason. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $681. That's all.
Parties are excused. And Judge, you may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Mr. Germani, you and the defendant were married. You are now divorced. How long were you married?
5 years?
Do you have children together?
Yes, ma'am.
How many children?
2.
Who do the children live with?
They live with me.
According to your complaint, after the divorce, your wife ran up a bill on your American Express card.
Yes, ma'am.
And then she went into what had been a joint account of yours.
It's actually what it was a home equity account.
And she withdrew $2,000
That's
from
correct.
that home equity, and there was $3,000 in the reserve fund that you could have drawn from.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You don't deny that you ran up this bill on American Express?
No, I don't deny that I ran it up.
Okay.
I don't believe I owe him anything.
Okay. We'll get to it in a second.
Okay.
When were you divorced? What was the date of the divorce?
July 17th, 2000.
And when was the first charge on the American Express card?
November.
November of 2000?
November 2000.
So it was clearly after the divorce?
Yes.
Okay. And how much did you charge on the American Express card?
$1,000.
How much?
$1,344.79.
Explain to me why you don't owe him that money.
Well, first of all, because I thought this was my account, he gave me the card in an envelope, and also he told me after I did it, he told me first of all, he said he was going to press charges. Then a couple of days later, he called me back and said, don't worry about it. I'm not going to press any charges.
Ms. Wally, you thought this was your account that you were charging things on that you wanted and that you planned to pay for.
Yes.
Is that right?
Right.
So why don't you pay for them?
Because he said, don't worry about it.
No, he didn't. He said,
Yes,
don't worry,
he
I'm
did.
not going to press charges.
He
There's a
said,
difference.
don't worry about it. I told him, I'll make the payments. He says, how much do you plan on paying? I said, I don't know, $30, $40 a week, a month.
Get out of here. You don't pay American Express that way, madam. You have to pay them the balance in full. All right, forget that. You owe them $1,344.79. I don't know where your head is. Now, you withdrew $2,000 from a home equity line of credit.
It's also my account. I have every right to it. If it's
Who said so?
Who said so?
You have a
my
judge-
credit report.
No
the bank.
way, Miss Wally. Get your head together. You are divorced from him. You cannot obligate him for anything anymore. When you have a home equity line of credit, you have to pay that back. Who's supposed to pay it back? You or him?
I told him I was going to make payments on it because I needed a car to be able to go see my kids because they told me they were not a taxi service and that I should get a car in order to pay, in order to be able to see my kids. So I needed a car right away so I can go see my kids whenever I felt like it, which even after that, I wasn't able to go see my kids.
Miss
Thanks,
Wally,
Leanne.
Miss Wally, hey, do you pay child support?
No.
Why not?
We have joint custody, with the children living primarily with the father, and no custody is to be paid as long as the custody remains joint. And the only reason why the custody is joint, the only reason why the custody is joint was because I was afraid to fight him against this, because he was always telling me, all you are is a poor Mexican wetback without an education, and the judge is not going to listen to you.
Miss Wally, listen to me. You don't sound like you're a victim to me. You sound very smart. If you accessed a home equity line of credit and took out money, and if you spent $1,300.44 on things. By the way, what did you buy on American Express?
If I may?
Yeah, let me see.
I have...
I'm just curious, if you were in such dire need to have a car,
These are actual...
why would you
This was way before I needed to have a car.
The actual tickets that were signed.
Because he had let me use his car for a while until Leanne moved in and they needed the car to trade it in for Durango.
Dresses. So you bought yourself clothes. Clarence, you bought makeup and stuff. Eyewear and eye exams. Was that for you?
Yes, it was.
Who'd you buy shoes for?
He's wearing them.
He's wearing them?
Mm-hmm.
You bought men's shoes for your former husband?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Actually, the shoes I'm wearing I bought myself.
Did she buy you a pair of shoes?
I received shoes in Christmas as a Christmas present for my children of December of 2000.
Okay. So, Miss Wally, once you are divorced, all of your financial obligations to the other are concluded. You cannot obligate him to do anything. If you used his American Express card and expected him to pay the bill, you are mistaken.
I didn't expect him to pay the
bill.
Then
you have to pay the bill.
I expected to pay the bill myself.
Good, then you pay the bill. And as far as
the only thing is, then he told me, don't worry about it. Don't worry about the payments or anything.
No, Miss Wally, you're not paying attention. If you said to him, I'll pay the American Express account $20 or $30 a month, he can't say to you that's okay, because American Express does not take their money at $20 or $30 a month. They're not a Visa or a MasterCard where you can pay so much and you owe them for the rest of your life. So you owe him this money. And if you said to him, if you gave him an alternative, that alternative was unsatisfactory because his credit would be in the toilet. As far as the home equity is concerned, the home equity is merely a line of credit. That is not money in the bank in a joint account. It's money that has to be returned. And just because the line of credit may have been taken out at a time when you were together doesn't mean that you are able to take advances on that money and expect him to pay for it.
I didn't expect him to pay for it.
So good. So what are we doing here? You owe him...
He's the one that brought me here.
Never received any money.
Because you told me it was okay. You told me...
Oh, please, Mr. Germani. Mr. Germani.
Yes,
Mr. Germani, listen to me very carefully,
yes,
sir.
Ma'am.
I don't know whether she just doesn't get it or whether she just doesn't get it.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Mark Germani says ex-wife Isela Wally made charges on his credit card after their divorce. Isela says she had every right to use it.
She owes you $3,344.79.
I agree.
That's what she owes you. And if she doesn't get it, she doesn't get it. I would suggest you do the smart thing. If you haven't closed out all your accounts by now, publish notices. I suggest that you do that. She is angry. She will continue to be angry. I have no idea if she's working, why she's not paying child support if you have primary custody of the children.
We have joint
she should
custody.
No.
Yes.
You may have joint legal custody, madam, but if primary physical custody resides in one parent, the other parent pays child support. That's it, and I don't care whether you wear a dress or a skirt or you wear pants. The other parent pays child support. You're lucky you're not paying child support. Don't take further advantage of the situation, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
The only reason why we're here is because Leanne is the one who wanted to proceed with this.
Actually, the woman in my life has opened my eyes to the fact that this will continue to happen unless I do something about it.
I shouldn't have had to pay this money because he told me not to worry about it.
Get a lawyer when you get divorced.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Castillo versus Garcia. Step forward, please.
24-year-old cook Stephanie Castile is suing her former roommate, 23-year-old nursing assistant Angie Garcia, for an assault and for the return of property. Angie is countersuing for unpaid rent, utility bills, and damage to her property.
Miss Castile, is this your daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
Is she necessary to be here today?
She witnessed the defendant attacking me.
Would you take her outside, Bud?
Sure.
Thank you.
Come on.
All right, Miss Castile, according to your complaint, You moved in with your child to the defendant's home. Defendant also had children. You lived there for a while, and there came a time, an evening, when she was supposed to babysit. You wanted to go out. You went to sleep. She went out. You missed your party. There was an altercation when she came home, and you claim she attacked you and assaulted you.
Yes, ma'am.
In addition, you say that she has some property that belongs to you from a car of yours that was repossessed. Ms. Garcia says that you were the aggressor in this altercation that took place over the babysitting, that she doesn't have any of your property, and she is counterclaiming for back rent, for damage that you allegedly did to her property, and for things that you took from her home when you left.
Yes.
When did you move in with her, Ms. Castillo?
It was in January of 2000.
What was the rent arrangement that you had?
The rent arrangement was to split the house payment, and we each had to pay $330.
And split other household expenses?
Utilities, yes.
Now tell me about this assault. When did it take place?
On May 30th of 2001.
What was the babysitting arrangement?
I was going out that night. She wasn't going to babysit for me, but I had plans to go to a live boxing match. And
she was not going to babysit for you?
No, I had another babysitter arranged. I went to lay down and take a nap. When I woke up, she was gone, and her kids were there.
What time did she come home?
2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning.
And what happened when she came home?
I asked her why she left her children there while I was sleeping. She was really drunk and really defensive and saying, if I didn't like it, oh well, too bad. Next thing I knew, she was on top of me, choking me. She had her knees up over my arms. And she grabbed my hair, was punching me in the face. I have some pictures.
I'd like to see the pictures, please.
When I tried to push her off me, she bit my thumb, which the thumb picture didn't turn out. And she also bit my back.
Okay, what happened next?
She couldn't find the phone, so she ran to the neighbor's house to call 911 or have them call it. Finally, the police came, and I got the police report.
I see it, please.
But at the time, the police didn't take a police report. They didn't even take our names. So the next morning, I went to the police station, and that's when I got that police report. And I also had to make a report against the police for, I guess, not taking a report because they didn't even take our names. So because I had to move out, I had to use my car payment money to move out. And the bank came to get the car, and a letter was sent to our address that was stating where my belongings that were inside the car were going to be mailed. And the belongings were mailed to my boss's house, and she showed up on that day. And
How do you know that?
He told me that.
Where is he?
He wouldn't come.
You can't tell me what he said, because that's hearsay. Now tell me your version, Ms. Garcia, about the events of May 30th.
We were both supposed to go out together, and I had a sitter for our children. Well, she called and said that she couldn't do it anymore. So she was sleeping on the couch, taking a little
Who
nap.
called and said they couldn't do it anymore?
My babysitter, my friend Krista. She was going to babysit for both of our children, and she called and said she couldn't do it. I still wanted to go out. As a parent, she didn't want to go. So I put my children and hers to bed, and I went out. I got a call on my cell phone.
Where did you go?
I went to the bar. I got a call on my cell phone after the bar, about 1. And
about
she had,
1 o'clock in the morning?
And she had left a message saying, I don't appreciate you leaving me with your kids, just going off on this message. So I went home. And she was mad about it, freaking out. Well, you knew I wanted to go out too, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, well, I'm sorry, next time you can go out. Well, she went upstairs. She was still rambling upstairs. Well, you need to pay me for babysitting your kids and blah, blah, blah. It's like, whatever.
Just a minute, so she went upstairs?
She went upstairs, yes.
And where did you go?
And I was downstairs, and she was yelling at me, you need to pay me for babysitting your kids. And I went upstairs, and I said, what are you...
So then you went upstairs?
I went upstairs, yes. And I said, what are you talking about? I babysit your kid all the time, you know? We started fighting, we got on the bed, she kicked me, I flipped over the bed.
But you said, no, we passed that over. She went into her room.
No, we started fighting in the hall. And it led right, the door was right here. It's just a little
What do you
tiny
mean
hall.
you started fighting? How did that start?
She's like right in my face, yelling at me for going out. And I had apologized several times already, saying, fine, you can go out. Next time I'll watch your kid. I said, it's not like you haven't left me.
I heard that already.
Yes, so then we started fighting.
Started fighting is a conclusion. So far, we're just at the verbal end of it. Ms. Garcia.
Like, okay, we're face to face, yelling at each other. Then pushing starts, okay? So then
No,
you start
who started
fighting.
the pushing?
I'm not sure. Maybe me, maybe her, maybe both. I had been drinking, but she was not nice like she's trying to say she was.
I don't think she was nice at all. But I think that you had been out and you had been drinking.
Yeah. And she was mad because she didn't go with me.
Okay, so you pushed her.
So we started fighting, yes.
No, you pushed her.
No, we were face to face, and I'm not saying I pushed her first because I don't know who pushed who first.
She says that you struck her first.
No, I didn't. No.
How do you know that if you don't remember?
Well.
What happened next?
And then after the fight, the police were called. They said, well, you'll both go to jail. Okay, so we didn't want to press charges. So we both stayed in the house together that night. So I woke up the next morning, and she had majority of her things on the porch. Well, I noticed she was taking my things also. I said, no, get out. You're not going to be taking my things too. So I locked her out. So then she called the police again, and then they came over and assisted or stood there with us while she got the rest of her things.
But you claimed that sometime later she came back and she took things that belonged to you, and she also vandalized your property. When
Yes.
was that?
I went out of town, and I got a call from my husband saying that the house, the door was wide open, it had been broken into. The neighbors, I talked to my neighbors, they said
You can't tell me what anybody said to you,
Well,
Ms.
I have the
Garcia.
police report right here.
I'll take a
from
look at the police report.
The witness said
I'll
that
take a
he's
look
seen
at the-
her.
I'll take a look at the police report. So you advised the police that an unknown person had broken into your house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to hear what money you say she owes you for rent.
Okay, $560. Then
for what months?
May and June.
You don't get any money for June. Did you pay May's rent?
Yes, I did.
How much did you pay
Because I
in
moved
May?
out of the last day of May.
How much did you pay in May?
$260 probably. I don't know. I don't have a receipt. I always just, she'd tell me what we owed and I'd give it to her and she'd...
And that was the first of the month that you paid rent.
I had given her my $280, it was, and she was supposed to pay it. She never paid it and kept my $280, so therefore I had to come up with another $560.
You have proof that you gave her this money?
No, I don't.
All right. Listen, and the only thing I'm entertaining here,
that's fine,
quite frankly,
Okay,
is,
then
is
I have
this assault.
I have my insurance paper, which I
Insurance
think
for
is
what?
When she robbed me, when she broke into my house.
But you have no proof that you did it.
Okay,
Listen
that's
to me.
fine.
You have a police report where they say they spoke to a neighbor.
Yes, that seen her entering the house.
That said that
The
they
weekend that I
saw
was
her
gone.
and a friend enter the house. That is not sufficient proof of a burglary and a theft and a vandalism. Do you understand?
Yes.
Period, end of discussion, and I'm certain that they didn't arrest her for this. Is that right?
No, they didn't.
Because they didn't have proof. Now, you have no proof for the police to arrest. You certainly don't have any proof for court.
I also have a gas bill where we were behind on the gas.
That was
As of
also
when?
behind when I moved in.
No,
What?
it wasn't.
That was also behind when
You
I
moved in 2000.
Yeah. And that's
You moved in
we
for
were not
January
behind.
of 2000.
Right.
Yeah,
The
and I
bill was like
wasn't.
$600 a month to heat the house.
So how much were you behind?
$424.71 and $332.62.
Couldn't add these up? What else?
I also have a protection order on her because after I moved out of Omaha, I moved in with my brother. She came down there and just walked into our apartment. This was 9 months ago, and she's nonstop.
Well, she better stop.
Obviously won't
She
leave me
better
alone.
stop. However, Miss Garcia, you assaulted her.
I know.
You'd had a little too much to drink. You followed her upstairs, and you were the aggressor, and that's unacceptable. So forget your $378. That's going to be absorbed in the judgment that I'm entering for the plaintiff. What's the value of the property that you say was taken? $1,800? Well, I'm going to deduct that from the $2,300 you're suing for. So that means that you are seeking $500 for this assault.
Right.
Well, you are entitled to that. But from that, I'm going to deduct $378 because that's what you owe for the utilities for the time that you did live there prior to May.
I paid on them.
Well, let me see.
I gave you the electric that I paid off before I left, too. That was...
Let me see.
$142.
Let me see. $142 you paid?
Yes, ma'am. The deposit was $200 and something. They paid the bill, and then they sent me what was left over.
All right. I'm giving you $500 for the assault. That's what you were suing for. From that, I am adding and subtracting these utilities and some money for the utilities that you paid. That leaves you a balance of $264 on your claim of $500, and that's what I'm awarding you. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $264. Counterclaim is dismissed. You have no proof.
Jenkins versus Moon. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated.
Mr. Jenkins, the defendant is your former girlfriend.
Former acquaintance.
Did you date?
No, not really. I mean, we just basically just seen each other, spent some time together.
And it is your claim that she not only assaulted you in your home, but also purposely vandalized your car.
Yes, Your Honor.
When did this happen, sir?
It started the night of January 14th and ended up on the morning of January 15th.
And where did it start on the 14th?
I came to pick up Miss Moon from her for her place of residence at her friend's house. She had basically presented me this letter, basically stating her demeanor and her well-being.
What? I don't understand that. Let me see the letter.
Okay, here you go.
You went to pick her up at the place where she was living?
Yes, Your Honor.
What time?
It was about 8 o'clock, Your Honor.
Were you going out that evening?
No, she was basically just coming over to my apartment.
For what?
Probably just to spend some time.
And you would receive this letter before?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, clearly, Miss Moon thought that the relationship was more than just being an acquaintance.
Sure, Your Honor.
So after you read the letter, in which she tells you that she loves you,
sure,
and that you hurt her feelings, and that you don't love her back, and that you're not careful with her feelings, then you were taking her back to your house to hang out.
We had basically were discussing some confrontations of the letter.
You were discussing what?
The letter. And basically of my feelings towards her.
What did you tell her your feelings were?
I do not take love for granted, and I was not going to tell Miss Moon that I loved her when I did not do so, and I was not going to string her along like that.
So what'd you take her back to your house for?
To spend some time.
And what happened when you got to your house?
Basically, we had continued to discuss some more things. She had basically told me that she had a present for me. She let me open up the present. I seen what the present was.
What was it?
A tape.
A tape, okay.
A videotape, Your Honor.
Okay.
Seen the videotape, and pretty much I knew where she was coming from once I seen the actual videotape.
So I assume it was a sexually explicit videotape from the way you're avoiding the subject.
I guess that would be a good assumption, Your Honor.
Okay.
I mean, I try to avoid that, but...
Did you watch the tape with her?
Yes, Your Honor.
And after you watched the tape with her, what happened? Look at me when you're talking.
Yes, Your Honor. We had actually became a little bit intimate, but it got to the point to where she was more like, no. Okay, well, why? What's going on? And she had priorly told me about how she had went to go take a pregnancy test that she was happy about, so to say, that she wasn't pregnant. I had seemed very relieved, but then she got upset again. It was more like, well, why are you so relieved? And I'm like, well...
And this was the discussion you had on the 14th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now let's move it along to when you say she attacked you.
The discussion got to where she left the bedroom, and I followed her out of the bedroom. She continuously was loud, disruptful, yelling, cursing at me. I had asked her to stop many times. So we got to the point to where I had asked Miss Moon to leave. I basically was fed up of her actually being very disrespectful. Miss Moon actually taking her time to where she wanted to leave my apartment. I had basically started removing her things onto my front porch.
So she said she didn't want to have sex with you, so you were throwing her things out the door.
No.
Is that...
That's not true, Your Honor.
Well, that sounds... I mean, when you cut through all the baloney that you're giving me, sir, you followed her out of the bedroom, right? Because she's still saying no after you watch this video and everybody's all charged up and their juices are all flowing, at least yours were. She's arguing, you don't love me, I love you, you don't give back, take your stuff and get out. You gathered up her stuff and you threw them out the front porch.
That's not true, Your Honor. I asked her to leave my apartment because she was cursing at me, yelling at me, screaming at me, and also banging things on my floor.
There had to be something happened in between, sir. If she said no, 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 I changed my mind. You must have said something. You said, how come you changed your mind?
Something along the lines is where, why? What's going on? Why are you acting so different? And then she started telling me more things about how she had had a discussion with her friends, how she basically had felt that I had never felt for her,
Well, yeah,
seriously anyway.
she was clearly right because you described your relationship with her as one of an acquaintance.
True.
An acquaintance is somebody, you know, you go in, you meet at a butcher. You say, hello, how are you? How's your family? That's an acquaintance. That's not a friend. Someone who is just an acquaintance isn't somebody that you worried that maybe the pregnancy test, the rabbit died. That's not an acquaintance.
It was a little more than an acquaintance.
Ah, okay.
Just a little more.
Let's get to the assault, sir.
Miss Moon had finally agreed to actually leave the apartment. And she basically, on my front porch, and she had basically let me know and indicated to me that she had left her glasses in my apartment. I said, well, here, just wait here. I'll go get your glasses. I said, I'm not going to do anything to your glasses. Miss Moon didn't want to hear that. She actually wanted to come into the apartment. And from then on, I had stopped her. And she had continuously brushed past me for the second time. Once she had brushed past me for the second time, it was a point to where I was basically holding her off with my forearm, like so. By doing that, she came past my elbow. This is the weaker part, whatever, and that's where she got to the point to where her head was down, and she had bit me right here on my chest and my shoulder area. Once she had done so, and she was not letting go, it was clear that she was not going to let go. I had needed to get her off somehow. So the best way I knew how at that point was to actually put my hand around her neck. I didn't necessarily choke her, but at this point I held her tight enough to where she actually let go. And once she actually let go, I threw her off of me, and she was basically on the front porch. Once she was on the front porch, she called me some obscenities, whatever, and basically had let me know, well, I'm pregnant anyway, so I hope, you know, you take that, whatever. Stood there, watched her as she walked down the stairs, as while she's yelling and shouting, whatnot, obscenities. Watched her actually break my cologne bottles, which I have here, that she broke off my car. I have a picture of my car. And she basically was kind of like provoking me to come out there and kind of like do something about what she had actually done to my car.
Was she downstairs already when she threw the bottles at your car?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many bottles did she throw at your car?
2.
Okay, let me see the damage to the car.
It's not necessarily the best of pictures, Your Honor, but however, I can't point
They're
out.
all you got.
I also went to go get estimates of how much it would actually cost to get my car repaired. Here's are the estimates. And these are the bite marks that night.
Okay, and according to your complaint, you went and were treated the next day at the hospital or an emergency
Yes, Your Honor. I was treated at Mount Carmel East in Columbus, Ohio. And these are my medical bills.
All right, Miss Moon, let's hear it.
Okay, he was supposed to come get me at 8 o'clock. The reason I wrote that letter is because he told me I will be there at 8 o'clock, and he didn't show up till midnight. So I wrote the letter because I was sick of it, you know what I mean? And we sat and we had a discussion at my place until we didn't leave until 1 o'clock. We got to his apartment. We started to watch the movie, but his VCR doesn't have any tracking, and we couldn't watch the movie. And I had to go to work the next day at 10 o'clock. He was supposed to take me. And I told him, I'm ready to go to bed. I just want to go to sleep. And he started asking me why. And I said, because I don't feel like it. So automatically I started, that means I'm sleeping with somebody else. I became all these and everything else.
That's a lie, Your Honor.
I wasn't
Listen,
having
it. Did you see how quiet she was?
She was, I mean, if I can't sit there.
Did you see how quiet she was when you were testifying?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's how quiet I want you to be.
But I wasn't lying to her, though.
Just a second. What word that I said didn't you understand?
I understand clearly now, Your Honor.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Brian Jenkins says, after an argument with former friend Tia Moon, she assaulted him and vandalized his car. Tia says Brian tried to strangle her, so she bit him.
And so I asked him to take me home, and he refused. I asked him about 3 or 4 times, just take me home, please, just take me home. He wouldn't take me home. And I started to get my stuff. He started taking it and throwing it. And I did forget my glasses, and I went back to get it, and he grabbed me around here, and I bit him, and he started strangling me. He was grabbing my neck.
I saw a lie, Your Honor.
What word didn't you understand? when I said, when she's testifying, unless I'm looking at you and asking you a question, don't speak.
That's right.
And so he was having me around my neck. He wasn't really...
Why did he put his hands on your neck?
I guess he didn't want me to go back into the apartment. He didn't...
Well, did he tell you not to go back into the apartment?
He said, hold on, and I was like, I'll get him, and he just grabbed me, and I was like, all right, you know, and then...
So he grabbed you?
Yeah.
And you bit him?
Yeah.
Hard?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And I threw his cologne. When he was throwing my stuff out, I was like, all right, so I threw his stuff out. You know what I mean? I didn't care.
Now, he threw your stuff out after you had bitten him?
No, before. And so I didn't throw the cologne at his car. I just threw it, and it landed in the grass. And after he started strangling me, he threw me onto the porch, and I gathered my stuff up, and I was leaving. And he started saying something to me, and I had the cologne, another bottle, and I just tossed it, and it hit his car. And I kept on walking, and I was halfway down the street to go to the payphone to call my friend to come pick me up, and he gets in his car, and he drives, and he tries to get me to come in the car. But the whole time he was strangling me, he was telling me, you know, I could kill you right now. What do I look like getting in the car with somebody that just said they were going to try and kill me? So I told him, no, just leave me alone. I'll walk. I'll find another ride. And he continued to just follow me. He came behind me, and he grabbed my book bag with my work clothes in it, and he grabbed my jacket.
Stop playing with that paper.
I'm sorry. And he grabbed my glasses off my face, and I kept walking, and he did this for like an hour. All I wanted was for him to let me alone so I can call my friend and go home. He wouldn't leave me alone. He picked me up, and he threw me in his car, and I got out, and I kept running because I was scared. I was crying. I thought he was going to kill me. He told me he was going to kill me.
He didn't tell you he was going to kill you when
Yes.
he was... No, listen to me! He didn't say to you as he was following you to try to put you in the car to drive you home that he was going to kill you.
No, but when he was strangling me.
Right. You know, don't embellish this story. Do we understand each other? To make a long story short, you finally got in the car, he drove you home, and he dropped you off.
Yeah.
All right. There was at least some modicum of concern about your safety at that hour in the morning, walking around by yourself, because that's why he got in the car to take you home, even after you bit him, and even after you damaged his car, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Okay. Mr. Jenkins.
That's right.
You're a cad, but not a total louse. Here you have a situation where you have a young lady who is clearly more infatuated with you than you are with her. That's what you said, because you described her to me as an acquaintance. And clearly, she poured her heart out to you in this letter that you read before you took her back to your house. So someone who was a decent person would say to themselves, look, I really don't care about this lady the same way she cares about me. And I don't want to lead her on anymore, because clearly she's lonely, she's vulnerable, so I don't want to lead her on anymore. And I'm just going to end it. But you decided, well, as long as we both have nothing to do, we'll go back to my house. So you went back to your house. And with this acquaintance, you were going to have a sexual encounter, one that you had had before, something that a decent person doesn't do to somebody who's vulnerable. Better off just cutting it off and saying, look, it's not going to work out. I don't feel the same way that you do. So you're a cad, but you're not a total louse because you didn't want her to walk home alone. It's in the middle of the night, so you... Even after the attack on you and your car, I don't know what you found more devastating, the attack on you or your car. Usually guys find the attacks on their cars more devastating than the attacks on themselves. You did, in fact, get into your car and say, let me take you home. You got it?
I do understand, Your Honor.
You bit him. That's a no-no. I don't believe that you bit him in order to have him release his stronghold on you. I think that you got very angry that night, and I think you probably had reason, but you weren't acting like a smart lady. If you sense from somebody that they're really not interested in you, what you're supposed to do is cut your losses and move on. Cut your losses, move on, find somebody else that wants to be as good to you as you want to be to them. Do you understand?
Yes.
Fine.
Can I also have something else, Your Honor?
I would love to hear something else. Make sure I'm going to like it.
Okay.
Because so far you're winning.
I basically did want to say that I do have a permanent mark here because of the actual bite wound.
Maybe it'll teach you to be more careful with somebody's feelings. Mr. Jenkins. Got it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good. Car is $763 to fix. Your emergency room was $446. So your total bills were $1,209. However, I do believe that you have to be compensated for the pain and suffering. A bite mark is dangerous. And I am awarding you $2,000 on your judgment, which is some $800 more than the actual damages that you sustained. Have you both moved on with your lives, I assume?
Yes, Your Honor.
Perfect. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I was actually pretty upfront and honest. That's the type of person that I am.
I'm only 19. I got other things to do with my life.
If you see a female get more like out of line, whatever, just go ahead and handle the situation.
I'm just happy that it's over.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Bufano versus Kowalski, step forward, please.
19-year-old waitress Tamara Bufano is suing her former friend, 20-year-old waitress Chanel Kowalski, for the cost to get her car out of impound. Chanel says Tamara owes her for a set of rims.
Ms. Bufano, you loaned your car to the defendant, who
Correct.
was, according to your complaint, related to your ex-boyfriend?
She was just close friends with my ex.
A close friend of your ex-boyfriend?
Yes.
She acknowledges that if anything happened to your car, she would take care of it, right?
Yes.
She drove the car broke down, she left it on the road, the car got towed, cost you money to get it out of impound, you want your impound fees.
Correct.
She says she paid you some towards the impound fees, some money towards the impound fees, which you acknowledge that she gave you some money towards the impound fees, but then decided she didn't have to give you any more, right? Tell me why.
Because about 1.5 years ago, me and my ex-husband gave her these rims to put on for tires, and she put them on her car, borrowing them, and she crashed her car 4 days later. The rims were $2,000. She told me that she told me and my ex-husband she was going to pay us back. She gave us $20 a week for maybe 3 weeks and never paid me back again. So when this happened with her car, I kind of was put in the same position, and she still owes me over $1,900 for that.
You don't have a counterclaim?
It happened over 1 year ago. They wouldn't let me, they said.
Well, so 1 year ago it's passed.
Right.
Oh, this is a
Which
very easy case.
I pretty much dropped it because she was my friend. That's why when this happened, I kind of said, you know, you did the same thing, so.
Duh. You have no counterclaim, so I can't entertain your set. What you want to do is do a set-off. Be a grown-up. How much did you give her towards the impound fees?
I believe $70 to $80.
Okay, how much were the impound fees?
$191.
How much did she give you?
Nowhere near $70 to $80. It was $20. 4 payments of $5 each.
The impound fees were $191, and she gave you 4 payments of $5 each. Even my rudimentary math, that comes up to $171. Would that be a fair statement?
Fair statement.
Why are you suing her for $191?
Well, because we ended up making an agreement after lots of fighting and arguing that she would pay me half of the impound fee by October 1st. Otherwise, I was going to file small claims. Well, she said there should be no reason why she wouldn't do it. Every time I asked for money, she didn't have it. She said, I have other things to do, but she was always partying and going out. So
I'm asking you, what'd you add on the other $20 for?
She owed me $20 from another situation.
I'm not hearing another situation. I don't have another situation here. So what she owes you, according to you, is $171.
Yes.
By the way, did she ever say to you at any point, you owe me money for the rims and that's why I'm not going to pay you?
No, she didn't say that exactly to me. She said something about that she doesn't think it's fair that I didn't pay her for the rims. But she didn't say, you know, I'm not paying you because of the rims.
Okay, and the rims were her ex-husband's rims.
Right, and they were $500, not $2,000. They said I would have to pay $500.
Just a second, but they were her ex-husband's rims.
Right.
They were bought with our wedding money. They were bought with our wedding money.
All right.
That was.
You owe her $171. Judgment for the plaintiff. Goodbye. In relationship, did you also live together for a period of time?
No.
According to your complaint, you made a loan to him sometime in the year 2000?
Yes.
And in addition to that, you say that after you weren't together anymore, you received a cable bill for movies.
I received the cable bill in December when we were still dating.
But he never lived with you?
No.
All right, and the cable bill you attribute to him?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me when this loan was.
The loan was November 21st.
2000?
2000.
Tell me the circumstances of the loan.
I had just received a settlement from my divorce. Todd knew I had a lot of money in my checking account. He asked me for a loan to pay off some of his debts, and he promised to pay me in February when he got his taxes back.
So you took the money out. Do you have any proof that you took the money out and gave it to him?
I have a check.
Can I see it, please? Well, this is a check made out to cash.
Right, and his name is in the memo. And also on my check register, it's got loan for Todd. And you can tell it was all written at the same time in the same ink.
Okay. Now tell me about this November 21st check, sir.
It's not mine. She didn't make a loan to me.
Well, let me ask you if she gave you any money.
No, I have my own money.
She did not.
No, ma'am.
Why do you think she would say she did?
She's very vindictive and money hungry, but I believe she's got 2 other cases pending right now, suing her attorney for a divorce. She didn't get the money that she thought she was going to get. I believe she's also suing her dentist. And I told her I was going to end up taking her to court. She beat me to the punch.
Take her to court for your counterclaim.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to get to that. Ms. Cox, a couple of questions I have. February came about, 2001, and he did not return the money to you. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you have discussions with him about it?
I had several telephone conversations with him, asking him when he was going to pay my money. I actually have a tape with him that he left on my recorder.
That says what?
That says he will get me my money as soon as he can, that he has a problem right now. And as soon as it gets straightened out...
Oh, I'd like to hear that.
Saved message from... This is Todd. Thursday. Didn't bother me, so stuff you said last week.
I can't hear that.
Didn't bother me at all.
Can I see? Can I have it close?
It's very guttural.
I understand that. Bert, can you put this on your bed iron with buttons?
Everything I've said to you, every emotion I ever told you, what I felt, it was true. And it bothered me that you said what you said. Anyway, I'm working on trying to get your money to you as soon as possible. I wish I could get it to you right now, but I know that's a problem. I know you need it. I'd give it to you if I had it. I don't know. I guess that's about all I wanted to say. Today's the 22nd. Was his anniversary. 5 years. I'll tell you that I get something settled. I straightened out. It's just money. Talk to you later. Bye.
What money are you talking about, sir?
$160 child support money that she gave me, that I owed her. She had paid a child support payment for me when we would drop my daughter off.
Why would you need to take money from her for your child support payment if you just told me that you had money?
I didn't have my checkbook with me. We had dropped her off. We were in her car. My book was in my car, and I was going to pay her later, and she said no, she'd just go ahead and write a check. And she did so. And I admitted to that, and I still haven't got her the money.
Then you would have the check for that. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you have a check for $160?
No.
Why would you make such a big deal about $160, sir? I mean, when you talked about owing her the money on the tape,
right,
you said, I would give it to you right now if I had it, but I don't have it. You just told me that you just didn't have your checkbook in the car, and she had her checkbook, so that's why she wrote it. So I would assume from that that you had plenty of money to pay your child support. The problem was you didn't have a check to pay it. And here you're leaving her a message on the machine that says, I would give you the money, but I don't have it. Explain that to me.
I owed her the money. I didn't have the extra money to give her at the moment.
Well, but you just told me a moment ago, sir, that you had the money. It's just that you didn't have a checkbook.
I didn't have the cash. We split up. We were not getting along, and I didn't have the money at the time to give her.
Right. Okay. You want to proceed with these cable bill that you have?
I also have 3 bills from the cable company for adult videos that were ordered when I was not around, when I was working.
You mean he stayed at your apartment when you weren't working?
He had a key to my apartment because he house sat for me on a couple occasions because I had 2 dogs. So apparently these were watched while I was at work. We have Lewd Conduct, Volume 3, 7:30 a.m.
I don't need the titles.
Okay. They're
Okay.
4 in one day, back to back.
She was with me.
I don't know about the cable bill. Forget about the cable bill, madam. You give somebody the keys to your apartment, they watch the cable. I wasn't there. I don't know whether you watched them with them, whether you didn't watch them with them. You're not talking about a
Well, I have my
substantial
cable
amount
bills
of
for a
money.
whole year of what my cable's bill before he came into the picture.
Should have watched them more carefully. You're not talking about a substantial amount of money.
She
And
was
certainly not
watching
talking
with
about
me.
$2,500. All right, Mr. Fife, you want to tell me, please, what you think she owes you and for what?
$1,199.96.
Tell me what it was for.
I was moving. I switched bank accounts. She wanted to open a joint account, so she went and opened it without my knowledge. I finally went ahead and signed on it. I was getting my checks cashed by a buddy of mine. I gave them to her to put in after she opened that account, and she never put it in. We split up, and I just washed it.
When did you give her that money?
That was right around Christmas, actually.
Do you have any proof of that, sir?
No, I don't.
Did he ever give you money to put into the bank for him?
In October and November, he gave me workman comp's checks. He did not have a checking account because his credit is bad. He could not open a checking account. He would give me a check to deposit in my account.
Let me see.
I would write cash and give him cash.
I didn't find the
While
bank.
he was standing right there in October and November. That is why the account was open. I told him, here's an account for you to work out of. I never wrote or deposited any money in that account. That was his account only.
She had an ATM card.
I did not. Todd, I did not.
Okay. I see the primary on the account.
I don't
didn't
know
ask-
why
she
she's a
she
primary
was-
on the account, so all I'm asking you
I'm
is...
on primary account because he didn't have an address.
Just a second. All
I
I'm
didn't have an
asking you,
address. I lived-
Mr. Fife, just listen to
All
me,
right,
sir.
Sorry.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Kim Cox says ex-boyfriend Todd Fife owes for an unpaid loan and for running up her cable bill with adult movies. Todd says Kim watched the movies too.
Okay. I have 2 checks that she indicates are Todd's checks.
You can see they're cashed on the back, the same date.
Oh.
He was standing right next to me when those checks were presented.
So he would give you the workman's compensation check.
Correct.
You would put it in your account because they wouldn't cash his check for him?
Correct, because he had no account. I
Okay,
never
you want to
signed-
show me something, sir, from your little envelope?
That's all right. No, she was talking about I had no checks. I didn't know what she was talking about. I have my workman's comp checks. It shows
No,
that
she was saying... She said you had no checking account so that you couldn't cash your workman's comp checks unless you went to a check cashing service, I assume, where they would charge you a fee.
A fee.
And then you had to pay certain bills out of the joint account that I assume you opened up. That was the purpose of it.
the purpose of it was to open up because she wanted to buy a house. She wanted both our names on the account.
Well, it didn't work out. Certainly, if you couldn't pay your child support, the amount of $160, you weren't going to buy a house together. Sir, so I am correct that you have absolutely no proof that you gave her this last almost $2,000.
No, I don't. I said I washed it all off, and then she had been calling periodically. I told her, you know what, I'll probably just take it to
What
court.
was
and
she calling periodically for?
She just calls.
Was she calling periodically and asking you for money?
No.
You mean she hasn't asked you for money?
She didn't ask me for money, and then when I told her I was thinking about taking her to court, she had sent me a certified letter, which I laughed on.
Certified letter that said what?
That she was taking me to court.
For what?
For money that I owed her.
How much? Did it say in the certified
I believe
letter?
it was $2,500.
Did you respond to it?
No. I said I washed everything out. I wanted out of the relationship. I cut my losses. She was being vindictive.
Okay. Ms. Cox, in your complaint, you say that in March of 2001, you bailed him out of jail.
Yes.
Why?
Why did I bail him out of jail or why he was in jail?
Well, a little bit of both. I mean, I'm curious. He's supposed to pay you back in February.
Correct.
Doesn't pay you back in February, the
Correct.
$2,500. Then
He
in
called me
March-
at 3 in the morning and...
What did he say at 3 in the morning?
He said, I'm in jail, you need to go get $300 and come bail me out of jail.
What was he in jail for?
Supposedly, he was in jail for not returning videotapes to a video store, and there was a warrant out for his arrest.
And that was dropped from court.
Okay. But that's what you were arrested for.
Yes, for videotape.
Okay. How much did the bail cost you?
$300.
Did he pay you back?
He did not pay me back. I got my money back directly from the court because he was trying to use the money for his court costs. I talked to the circuit clerk and told him that he owed me this additional money. She's like, honey, I'll write the check direct to you.
So you got it back.
I
so
got
you
my
were whole.
$300.
Okay, fine. You owe $2,500, sir. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,500, which is the amount of the original I consider loan, and your counterclaim's dismissed for lack of proof. Thank you. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She's Sue happy.
He owed me the money and he had to pay.
She's very vindictive. She's a bitter woman.
I think he's just a scorned lover.
And now the next case.
All parties on Olinga versus Walters. Step forward, please.
Auto body repairman Harold Olinger is suing his ex-wife, 35-year-old sewer scuba diver Christy Walters, for the return of their son's belongings. Christy is countersuing for half of the boy's medical bills.
Mr. Rolinger, the defendant is your former wife.
Yes.
How long have you been divorced?
12 years.
And you have a child?
Yes.
A boy?
Yes.
How old is he?
He's 13 now.
Did he live with you for a period of time?
He lived with me since he was 6 months old until he was about 9. In June of '97, I agreed with Christy to have him live there on a temporary basis, you know, so I could save some money to buy a house. Purchased the home. In December of 2000, Travis came back and lived with me.
Okay. And it is your complaint that his mother refuses to return some of his personal property.
Right.
I don't understand the defense to that, which you will explain to me. And she has a countersuit for some medical bills that she wants you to share with her.
Right.
That happened as a result of some football accident back in 2000 when he was living with her.
Right.
All right, very simply, your son is living with you now?
Yes.
Doing okay?
Yes.
Has been living with you for the past year and some months?
Yes.
Okay, does he visit with his mother?
No.
Not at all?
He saw her on Thanksgiving, but that's the only time that they've really had contact in that whole year.
Did he go to visit?
Well, Travis called her, and then I agreed because I wanted Travis to see her, you know. So he went over there and came back, and everything was fine, you know, with the visit and everything. And these belongings, I've actually waited the whole year, asked her several times.
Okay, but he did see his mother that one time.
Right.
Okay, what is it that you claim that Miss Walters has that belongs to Travis?
She has, of course, I don't have it right here, his skis. There's a trampoline. There's a Nintendo 64 game system with the games. There's an inner tube that for boating, you tow it behind a boat. A knee board, which is also for boating. And that's about it right there.
Okay. Now, Ms. Walters, I've read your answer very clearly, and you seem to indicate that you have this property.
Almost all of it.
With the exception of what?
The knee board and the ski biscuit. I sold it during a garage sale.
Why?
For the one fact, I'm disputing that. I haven't been able to talk to my son. He won't return my calls.
Why did you sell it during a garage sale?
Because I need the money to help pay for some of the medical bills. Those are the only 2 items that I had sold.
The rest of the things you have?
The Nintendo 64 and...
You have all of those things?
Just the trampoline.
What about his skis?
I never had any skis. He's never brought any skis over.
So what is it that you have?
Just the Nintendo 64 and the trampoline.
How big is this trampoline?
It's a very large, you know, a couple people could bounce on it.
I have a picture of it right here.
I have a picture of it also.
Okay. Had it been in your house and you sent it to her when you went to live with her?
Yes.
How did you get it there?
I took it all apart and put it in the back of a car. It comes in little pieces, you know. And then, you know, let them use it while Travis was there because it was for his use.
Fine.
Yeah.
So why can't he have his things back?
Well, the trampoline is part of my backyard now.
Not anymore.
It's buried in my backyard.
Get it out. Just like it was buried in his backyard.
Also,
he
my
took
other
it apart.
kids use it. It's been a part of our family for so long. I thought it was frivolous that he had never asked for it one time.
Well, now he wants it back. Travis wants it back. It's his trampoline.
Okay, you can
His
have it.
father said, as long as he's going to be at your house, I'm going to give you the trampoline. Now he went back to live with his father. He wants it back. So you give it to him. And the Nintendo, same thing. You said in your answer, the other kids use it. So it was part of my household. It's not part of your household. It belongs to your son. It's got to go back. It's got to go back, all of it, within 5 days. Have we taken care of that?
Well, the trampoline's been kind of abused. It's all bent. The springs are gone.
Whatever. It's an old trampoline. If you want it back,
Okay.
if you want it back, she's got to send it back to you. If you want to forget about it, forget about it. You want it back?
Yes.
Okay. In whatever condition it comes in.
Right.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. I assume that they're not going to do anything purposefully to damage it when they take it apart, but that's, you know, I have no control over that. All right. Now let's get to the cross complaints. I have a few questions. You had a medical bill of how much?
I roughly a little over $1,000.
Okay. And that was shortly before he went back to live with his father?
Yes, correct.
Miss Walters, how much child support do you pay to Mr. Olinger at this time for your
I
son?
believe $270 a month.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And you've been paying that for the last year?
Correct.
And when Travis was with his mother, how much child support were you paying to his mother?
I paid her approximately $200 a month.
I disagree with that.
How much did he pay?
He paid whenever it was reasonable for him. It was never on time or an ongoing
So that's
thing.
for the 4 years he lived with you?
Correct.
Now, what about for the first 9 years? How much did you pay child support?
$200 a month.
And was that paid regularly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
So my question to you, Mr. Olinger, is why don't you feel as if you should be responsible for half of his unreimbursed medical bills?
I don't have a problem with that at all, but over the 13 years, the little bit that she's talking about, I have receipts and a check right here just in 1 month at over $180 for his medicine and doctor visits because her insurance doesn't cover. He's ADH. And that's just one incident, you know. Over the 13 years, she wasn't even there for approximately 4 years of his life in the beginning, and I've paid all the expenses for all the clothing, everything.
I'm just talking about the medical bills.
Yeah.
Has he had any unreimbursed medical bills this year while he's been living with you?
Yes.
Can I see them, please?
I have not gotten any statements from my insurance company saying so. Since I'm the one that pays the insurance,
well, you
would think I would know any of that. But we
Not
don't communicate
necessarily.
with each other, so I wouldn't know any of this.
Have you sought reimbursement from her for any unreimbursed medical bills?
I don't want to waste the time or the energy, you know. It's a lot easier just to pay that instead of have to go through the battle all the time.
I think that you're probably right.
Yeah.
Okay. Travis is 13 years old. You don't intend to pursue unreimbursed medical bills for him from his mother?
No.
Perfect. Then you take care of this $500 bill for his football accident and return the Nintendo and the trampoline. The court will draft an order. What else?
Well, the skis she did take, and Travis, you know, would verify that.
Listen to me.
Okay.
Go. Be happy.
Yes.
He's with you. He's happy.
Yes.
I'm disputing that also. Since he has been with Mr. Olinger, he's got nothing but straight F's and D's, and I have report cards that he was an AB student while he was with me.
Well, then I would suggest, Ms. Walters, if you think that he is in some way being neglected as a result of the care his father is giving him, you pursue that matter. If you believe that your son is better off living with you, you pursue that action in the court process. Until it's done, you continue to send your $270 a month child support, which hardly covers half of the child's expenses. Don't expect any reimbursement from him, but if you want to keep the lines of communication open with your son, I suggest that you look hard for the skis, and if you find them, you'll return them along with the Nintendo and the trampoline. Got it? Good. Thank you.
What about the inner tube and the...
Excuse me?
The inner tube and the trampoline.
She sold them.
Right, okay.
Excuse me.
You're Michael.
Yes.
Michael, the defendant is your father, and according to your complaint, when you were 16 or 17, you had a job.
Yes.
Or 2 jobs.
2, yes.
And you and your dad opened a bank account and deposited your money in the account. The money was all your money. You needed his signature on the account because you were a minor.
Yes.
And then there was some sort of a dispute involving your father and your mother, and they're divorced?
Separated.
And your father withdrew all the money from your account.
All of it but $2.51.
And how much money did you have in the account?
Before he withdrew it, I had $1,527.51.
Why did you withdraw your son's money?
$775 I drew out for room and board when he stayed with me for 2 months.
All right, so let's start with the $775 that you withdrew for room and board.
Yes.
When did he live with you?
From June 20th until August 20th.
And how old was your son in June of 2001?
17.
When did he turn 18?
December 11th.
You can't charge him for room and board. You're his father. You're responsible for him.
Ma'am, he was living with his mother at the time, and he came to, with her agreement, came to live with me so he could work. Before June, I was paying child support. And when he came to live with me, I just figured that I was entitled to the child support back.
You figured wrong. You may be entitled to the child support back, but not from him.
When this all started out, I acknowledged to him that I was going to do this, and he had
I don't care what you acknowledged to him. And even if he agreed that he'd pay you room and board, even if he agreed, which he didn't, you can't hold a minor to a contract. I mean, I never heard of something so ridiculous in my life. Your son worked, he put money in the bank, he was saving for, I don't know, college, future, whatever. You decided later to withdraw money because you figured he owed you for room and board. Outrageous! What's next? What's next? $775.
Yes.
Room and board. What else did you take out?
Me and his mother had a dispute on child support that I owed. We went to court about that. And, you know, in order to get a lawyer, I told him I was going to take some money out to pay for their lawyer. That was because of another situation that was going on.
What?
His grades in school, that I was trying to get custody back for him.
Yes.
To make him do better in school.
So?
And I had to get a lawyer in order to do that.
So? You wanted him to pay for the lawyer so that you could get custody of him?
No, I did not want him to pay for the lawyer.
Well, but he did. That's what you just told me. You took money out of his account so that you could pay for a lawyer to get custody of him. Isn't that what you just told me?
Yes, I did.
Well, am I correct? I mean, when you cut through all the baloney, that's what it was.
But I told him I was going to do this in order to file for custody for him.
Well,
and when I told him that, he had no problem with it.
What do you mean he had no problem with it?
He didn't disagree or agree.
Mr. Hubbard, what do you do for a living?
I'm an electrician, ma'am.
Well, let me give you the facts of life, Mr. Hubbard. The facts of life are parents support their children and provide for necessaries for their children until their children reach the age of majority. Then, if they're really lucky, the children will take care of themselves. Only if they're really lucky. Most parents take care of their children even after they've reached their majority. They pay for college, they pay for books, they pay for clothes, they pay for trips, they pay for medical, they pay for dental, they pay for orthodontia, they pay for cars, they pay for gas, they pay for dating. When they're 19 and 20 and 21 and 22, and sometimes even until they're 30. You, on the other hand, want your child to pay for himself, for his room and board, as well as for a lawyer for you. Hello? Michael, your father is misguided. You're entitled to your money back, Michael. Now, I assume at this point you and your father aren't getting along too well.
No.
And I assume that it will take some time for that to work itself out, if it ever does. Maybe he understands that he did the wrong thing. Maybe.
May I say something else, you may?
Yeah, sure.
I got custody of him on December 14th, 99. His grades were falling bad. When I finally got custody of him, I made him do his homework, and his grades came up. And then his mother 9 months later, filed for custody back of him because I was being too hard on him. I was making him do his homework. I was making him tell me where he was all this time, anytime he was out. Well, that's too hard on him as far as she's concerned. So she got custody back of him, and I have his report cards here showing that when he was with me, he was doing better, and now that he's with her, he's completely failing.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 18-year-old Michael Hubbard says his father, Ray Hubbard, stole money from his bank account. Ray says he needed the money.
Your job as a parent is to do what is best for your child, to look into...
That's what I was trying to do. I had his interest in heart all the time.
Fine. Let us say I absolutely agree that you felt as if he needed a stronger hand in order to do his work so that he could do well in school, so that he could move on. You felt as if you had to, as a parent, fight for custody so that he would do better. Is that fair? Is that a fair statement, sir?
No, sir. No, ma'am, that's not what I was doing.
I thought that's what you were doing.
Well, I am, but as far as his mother is concerned, she won't let him grow up.
It doesn't make any difference. Well, you're not listening to me, sir. I said you felt as if you had to do what you did in pursuing custody of him because you felt as if it was in his best interest.
Yes, I still do.
And you still do?
Yes.
Good. He doesn't pay for that. You pay for that. That's a necessary, not for him. That's a legal necessary for you. You, as a parent, are supposed to do the right thing. You felt in your heart the right thing was that he lived with you. You would be a better parent for him at this stage in his life. Good for you. You pay for it.
I understand that.
Good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,527.51. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
A parent should be more responsible.
It was in the best interest of the child.
A minor shouldn't have to pay for room and board.
I'm going to keep fighting it.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Bell versus Clark. Step forward, please.
53-year-old William Bell is suing his girlfriend's former friend, 42-year-old secretary Elizabeth Clark, for having him falsely arrested. Elizabeth says William threatened to kill her. She is countersuing for harassment.
Mr. Bell, you are suing the defendant for having you falsely arrested on charges of threatening and harassing her. She is counterclaiming for harassment. Let me understand the relationship. You have a girlfriend or had a girlfriend. The defendant is a friend of your former girlfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
You were having some difficulty with the girlfriend. You called the defendant to sort of act as an intermediary and to talk to her and see if you could put things back together again. The defendant then called the police and said that you had threatened her. You were arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you call her?
February 17th of 2001.
Had you ever called her before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And tell me about the conversation that you had with her.
I didn't have a conversation with her. I got her voicemail.
Okay.
And I left a message who it was, and I was staying at Baymont Inn Motel. Could you please give me a call?
Why were you staying at a motel?
I had moved out of my girlfriend's house.
So you and your girlfriend had lived together and
Yes,
had
we're
a problem?
together now. Yes,
You are back together
yes,
now.
we've been together. Yes,
So you went out and stayed at a motel.
yes, ma'am.
All right, you left a voice message, and I assume she called you back.
She called me back, ma'am, approximately 4:30, 5 o'clock that evening.
What was the conversation?
Her first question was, when I answered the phone, is this Bill Bell? And I said, yes. She says, William Bell. And I said, yes, it is. Then she started getting very belligerent.
Don't tell me belligerent. That's a conclusion, Mr. Bell. Tell me what she said to you.
She was cursing at me for calling
Tell
her.
me what she said. I'm a big girl. I'm over 21. I know that's hard to believe, but I am.
You want...
I want the words she said to you, that you claim she said to you.
She called me I don't want to say it on mother. A son of that I was going to get her fired from her job for calling her work.
When did you call her work?
I found out later that the number I called, which was her home phone number, is a work number at her home.
Okay, so first she cursed you, you say, because you called her at her work number. And then what did she say to you?
She told me that she was going to get even with me for calling her. And I apologized for calling and leaving a message on her phone.
Well, what message did you leave on her phone?
Just my name and the phone number where I was at.
Okay.
And I told her I was going to hang up. And she says, if you hang up, you're going to pay for it big time. And I went ahead and hung up anyway because I had already apologized and she was still cursing me.
And when were you arrested, sir?
A while later that they had a warrant out for my arrest. And I talked to the police officer who had called the motel to get a hold of me and left a message.
No, look at me. Stop playing with your papers.
I called the officer back and he told me there was a warrant and I went down. I believe it was in April. I went down and I turned myself in because I
didn't find out about this warrant until April?
No, ma'am.
What happened to the charges?
Well, the charges were dropped the 2nd of October because the defendant never showed up for court.
Okay. And do you have a copy of the complaint?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see that. And, Ms. Clark, I would like to see a copy of the police report that you made at the same time.
Okay. And he called me more than one time.
Wait. I'm going to get to you, I promise you.
Sorry.
When did you advise the police of these phone calls, Ms.
It
Clark?
was probably the middle of February.
Okay, just 1 second.
Okay.
So you did not call the police the day that he made the phone calls, the day that you had
Yes,
the
I did.
conversation? Oh,
Yes,
you
I
did?
did.
So
I
you
did.
called the police the same day. All right.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Clark, I would like you to tell me, he left a message on your voicemail to call him. The message that he left on your voicemail was not threatening to you.
No, it's when I talked to him.
So I am correct. It was not threatening to you, and you knew who he was because...
This is the first time I've ever seen this man.
But you knew who he was because of your girlfriend.
Right.
That's what... Just pay attention.
Okay, sorry.
Now, I want you to tell me your version of the conversation.
Okay.
I work 2 jobs. I also work at a golf course.
Is this relevant to my question?
Yes, it is. He went in to my employer, who I have a letter from, was asking for my address and my phone number. Since then, I don't even know this man. He's taken me to court and put...
I want you, Miss Clark, to answer my question.
Okay.
My question is, I want you to tell me what the phone conversation was when you returned his phone call.
He wanted me to get his girlfriend.
Tell me what he said.
He wanted to know if I would call Lou and get them back together, reconcile their differences.
And what did you say to him?
No.
Did you tell him why?
Mm-hmm.
What did you say? Tell me what you said.
I said, because I think that what you did was wrong, and I think she's better off without you.
And what did he say in response?
And then he got aggravated.
That's a conclusion.
Okay.
What did he say?
He said, well, that doesn't help me out a bit. And I really don't recall the rest of the conversation. It was a long time ago.
Well, you have to tell me the rest of the conversation. That's the basis of the...
Just more or less said that he wanted me to call Lou, and he said, you're the only one she'll listen to, and you need to get this situation taken care of for me or else.
At that point, did you hang up on him?
I don't recall.
Or did you have any further conversation?
He called so many times on my caller ID, it was...
Okay. Now, did you ever speak to him after that?
No.
You never spoke to him after that?
No.
And the conversation that you just relayed to me is, to the best of your recollection, the sum and substance of the conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Then, Ms. Clark, I'm going to ask you the following questions.
Okay.
It's clear to me that you said, I'm not going to help you. He said, that doesn't help me any. You better help me or else. Those were pretty much his exact words, as you remember?
Yeah.
Then can you tell me why you told the police that he said to you, I will get you, I will kill you, just a second.
I'm sorry.
I will get you, I will kill you, I will kill you, and then I will kill myself.
That is true.
Well, Miss Clark, I asked you 3 times.
I know, I'm sorry.
3 times what he said to you. Now, you got the police's attention, certainly, when you told the police, he said, I'll get you, and then I'll kill myself, and I'll kill Lou, and I'll kill everybody. It seems to me that that would be the first thing that you would say. Not forget it, but that would be the first thing. I will kill you is something that you remember, not I'll get even, or you'll get yours, or I will kill you is something that sticks in your mind. In order to get to the police's attention, they say, well, you know, that's really not a threat. You know, you'll get yours is not a threat. I'll kill you is a threat that the police pay attention to.
I will get you.
I will get you is one thing. But I seriously doubt, based upon our testimony today, that he said to you, I will get you, which you didn't tell me. I will kill you. I will kill Lou, and then I will kill myself. Kill. That you remember. And that the police might respond to, but not, you'll get yours. Okay, now let's go back a second. You started to tell me that he's taken you to court 3 times.
Yes, yes.
Now I want you to tell me about the 3 occasions when he's taken you to court.
Okay, he has put 2 restraining orders against me. The first time that I went to court is when I pressed the charges against him. He didn't show up. So
when
that's
was
3
the first
times.
time that he pressed charges against you?
April.
April.
Mm-hmm. And then after he hadn't shown up for twice for court, it was dismissed with prejudice on August 16th.
So in April, he filed a charge against you for something. For what, Mr. Bell? For what?
After this deal
After
in
the
February,
warrant.
I had all the telephone calls we were getting and hang-ups. We were getting calls 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Did you know where they were coming from?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know where they were coming from?
Caller ID showed York Equipment.
Boy, you know, you think this caller ID was a wonderful invention, and it turns out it's used for all kinds of different things. All right, so he filed 2 restraining orders against you.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know something? It sounds like a little bit of an abusive process, but Ms. Clark, based upon what you did in having him arrested, I think that he was exercising probably restraint. I don't believe that there was any basis for you to have him arrested. I don't believe that he threatened to kill you. I believe that you got the police's attention. That's what I believe. Based on your testimony today, he never threatened to kill you. Never. All right. Miss Clark's statement to the police was designed to get their attention.
Because it was said.
No, it was not said, Miss Clark, because on 3 separate occasions, giving you every opportunity today to recount what he said to you, the most important thing would be to any normal person was he threatened to kill me by saying, I will kill you. I will kill Lou. Then I'll kill myself. Time and time again, all you said was, the last time around, you'll get yours, or I'll get you, or something like that. You left out, I'll get you.
That's after 10 or 11 calls, though, Your Honor.
Just a second. You never spoke to him again, madam. You spoke to him once, and then you said you did not take the other calls because you saw his caller ID.
He left messages.
He left messages. Let me hear them.
I don't have them.
Well, it also seems to me, Miss Clark, that if someone threatened you with bodily harm to an extent that you called the police, and then if you were listening to messages, you would retain them, bring the tape.
I don't have
so
a
that
tape.
there would be no, you would get a tape so the police could listen to them and then pursue this matter, because then you're dealing with a real nut. He's suing you for $5,000, which he is absolutely entitled to, and I am granting his judgment for $5,000 against you, and I'm dismissing your counterclaim. That's all.
Parties
Thank you,
are
ma'am.
excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy
In the matter of Bailey versus Smith, parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Ms. Bailey, the defendant was a former friend, boyfriend of yours. You claim a series of loans to him. He says whatever money that you gave him were gifts, correct?
Yes,
Who is this?
my girlfriend.
Why is she here?
Because she spoke to Maury after the incident happened, and she explained to her what happened.
I don't know what incident you're talking about. You'll tell me, I'm sure. Ms. Bailey, did you date him for a period of time?
Yes, I dated him for a period of about 8 months during my senior year of high school.
And how long ago was that?
That was in, everything ended around August of 2000.
And how old were you?
At the time we broke up, I was 18.
Where'd you get this money from?
I had an inheritance from an aunt. She had died when I was 13, and she had left me this money so I could go to college. And I decided to go to a Hunter College, so I had a little left over.
And you were able to take the money out yourself?
Yes, it was left to me, and when I turned 18, it was turned over to me.
Okay. The first loan was in August?
Yes.
For what?
It was $2,000 because he said he wanted a new car. His car had been crashed quite a few times, and they couldn't fix it, or it was too much money to fix it, whatever, he wanted a new car. And so I lent it to him, and I explicitly said it's a loan, and I will need this money back.
Did he say when he would pay you back?
He never really said anything. He just said, you get it by next year, when I could get money back, whatever. You'll get it by next year.
Whatever is not a contract. Did she give you $2,000?
No.
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 Show me proof that you gave him $2,000.
I have bank receipts from that month. There was actually a lot of transactions. What he would do is he would call me, and he would wake me up in the morning and take me to the ATM before the banks could open, so I would have to go to the ATM. Because the ATM could only take out $800 at a time, I would have to go to 3 different ATMs on a day. And because there was only a certain amount of money that I could take out on a certain day, I had to go to 2 days. So my bank receipts reflect that.
Does that sound more familiar, Mr. Smith?
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't. So you never got this money.
I got a portion of the money, which
How much is a
$700 my car cost. My
How
car
much?
actually cost $750, which I did receive from Maury, and which I told her I was to pay her back, which I did not pay her back at the time.
Why?
But, we broke up before she got it, and I wasn't, able to get in contact with her often. I work, engineering and training, so I could not have waking up in the morning and going to see her because I have to be at work at 7 o'clock in the morning. I got to work at 3:30, and she was.
Excuse me?
I don't care about your work. You borrowed this money from her.
Not $2,000 though.
No,
I would not-
$750.
Yes, yes.
Okay, $750.
I do say I do owe that. I do owe that money. But
Excuse me,
Two-
Judge. There was also about $1,400. He couldn't afford his insurance, so I paid 2
Just a
months of his
second.
insurance.
Let me take care of this.
Okay.
Okay. But in your answer, sir, you don't say that you owe her the money. In your answer, you say, I needed a car, and she offered to help me buy a car.
Yes.
She offered to give me the money.
She offered, but I owe that money because she gave me that money.
Oh,
She
well, you
gave me
didn't
and I
say
told
that
her-
here. You didn't agree that you owed her that
Sorry
money.
about
All right, $750. What else?
There was also, he his insurance was about $711 a month on 2 months. One was September of 2000 and the other one was October of 2000. He could not afford to pay his insurance, so I paid 2 months of insurance, and the total came out to about $1,400. Each check was $711.79, and I have the checks here.
Which were not cash, because I did not have any checks to cash. I didn't have a bank account to cash. You cannot cash a personal check at a check cashing. You must cash
excuse
a
me,
personal
but it was
check
written
in
out
a
to
bank.
the place, so
But I did not
that's
use
why
a check.
what happened is they did an electronic check or something. I handed him the original check that I wrote out, and that's the check that was sent to my bank. So the check was cashed, and he got it.
My insurance was canceled October of 2000. So I'm not understanding how she says that I have paid money for my insurance to be written out and paid for by the insurance company.
Did you ever have a conversation with her about your car insurance?
Yes.
Of course you did, because if you say your car insurance was canceled, then you must have had a discussion with her. She was your girlfriend about, I don't have money for car insurance.
No,
I have 2 checks made payable for $711.79. They're bank checks.
Yes.
What was that for, sir?
That wasn't to me. At the time when she wrote it out...
Just a second. That went to you.
Yes, but I did not cash it. When she wrote it out to me, she was still there. I told her I couldn't cash the check. I didn't want the check.
You
She
can't
took it
cash
back
the
to her.
check.
I couldn't. So I gave it back to her, and then it was open. I couldn't cash the check because I didn't have a bank account at the time. I could not have no way of cashing the check. And it was my insurance company.
It was paid.
But they even know. They would have mailed me a copy of the check.
It was paid, both of these checks.
I paid, my insurance company was canceled, and I had another insurance company with my mother's name.
These were paid, sir. Capital payment plan.
Okay, yes.
What else?
I have a tape here. He knew it was a loan. He always knew it was a loan every time. When I gave him those checks, I said, when am I getting back my money? Every time we had a conversation, it would be about am I getting back my money?
What I want to know is what the girlfriend is doing here.
The girlfriend, what happened is, he found out I was suing him. He calls me. I told him, I will see you in court. I will not talk about this over the phone. And his girlfriend calls me. And that's what happened.
Stand up here. What did you call her for?
I called her to speak to her about what. I just wanted to know why she was suing him.
For money.
No, I wanted to know the reason why, like how it went about, like the situation.
What is your business?
Because he's my boyfriend. That's the reason why I wanted to know.
Why?
I just wanted to
To
know
know
why
what
she
debt
was
he
suing
had.
him. He told me he didn't owe her any money. That's
He
why I
told me he
wanted
didn't
to
owe
know.
her any money to start with.
Exactly, and that's why I called her to find out. And she told me that she paid for his car. She told me the same exact thing, and she actually told me that after she broke up with him, that's when she gave him $700 to pay for his car. And she told me that she spent a lot of money on him. She bought him a lot of gifts and all of this.
Gifts is not what we're talking about.
Well, she said she spent a lot of money on him.
Sure she did. An 18-year-old got her hands on some money, and that's the problem. But this money was for his car and his car insurance.
But $3,000 doesn't add up at all.
No,
So-
$2,150 is what it adds up to.
Well, actually, there's a lot more money. I did loan him the $2,000. He's saying it's $700 right now.
If next time you loan somebody money, Miss Bailey, and if you think there's going to be a dispute as to the amount, get a note. What else?
There's a taper. He was fully aware there was a loan. He called my machine.
Let me see.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Marie Bailey says ex-boyfriend Hassan Smith owes for several unpaid loans, and she has an audio tape to prove it.
Go ahead.
511:1:06 p.m. January 23rd.
Crazy, I don't know what you're doing, but for coming back this long for 3 years later and suing me for $3,000, I don't know what the hell to sue you for. I don't know sue you for that you put me through, but I didn't expect your mother's house and me helping you. So you living off of me. So therefore, I should kind of sue you. But we'll see about this in court because ain't no way you're going to win it. Well, they can teach you God. I mean, it says to me.
Wish I understood a word you were saying.
I was saying that she was suing me for $50,000 3 years later, which was way too weird because when she did call me and want the money, I told her I will give her the money, no problem. But it came so sudden for her to come to court and say I owe her $3,000. It hit me with such shock that saying $3,000 that I owe. It was shocked that $3,000 out of $700 from $3,000, it was pretty weird.
Insurance. You forgot about the insurance, Mr. Smith. You forgot about the insurance. You mean you were shocked that 3 years later she came to you and said, I want my money?
Yes, but she could have maybe signed a contract, and I would glad to sign a contract for the money I owe her, but she didn't.
Yeah,
And
Judge, please. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Okay. Oh, and bank statements saying that she wrote checks out to me. If it wasn't my insurance company, I would like to have a receipt from my insurance company saying it was paid in full. You know, all their mail, they always mail.
How is she going to get that?
Because the check is running out from her address, so they mail a copy of what is paid, a receipt, and the mail with that. Always, I have a checking account too. They always do that.
They mail it to the person who wrote the check rather than to the insured. It says your insurance is now paid. We want to let you know that
if the check wasn't mailed out to me, why would they mail it back to me?
Because maybe she didn't trust you. And you told me you didn't have a checking account.
At the time.
So, well, I don't care what you have now. Now is not important, Mr. Smith. Do you think you're smarter than I am?
No, I'm not.
You're darn right. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,150. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
We had a baby together which died, and I broke up with her so suddenly, and she hated me for that.
I don't know why he's bringing up the past history. It was not brought up in the case. I don't know why he's trying to bring it up, trying to make me look bad or whatever, but it has nothing to do with it.
I don't hate her for it.
I don't want to have any contact with the defendant or anything, and I'm just so happy to have him out my life for good.
Things like this happen all the time with people who are mad because they got left by somebody who doesn't want them anymore.
I don't want him. I am happily engaged. I have a new life.
I guess money makes the world go round. That's one thing that can make you happy if you can't have that person that you want.
I don't even think about him except the money that he owed me.
Don't get in a relationship when it involves money.
If he wants to think that I still want him, let him. If that makes him sleep better at night, whatever.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Lechuga versus Kavanaugh, step forward, please.
21-year-old store manager Yvette Lechuga is suing her ex-boyfriend, 22-year-old construction worker James Kavanaugh, for the unpaid balance on a car he totaled.
Ms. Lechuga, the defendant was a former boyfriend of yours. In addition to just being a boyfriend, you had a car that was titled in both of your names. He paid for the insurance on the car, but it was your car. There was a car loan on the car, is that right?
Right.
He got into an accident and totaled the car. So far, is that right?
Yes.
The insurance company totaled the car and gave you a check, but the check did not cover the car loan, and there is still about $1,800 left that you owe the loan company on the car. Is that what the case is about?
Yes.
Mr. Kavanaugh, when were you in this accident, sir?
It was May 28th, 2001.
Tell me about the accident.
Well, we were coming back from the airport and...
Stop playing with papers. Look at me.
Okay. We were coming back from the airport from St. Louis.
Who's we? The two of you?
The two of us, yes. She was in the passenger seat. We were going through an intersection, and the light was green. She swore the light was green at one time. Went through the intersection in another car. We collided. No witnesses stopped on our behalf. The other car had a witness stopped, said they had a green light, so I was at fault for the accident because I had no witnesses. She was in the car.
Maybe you were just at fault in the accident because you were at fault.
No, the light was green. I'm sorry, if the light was green, I'm going through.
Did you hit them or did they hit you?
We hit each other.
How is that?
Because the two corners hit together. I mean, I didn't see them. They just ran, they went right through the light and we collided. I never saw the car coming through the intersection because I was halfway through the intersection before, you know, we even hit.
So the insurance company found that you were at fault. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the highway patrol put me at fault. Now, I guess the insurance goes by that, or if they go by their own. I don't know.
Whatever. Those people who were responsible for finding who's at fault found you at fault.
Yes.
Okay. And when had you purchased this car?
We had purchased it in last September.
When you say we purchased it, you purchased it together?
He was the primary person on the car, and I was the co-signer, but it was supposed to be the other way around, and they messed it up.
I don't care what is it now? Who owes the $1,800?
Right now, I'm the primary person.
Why is that?
Because we switched the names back.
When?
Back in June.
After the accident?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was the one making the payments on it, and I wanted to have credit for it.
At the time that this accident occurred, that he caused, he was the primary on the car.
Right.
And on the loan. Is that right?
Right.
Who was making payments prior to May 28th?
I was.
Why were you making the payments?
Because it was my car.
Well, then why was he ever the primary?
Because the loan people were stupid and messed it up. They put my name wrong. They put the paperwork wrong. When I signed the papers, I asked them, this puts me as co-signer, because I've never signed for a car before, co-signed or nothing. So I believed the people we bought the car from. I said, so I'm on as co-signer. They said yes. So we signed the papers. Come to find out later on, they put me as primary and her as co-signer. So when we found that out, since she was making the payments, it was her car, we switched the names.
You mean the payments for a car that no longer existed?
What's that?
In June, after the accident, the car no longer existed.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's right.
How much did they give you for this car?
About $7,000.
$7,311.
And how much was owing on the car?
That much. I don't have the exact amount on that because...
How come you have a lot of paperwork?
I have all the paperwork I need for my case. I mean, I don't have the exact amount left on the car. They wouldn't
Let
give
me
me
see
the
the
information
information
on it.
that you have, madam. I want to see the loan that was taken out, how much the payout was, all that good stuff.
I have a copy of the title right here. It has the price on it. I did have that.
How many cars did you have when you were living together?
I had mine and had hers.
When did the two of you part ways?
In July.
Why?
He broke up with me because he was seeing somebody else.
I see the last payment that you made to Ford Credit was $100.85. Is that right?
Right.
Your Honor, what month was that? Because I've had to cover 1 month of that because she quit paying on it and didn't tell me. So they called me 2 days before they were going to send it to collections agency and informed me that she was 3 months behind.
I did tell you.
So you made the payment?
Yes, I had to make the payment.
Good. It was your accident. Now.
She was right there in the passenger side, Your Honor. She could have very well been driving. She gave me permission to drive the car, so, you know, my insurance paid out all that on it. I mean, if I was to let her...
Is this your defense? Now
if I was to let her go drive my truck and she was to wreck it, it would be my responsibility to pay for it, not hers. I mean, isn't that right? Because it is my truck and my insurance. I mean, unless I'm wrong, I don't know.
So that's your defense?
My defense is I've paid out more on this car than I think I should have anyway. I mean, yeah, my insurance covered my wreck, my part of the wreck, but I paid for her insurance the whole time she had that car, so.
Where were you coming or going from that you were coming from the airport?
We were coming from St. Louis because she had gone to Texas.
Yes.
Vacation to see her mom.
Okay, so when you went to pick her up at the airport, you took her car.
Yes.
How come you didn't take your truck?
Because her car had more room and we could put her stuff in the trunk. I had permission to take her car.
No, I didn't ask for permission. I just said, how come you didn't take your truck?
Because her car has more room. I have an S10.
More room than a truck?
I have an S10. The cab is a lot smaller than the front seats of a car. It's just more comfortable in a car.
Okay.
Because it's
now,
a 2.5 hour drive.
when you went out for dinner, which car did you take?
What's that?
What word didn't you understand, sir? When the two of you were together, I'm speaking.
You interrupted me.
When you went out for dinner, when you were living together, whose car did you take?
Either or.
Most of the time, which car did you take?
There wasn't most of the time. I mean, I guess most of the time we took my truck.
You did?
I guess, yes.
I doubt it. I doubt it. You want to know why? Women don't ride in a truck if they have a car. By choice. If they have no choice, they'll ride in a truck. But if they have a choice, they'll ride in a sedan. That's common sense, isn't it, Bert?
I'm not a woman, but yeah.
But you know women.
My wife prefers a car.
Right. Now, what kind of work do you do?
I work construction.
So you use your truck for your business, but going out on a Saturday night, you take the car.
Not true.
Not
but,
true.
Okay.
Of course it's true. Sir, bottom line is, Mr. Kavanaugh, you not only were driving this car, with or without her permission, of course it was with her permission that you were driving the car, but you were also primarily responsible on the loan at the time of the accident. I don't care who messed up. You bought this car in September of 2000. If you're old enough to have a car and a truck and a job, then you're old enough to look at paperwork and see whether it's wrong, and you don't switch it after the accident. So at the time of the accident, you were A, at fault, B, primary on the loan.
As co-signers should have been.
No.
Okay, both of our names are right here. On this title, both of our names are under owner.
Right.
It doesn't say who's co-signer and who's not. When I saw that, and when I asked them who is the co-signer, they said me. Now,
but it turns out that it wasn't.
That doesn't seem to be very clear to me.
It turns out, I'm not here to go over their contract. As it turns out, you were primary, right?
Unknowingly, yes.
Not my fault. You certainly knowingly one thing. You knowingly were involved in an accident which the police attributed to you as the one at fault, so you owe the remainder on this bill. Why should she be saddled with it? Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,798.69. Goodbye.
Thank you, Your Honor.